Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
And currently, for the first time in a long time, I think favors swing towards Fnatic, as they seem to be the dominant of the two teams.
The names on the rosters may be different, but a battle of kings, it's...
Oh no, he said it already.
Will forever be. I promise only to say it once, but still, here in Europe, how can you not be excited to watch these two titans clash whenever they match on the Rift? Both look pretty good after yesterday's performance, and we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to be jumping straight into a boogie, where we will then come back to me as we look at Yamato. I got baited a little bit by the music there. But yes, we will have G2 on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. The last time that they matched up, it was Fnatic that got the better of G2. And very rarely do we ever see Fnatic 2-0ing G2 during the regular season. Often it is G2 who gets the better of them. They often get the better of them in playoffs, and their recent history over the last 2 years has been G2 favored. But with the way that Fnatic are looking, with the changes that they have made, with the introduction of Adam to the top lane, Bwipo in the jungle, this team has been incredible over the last few weeks. Over only one loss in their last 8-9 games. It's been incredible to watch this Fnatic rise. And we will see how they'll match up against a G2 that perhaps is rising to form once again.
Let's get on into the draft. As you said, Betty, Fnatic went 0-2, 5-0, 0-1, and now are 4-0. They've only lost to Schalke since week 1 here in the LEC, and we're all our way through to week 6. G2, on the other hand, have had their ups and downs, but in the last 2 weeks they have looked like a team, perhaps not quite reborn, perhaps not quite back at the G2s of old, but a team that looks a lot more renewed than it did in the middle of the season. On the blue side, though, they will ban out the Xin Zhao. No real surprises there.
Yeah, they're going to remove the Xin. The Varus is going to be taken away from Reckless. We know that he is an avid Tristana player. Yesterday, we got to see him play Kalista, but that's going to be banned away, removed from Upset. We know how dominant Upset and Hylissang can be when given the Kalista plus anything combo, because it gives Hylissang a new way to fight. And he loves to fight. Cap's not going to get his hands on the LeBlanc, and the Viego now going to be removed from Bwipo in the jungle.
And we'll see what Fnatic decide to finally round out their bans with. Of course, Caps and Reckless staring across at a couple of their former teammates, at their former team at least, as Nisqy and Upset have replaced them. Gwen, the final ban. And what's left up on the cards here? Well, Thresh has to be the key point that you look at. Banned in pretty much every single game and picked first whenever he is not.
Well, we do know that Norlis is a pretty strong answer to it. Wouldn't surprise me to see that come out for Hylissang, but we also know that he is no stranger to things like the Pike. Not that I'm saying that that is going to be locked in, but I do know that he does quite like this matchup as well. Still, many options left for them to go towards. Let's see what direction that they do still take. The Tristana is actually going to be denied away from Reckless, so already trying to get themselves a pretty strong bot side of the map. I don't think that in the current meta, with things like Varus banned away and Kalista taken off the board as well, there are that many great matchups into the Tristana. I'm curious as to what direction Reckless will take.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say it's jungle, Mundo jungle. That's what I think.
Immediately, Bwipo has a sly look on his face. Will it be a wide Mundo in the jungle? Adam does like a little bit more aggression, and immediately G2 Esports ready and raring to go with their picks. Diana, Lucian are locked in for G2.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Very common mid lane pick for Caps. He's very confident on it, and you have the AP AD jungle AD split as well. Lucian often able to give you a lot of priority in the lane too. Curious as to what Nisqy will answer with, if he even will just yet. Oh, I think that is an Aurelia for Nisqy. Level 3, level 6, both big level breakpoints rather, that I think can be very difficult for the Lucian, but of course with his mobility, the way for him to navigate and dance around that stun can be very difficult. So A very interesting matchup in the mid lane, Caps versus Niski. It's definitely going to be a fun one. Whichever gets an early lead is going to very heavily dictate how that 1v1 plays out.
And I'm already loving the small mind games, the small bits of inventiveness in this draft. I have to remember last time they played against each other, it was really the Taric pick for Hylissang that totally changed the draft on its head. G2 Esports just couldn't find a way through the wall that was Hylissang, and now Fnatic banning out the Aphelios, getting rid of some of those AD carries. Of course, as much as G2 have a marksman on their team in the Lucian, that will be going either mid or top. That's what we expect. We'll see G2 Esports pick something else for Reckless in the bottom lane. Usually with a Thresh, team him up with a hyper carry. The Aphelios, one of those key ones. Jinx also an option.
I think the Aphelios ban was really good, especially when you're looking at both Amundo and Aurelia wanting to dive in your face. Having the Aphelios, it would have been very obnoxious for them, and as you rightly said, it pairs up so well with the Thresh too. I was thinking Ashe, I was literally thinking Ashe this morning, I think is underplayed. I think that she is still a very strong AD carry in the current meta, and I know it's something that Reckless does have a lot of experience on, so I also like this ban coming out from Fnatic as well.
Can I, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking Vayne for G2, only because Reckless has played like 34 solo queue games on it recently. And into a Mundo, it will shred through the Mundo. The issue is, of course, you lose lane into a Tristana and the Aurelia can just jump on you. But I'm just going to put it out there, because if it gets picked, I sound really smart.
It is. I understand where the logic comes from. I get it. I would just be surprised if he picked Vayne. I feel like that he's not the type of player to do it. I think that he's going to pick something a little bit more well-rounded for his team, but he is very limited in his options. Like, what does he really have left to go for? A lot of the main meta AD carries have been removed.
Oh, he does it! Come on! I might have been a bit loud there. I saw Mickey and Yankos both look over towards me. Oh, baby! Yes!
All right, we're gonna get Reckless Vayne. I hope you've got the stats prepped. I hope you have.
I'm getting him
because
right now.
We need to know the last time Reckless had a Vayne game on stage. I want to say it was a while ago. I mean, I have seen him play it a lot on stream. He is a very, very good Vayne player. But I was not expecting him to bring it out. Against these champions, a hyper carry against Mundo, I think is very, very strong. Pair that up with the front line of the Gragas. It also gives G2 a little bit more of an engage. Are we going to see a Lilia lock-in from Adam?
Oh, no way. Is that top lane Lilia? We've been talking about it. Bwipo, Karthus jungle instead. I think the Mundo is going to be flexed to top. Karthus goes into the jungle.
What if it's Aurelia top, Karthus mid?
I mean, that could also work, but I think Karthus jungle makes the most sense.
I think you're right. Okay, it looks like the Bwipo is going to try and outscale the hyper carry and go for a Karthus jungle. He wants to try and match the farming presence of Yankos. And this is the power of the Mundo, right? It is a flex pick. This is what Fnatic was saving it for, adapting depending on what the draft came out. Wonder decided to go for a tank. Adam knew that he could match it up towards the top side. Niski and Caps, a bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane. Early prio should definitely go in favor of Caps. And you have these two hyper carries in the bot lane. Vayne is going to be so difficult for this comp to deal with, but perhaps the Karthus could be the thing that swings it in Fnatic's favor. That Karthus ultimate can swing a fight single-handedly. Diana wanting to dive into this team composition, wanting to execute these champions. Could that be G2's own undoing? We have very interesting comps. We're going to have Bwipo on his Karthus. We're going to have Reckless on his Vayne. What better way for the rematch of Summer in 2021? G2 Esports versus Fnatic, our final game of Week 6. You know it's going to be a banger. We're here waiting for it to be a banger. So without further ado, let us jump into the Rift.
Problem always is when you say without further ado.
I mean, I was hoping that they would just do it. I was hoping they would just do it.
Without further ado, Fnatic versus G2. Let's get on into the Rift. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Adam on the Mundo. Looks like they're going to try and catch out Mickey here. Vayne all-time 12-2 here for Reckless, but Mickey is the focus. Flash in by Hylissang. Mickey has nowhere to go. One more auto attack from Upset will be enough. First blood, Fnatic.
Well, not the start that G2 was looking for, but Upset's quite happily going to take that one in a 2 versus 2 that already for the Tristana should be very comfortable. Now, one of the big things about this 2 versus 2 matchup in the bot lane is, of course, you know, the supports. Alistar not that great at getting prio in the early laning phase. Thresh can really assist, especially a champion like Vayne, in being able to control. We often see whenever Reckless streams the Vayne that he likes the Hail of Blades, be it the ability to very quickly proc the Silver Bolt's passive, especially in lane, gives you a lot of power, and it's something that we're likely going to see leveraged a lot in the 2v2 very early on. But once Hylissang gets a couple levels, especially once Upset gets a couple levels, and given that he has an item advantage, wouldn't be surprised to see this Fnatic bot lane look to get aggressive against the G2 one.
I do really love seeing Reckless on an AD carry that can just purely hyper carry like the Vayne, because he and Upset have always had this back and forth. Upset, when he joined the league, said, I'm Reckless, just more handsome and less passive in lane. It's constantly been this argument of, can Upset actually ever rise to Reckless's level? Because Reckless is the best AD carry we've ever had in Europe. If you just look at his record, you look at what he's been able to achieve in this split, he continues to impress. However, Upset does challenge him, and right now, Fnatic are in a much better position than G2.
I also think that Upset needs to be in the conversation for MVP. He has been so solid for Fnatic this split, and has been a consistent, reliable factor whenever it comes to Fnatic wins, but a lot of MVP performances. And how could we talk about that without talking about the two junglers for both sides, Jankos and Bwipo. Yesterday, they had incredible performances. Jankos really popping off on his Lee Sin, and Bwipo doing the same on his Viego. Both going for more of the farming style junglers, where they're trying to get to 6 as quickly as possible, and you can see that they're doing a full clear from top through to bot. I'm curious as to how Bwipo is going to adapt his path, because you can see that he does not have prio in mid, he does not have prio in bot. So how will this battle for the Scuttle Crab result?
A big thing about yesterday's gameplay from both these junglers is how much time they spent around their teammates as well. You can see both of them above 50% jungle proximity. The average is around 44 to 45%. That shows how much time those junglers spend near their teammates between the 2 and the 15-minute mark. And it shows if these junglers can get towards their team, they can get ahead. Expectations are that both of them will want to farm just a little bit more in this game. You can already see Jankos going for this bot side Scuttle Crab. Bwipo is on the bottom side as well. And you'll wonder if Mickey will escort Jankos up here to look for the double scuttle, denying Bwipo one of those caps.
Well, sorry, I'm like, we know that Bwipo, where he was. G2 also know where Bwipo just was, because they dropped that ward and spotting him out on the Grom, which means that gives Jankos plenty of time to be able to move up towards the top scuttle and get the double Scuttle Crab, which is great for these farming junglers. Jankos using his prio in mid and bot to be able to get this early advantage, and that means that Bwipo will be a little bit behind in the farm department. It looks like that he's going to path towards top, see if there is an option for him to secure that grab, but there will not be. So Jankos now likely looking to get a reset in, and in that window, Bwipo is then going to try and steal the respawn of the Gromp. He's going to drop this ward, Jankos is going to have that information, and it's mainly just a trade and battle of information coming back and forth right now between the two junglers.
And for the moment, Fnatic just keeping about a 400 gold lead from that first blood, and from some CS in the bottom lane. Upset managing to farm relatively well. There's about 5 minions pushing in here, so Reckless will be able to catch some back, but of course Vayne, not the longest range AD carry in the world, can struggle on wave clear early on. All of her damage is single target, and so Reckless will just try and farm this one up underneath the tower.
Very true. So you can see that he is about a wave down, so he has fallen a little bit behind Upset, but it looks like that Reckless did go for a very early reset, which is likely where Upset was able to gain that small advantage. Upset now going back to base, going to get himself the Moon Quiver. So this early game has stayed relatively even, outside, of course, the first blood, which Upset was able to get onto Mickey.
I think that's kind of the expectation. You talked about the junglers wanting to get to that level 6. Diana so much stronger when she has the Moonfall. Of course, Karthus Requiem. We've all seen the power lasers from the sky and how much damage they can do. And that's really what Bwipo will be looking for. Both the mid laners have been left a little bit on an island as well, and Caps has been able to get himself a sizable, about 3-wave CS lead here over Niski. He has had to burn his teleport to do so, though.
Yeah, I think Niski did a similar thing where he went for an early reset, got himself the Doran's Blade, and then came back to lane with the sustain. Now he's likely to use the TP. They could be looking for a play bot. Oh, nice interrupt there from Caps. Just going to buy a little bit more time. He does have the culling if he really wants to be super obnoxious, but I think Nisqy wants to base so that he can look for a TP play bot. They have one ward sitting in the
That's Cask. Adam doesn't really have anywhere to go, but the sadism, he leveled up from the minions that died as he was flying through the air. Adam gets the sadism just in time to survive. Upset has to burn the cleanse as the hook landed in the mid lane. Nisqy burnt his TP as well, just to farm up this wave. He's going to force Caps away, but the flawless duet can be dodged away from.
Lucky stuff there for Adam. Wunder knew that he had the level advantage, and with the HP that Adam had, he saw an opportunity to get a solo kill. But just as the ultimate comes through, Adam gets himself level 6 and is able to survive the encounter. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Upset forced to use the cleanse after a good hook comes out from Mickey. And once they saw the Diana, they knew that they were in some danger. But no blood will continue to be drawn. The kill score still remains with Fnatic slightly favored. Bwipo knows that this Gromp is here. Remember, Jankos didn't do it earlier, but now the junglers will meet.
Adam's on his way as well, has the flash. Remember, Wunder doesn't have ultimate. Bwipo and Jankos trading in. Smite goes down, Jankos gets it. Wunder trying to trade onto Bwipo. Adam flashes across the wall, and Jankos will be killed off. Bwipo will fall as well. He flashes. Caps has a flash to follow up. Wunder takes a Dark Harvest. Caps goes in. Caps now needs to get away from Adam, but Adam can just chase him down. Another briefcase connects around the minions. Adam bending the bullets. 2 kills to Mundo.
Great punish here from Fnatic and great awareness. They knew that Jankos had not cleared that Gromp from the red ward that was dropped so much earlier in the game. And then once Jankos came back to it, he wasn't expecting the Fnatic top jungle to be there. They end up collapsing on them. They get the damage out because Jankos was forced to flash and Adam could chase him. And that meant that they were able to get that kill. Jankos now respawned. Adam knows that he's here. He's just going to act as spoiler. Of course, with the smite still up, very likely that it's not going to result on anything. We're going to have a quick look back at this. So, Jankos puts himself in a very awkward position. Bwipo is just standing here dealing a bunch of damage. Adam, it's like he's locked on with these briefcases, landing every single hit. Jankos knows that he can't commit to the fight, but then the moment that the flash comes through, Wunder's like, okay, I've got to trade kills. At this point, he decides to try and give the kill over to Caps, and Bwipo uses that window. Really good Q onto Wunder means that he can't rejoin the fight. Caps has to flash over as well, which costs him his life as well. Another good briefcase landed by Adam to secure themselves another kill. So now Fnatic put themselves in a 1k gold advantage.
See G2 trying to isolate Adam by himself. Bwipo has the Requiem now. Adam, no flash, has already used the sadism. Hylissang behind the wall here, gonna get condemned into the wall, but Mickey and Reckless don't want to go in because they don't know where the jungler is. Adam, though, dived on by Jankos, and Adam will be shut down. Caps gets the kill.
Okay, so a lot of the action happening as a result of the junglers, somewhat as we expected. Fnatic very aggressive in the early game, often looking for skirmishes and fights, but when we see them playing this Karthus, they're a little bit more reserved. They're quite happy to allow Bwipo to scale up and then use their often lane-dominant individuals to combine with the Karthus ultimate. You can see that Bwipo already has a level advantage. Knowing where Jankos was, he started on the bot side, Jankos up towards the top. Reckless and Mickey playing very defensive, knowing that they don't really have that much support from the rest of the team, and Reckless is actually going to take the red buff because they know the risk of this being stolen, given that Jankos is securing the Herald right now.
I love the fact that we talked about getting to level 6, starting to see plays, and immediately when both these teams get there, they know where their power is. They try and play around it. Bwipo only with 2 assists, but Adam with 2 kills in his back pocket is having a stormer of a time against Wunder. I saw a tweet from him earlier, was in French, so I apologize if I butcher the translation, but he was talking about how it's about proving that he can play against G2 on the stage. He's very hyped for today and that he wanted to show that he isn't just a good player, but he's a player that can really challenge G2 on the LEC stage. At the moment, he's definitely doing that. 2-1-1 on this Mundo.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Different names, but the orgs are still the same. Whenever you watch Fnatic and G2 play, regardless of the rosters, it's always going to be an exciting one, that's for sure. And Adam has fit very well into this Fnatic roster. I like your statement that his willingness to die, that the player is full of confidence right now. A big conversation for Rookie of the Split for Adam. And yeah, a lot of question marks around his addition to the roster, but I think that he's proven his value time and time again, especially with some of his unique picks like the Olaf as well.
Hylissang trying to prove his value in the mid lane here, but Wunder already on his way down. Hylissang's going to headbutt away to a minion and will manage to escape. Okay, 10 minutes in, Betty. So a quick look at where we are in terms of state of the game. 500 gold between the two teams. A dragon in Fnatic's back pocket, but the Rift has already been picked up by Jankos.
And I'm curious as to where he chooses to use that. Right now, 2 plates have been dropped topside, but you don't really want to funnel that gold into Wunder. One option that G2 could have is swapping their bot lane up towards top, and then the cross-map play could happen from the side of Fnatic, where they trade bot tower in exchange for the top one. Alternatively, Jankos could look to pass path towards bot and then try and drop this Herald there to invest more money into the Vayne. I think that one strong play they could do is unlock the Lucian, though. Get him opened up on the map a little bit more, get Caps roaming around, and try and funnel more resources into the mid laner, who's already quite strong, and build this advantage over the Aurelia so that she doesn't have the same threat in a side lane as she often can have.
For the moment, Bubba's just trying to...
The chase is coming, Adam on his way.
Adam is on his way, doesn't have the flash, but Niski does. The Vanguard's edge coming out, there's a Moonfall as well. Hylissang joins the fray, but Jankos able to get away with the Lantern, and Caps somehow still alive. Here's the Requiem. Is it going to be enough? It's cancelled. Wonder comes in with a cask from the gods to stop Whippo bringing down the lasers.
So much just happened in that sequence of events. And I don't want to break it down now. I want the replay because like there were so many individual things that resulted in nothing really happening. But such great awareness from both teams. No major gold gains are going to be swung either side. Caps is going to be forced to reset. Jankos now in some serious trouble. But he's not going to get collapsed on.
He's going to do the collapsing. Because Caps has just TP'd in. Mickey's on his way. Reckless has the Lantern as well.
Culling.
Caps, Gale Force available. Culling available. Miniski there to block it. Hylissang flashes away. How is everyone getting out on such low HP? Whipper with the flash as well. And now you have to think that calls for a Rift Herald here from Jankos. They'll clear out the wave, and there goes the Rift Herald.
I very much agree with you, Medic. This is the play, because now they've delayed Fnatic's backs by so much. Caps could very well get the entire turret right now. He wants to make sure that he gets hit, but the TP is going to come through, so that's going to mitigate any real push. That likely will be another plate for both jungle and mid for G2. Oh my word. Let's have a look back at this initial play. So Jankos a little overstepped here, but he does have the support from the Lucian. He didn't expect this slow to be able to connect. And watch here. So the thing to pay attention to is Niski. He knows that he can flash ult, and look at how the Alistair is being kept at bay by Mickey. They're just trying to zone each other off. Then the Lantern comes through to take Jankos just barely to safety. Then the initial engage from Hylissang taking up this damage. Then this guy gets very low. G2 think they can go for the re-engage, and then Wonder ease over the wall into ultimates to interrupt the play. Just so many individually great stuff from both sides. The flash ult from Niski, that should have been a kill if it weren't for Mickey's positioning there. Hylissang delaying the collapse from the rest of G2. Great stuff early on in the game. Low kills, but you can see still a lot of action, and we're only 13 minutes in.
I mean, you always promised an incredible game when you see G2 and Fnatic. Upset was waiting here. Hylissang still has the unbreakable will. Mickey and Reckless will just chunk him out. Just your guaranteed action. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of relative gold. 1,000 gold difference between Upset and Reckless. That's plates in the bottom lane and the kill, of course. In the mid lane, though, 700 gold in favor of Caps as well. He already has that Gale Force complete. He is a level down on Niskin. A level usually about 600 gold worth of stats overall.
We're reaching first items for both sides. I'm really curious as to what Reckless will go for. Usually he does take the Kraken Slayer for like maximum damage, but I have seen many Vaynes take things like the shield bow in the event of the fear that you're going to get dived. You know, if you want a little bit more survivability, and she really does take a lot of value from the lifesteal as well.
I'm also thinking Requiem is just so powerful in that sort of situation. A shield bow can give you that bit of extra protection. Hexdrinker not as strong as it used to be. Caps Gale forcing in, looking for Whipper. Whipper has no mana, but somehow once again he's out alive. Jankos look for him. There's Wonder with the cask. They'll take one, and now G2 really want this fight. Requiem coming out. That's Whipper from beyond the grave, and there's a pause. I think it's a Fnatic pause. I see the referees talking to them, but what a moment to pause the game. Straight back on into the action. Let's get on into this game of League of Legends as we jump right on in. G2 versus Fnatic. Always a fight for the ages. Hylissang on the front line here with the Unbreakable Will. He's going to get locked up. Wonder knocked back, though. Wonder's ticking. The Ignite will get him down, and Upset gets a reset from that. Now, G2 actually start up the Dragon straight away. Upset, is he going to go in? Lots of wards here. Mickey misses the hook. Adam's still very healthy. Upset dives forward. Mickey next on the menu. The explosive charge is going to take him down. And now Upset diving in. Jankos manages to get across the wall.
Hylissang knocks him over the wall.
Okay.
But Fnatic end up trading even in kills there. 2 for 2. They lose the Drake. And I thought that that fight was going to go much worse for them. So let's look back at this. Thank you very much, observers. Caps dives in straight into the face of Whippo and Niski. Immediately has to flash out. Takes the Lantern to safety, but now you can see Fnatic is split. When Wonder TP's in, he uses the ult, flash E combo off the back of the Condemn, and you can see here the Hex Flash is going to be interrupted as a result of the Everfrost that
stops the channel of the Hex Flash.
Stops the channel of the Hex Flash. Now, the rest of G2 decide to overcommit here, and this is where the follow-up CC comes through from Hylissang. Good ultimate there from Upset, combined with the Ignite, gets them the kill, and then it's a bit of an overstep here from Mickey. He's trying to zone Adam away, look for a potential hook. He does have vision, but then Upset goes straight in. Nice sidestep of the damage, flashes, gets the initial kill, looking for a potential reset, and then the knockout comes through. Hook once again.
X-Flash hook, Jankos jumping forward, double buffs on Hylissang, but here comes Bwipo, here comes Upset. Hylissang down, Jankos gets it, there's the land to try and get him out. Caps now diving forward onto Bwipo as well, and Bwipo doesn't have the mana. His buffs were stolen, his life was stolen. It's a double for Jankos.
Exactly that, Medic. G2, after losing a fight, immediately back out onto the map, and they decide violence is the answer. 65 is now the kill score for both sides. Only 400 gold separates the two teams, 16 minutes in, and we are right back into the thick of things.
Okay, a couple of things. We're going to do a recap of where we are totally in a second here, Vedius, but I do want to celebrate something. Look in the top lane. His name is Wonder. He is wonderful, often playing WoW, sometimes playing League of Legends, but he has just achieved his 1000th ever LEC career kill. Congratulations, Wonder!
Congratulations to Wonder. He has been 1 kill off. Well, actually, he's been 4 kills off for like quite a while, but he just doesn't get kills. But that was, in fact, his 1000th kill of LEC career. So impressive stuff from Wonder. He will take a turret in the top sides, and he will get G2 now a 1k gold lead. Yeah,
so let's talk about where we are in terms of the game. 17 minutes in or thereabouts, G2 have that 1000 gold lead. Adam's going to answer with some gold in this tower in the bottom lane. Items across the board have been picked up. You can see Jankos and Wonder working together here to try and catch up Bwipo, who is not having a good game. Upset diving onto Reckless though, and Reckless can just condemn him away. You can see the top side of the map for G2 is having a barnstormer of a game. 2-1-3, 2-1-3, 2-1-3. All three of those potential fakers that Upset talked about on Euphoria are really performing well.
The thing about Karthus is the moment you fall behind, it becomes very hard to get back into the game. Oh, they know Niski's in there.
And Niski knows he should have retreated. Heals up a little bit, but Reckless will take the kill. G2 playing a 4-man stack on the top side while Caps is by himself on the bottom.
G2 are relentless with their regression, and so much credit needs to go to Jankos and Wonder. They are continuing to be proactive on the map. The second Jankos got a slight lead in this jungle matchup, he has not slowed down with it, constantly looking for plays, looking for picks. And Caps forced to catch the bot wave, but he was able to disengage. So Fnatic losing a little bit of control, Bwipo being put very far behind, and Niski on this Aurelia. We talked about it in draft in this 1v1 matchup. Whoever gets ahead is has a big swing in terms of control over the side lane, and for the time being, Caps is going to be so much further ahead. Bwipo needs to be careful, no flash, or maybe it's Jankos that needs to be careful.
The Lantern is such a get-out-of-jail-free card, though. We have seen Thresh banned every single game, and then you let it through, and this is what it can do. It doesn't matter if you catch someone out, if they can just click that Lantern to escape. Fnatic, though, still trying to make plays. They've controlled this bottom side jungle. Caps hasn't got the flash, doesn't have the Gale Force either, and Upset knows it. Upset goes in, gets the shutdown. That was a pure 1v1.
Upset really putting Fnatic on his back right now. He was able to get that first blood in lane, and now he's continuing to find pick after pick after pick. His aggression is just... it's just so evident. You can see that he is not afraid of G2, as Niski now going for the 1v1.
Yeah, Wonder doesn't have the body slam. Oh, it's not a 1v1 for long, my friend. Reckless and Mickey were behind enemy lines. Niski now spots the fact that Jankos is waiting for him as well. The Rocket Belt will get Jankos in range for the Moonfall, and there is the hook. Niski tries to dodge away with the Blade Surge, but Jankos is on the chase. A killing spree for the Diana. Meanwhile, though, Fnatic are playing the other side of the map, and even though it seems like G2, you know, they're picking up these kills, they're picking up the pace, Fnatic are still well within touching distance of gold, and this is going to be another 600 gold fed into Upset. He's going to be at 9,000 gold when no one on G2 has even crested the 8,000 mark.
Yes, while G2 do have advantages over many of their lane counterparts, you know, Jankos getting a little bit ahead of Bwipo, Caps getting ahead of Niski. Upset has just been farming away. Plates in the early game, towers in the mid game, and finding every, or most of the kills for Fnatic. It really will be Upset versus the world as this game progresses. Remember that Bwipo will continue to scale. All Upset really needs is a front line to play around, and then there's a very a realistic world where he can win the game for Fnatic. Right now, though, control in the top side continues to swing in G2's favor. I think it's fair to say that right now, it's just a battle of the cross map. Whatever G2 takes in top, Fnatic is taking in bots. And it's just a matter of side laners doing what they can to try and catch what farm they can. Hylissang looking to collapse onto Wonder, Lantern there just for safety.
I mean, it does give away the fact that Wonder's in that bush as well, so if Fnatic had been a little bit quicker to pull the trigger after that Lantern disappeared, perhaps they could have found something. However, what do we have on the menu? Well, Baron's on the cards. Both teams will do it pretty quickly. Of course, Akarthus can burn through it very rapidly, as can a Vayne. Double AD carry on the side of G2 will manage to burn it down. Bwipo chasing Jankos out of the jungle. Hylissang flashing away from it. There's 1,700 gold between the two teams. And right now, a lot of that you have to look at lying on the top side of the map for G2. There's 1,400 gold lead for Caps in the mid lane, 1,100 for Jankos in the jungle.
So we have a little bit of time now, because both these teams are, you know, setting up. The next objective isn't going to be spawning for a while. A lot of the outer towers have been gone. So let's talk a little bit about the historic record between these two teams, because every time they match up, we have to bring up the rivalry that does exist and why this is such an exciting matchup. 8 LEC titles for G2, 7 for Fnatic. Only recently did G2 thwart Fnatic in the number of titles that they actually had. The head-to-head, you can see, is quite clearly in the favor of G2, and a lot of that is in the recent history too. Since 2020, G2 lead with 13 wins to 5 losses.
It's been a while since Fnatic really had the upper hand in this, and perhaps people were thinking that this season might have been the time. Even Reckless was saying he thinks Fnatic are probably the best team in the LEC at the moment. And you can see, even though G2 have had their foot on the accelerator, even though they've been trying to up the tempo of the game, Fnatic has still been finding things on the other side of the map. The question is, can this new Fnatic lineup, with Bwipo in the jungle, with Adam in the top lane, with Upset as their AD carry, continue to develop and really challenge as the rest of the season goes on?
Good damage coming out from Reckless. Hook goes a little wide there from Mickey. Could have been a big pick, but doesn't end up finding anything. And again, I think a lot of it comes off of Reckless's replacement, Upset. This man is having a fantastic game. I think he's overall had a fantastic split. Last split, he was the most aggressive alongside Hylissang, and while they don't have as many 2v2 kills, that aggression hasn't really changed. He jumps in.
Yeah, Wonder doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Tries to flash away, but Hylissang's on the chase. They lock him up. Wonder will fall, and once again, it's Upset who gets the kill and gets the bounty. 150 extra gold from that kill for him. Are Fnatic going to look for more here? Mickey and Reckless waiting round the corner.
Good stun came out from Nisqy to set up for the dive. We're going to have another very quick pause. But fortunately, you won't have to listen to me talk much longer because we're getting right back into the game.
Let's jump on back into the action. Oh, Hook immediately on Bwipo. He's going to pop the stopwatch. G2 looking to retreat away from this one. Stopwatch used as well by Jankos as Nisqy dives underneath the tower. Jankos has already used the moonfall here and he can't get away. Upset with another bounty, another shutdown. Bwipo has fallen, I believe, as Adam TPs into this fight. G2 at a numbers disadvantage. The culling from Caps finds its mark. 2 for 2 so far on the trade. Reckless and Mickey looking for a flank position here. Mickey's going to eat an infected Cleaver. The chase is still on. Wonder has the TP. As you say, Reckless gets the Scuttle Crab, condemn into the wall. Mickey low, though. Upset could be his 3rd kill of this fight. Mickey's still alive. Wonder and Reckless trying to do what they can. Upset's in the pit by himself. Nisqy hits the flawless duet, and there goes Reckless. Now Nisqy gets a double, and just like that, it's turned on his head once again. Fnatic get 2. Upset looking for more of his Wonder TP'd in, perhaps to his death. Caps getting chased away by Adam in a pure 1v1. The Cleaver! Adam! Surgical precision from the doctor in the house. Fnatic clean up the fight and they're going for the Baron.
And Fnatic will look to reclaim control over this game. It looked like a big fight for G2, but they were able to turn it around after some beautiful execution coming out from Nisqy. Now Jankos near the pit. Can he get the steal? No flash.
No, either. Jankos now has his ultimate. You're going for this, mate. You got to go in now. You got the smite. Equal smites, but Hylissang once again a great distraction. Forces Jankos away, and now Jankos is dead. There's nothing you can do in this situation. Adam will take the kill. Fnatic now 2,000 gold ahead, and it flicked like a switch.
So, at the beginning of the pause, this was the situation that we found ourselves in. Now, Fnatic had the right set on trying to get a pick onto Jankos. So, Nisqy flashes over the wall and follows up with Upset immediately into finding a kill. Meanwhile, Bwipo wasn't expecting these two members of G2 to be sitting in this brush, so Rekkles gets himself a kill. So it ends up being a trade of junglers on both sides. TP then comes in from Caps as the ultimate comes through, gets heavily mitigated by the Aegis from Mickey. Then with the TP from Adam, late TP coming out from Wunder, but it doesn't matter because they realize that they get that initial kill. The members are now even on both sides, and at this point we're thinking, okay, well, where's the TP from Wunder? But Caps actually goes back to top lane. They are in a 2 versus 3 here. Rekkles doing what he can to keep Mickey alive, and it's looking pretty promising, but then the slow connects onto Rekkles, and it doesn't matter. We don't have time because we're back into the action.
Onto Caps, there's the lantern there for him, but Caps has been knocked away from it, and there's a ward on top of it. But here comes Jankos, the shutdown onto Upset. That's all your goal. Nisqy has to do so much in this fight, but Bwipo's already there. Nisqy trying to dive onto Rekkles, but he's been knocked back as well. The flawless duet does not quite connect. The lantern gets them out. Bwipo still gets a double. The hook coming out as well in a 3v3 now. Adam tanking up the tower for days.
Adam does not care. Another fight kicks off. Fnatic didn't even have a wave. I don't even understand how they got there because the last fight was just so long. I think that G2, we're immediately going to get a replay as to exactly what happened. So they did have a pushing wave. Hylissang controlling a little bit of vision. Caps is trying to get a bit of poke damage, and then he thinks because he had the lantern, he's in safe quarters. But then the knock-up comes through, the knock back into the control ward. Caps, there's no way for him to get the last hit. Then look at this engage from Wunder. The damage and the ultimate from Jankos as well locks them up as Rekkles is just free-firing on the back line. But then with a TP from Nisqy, Rekkles realizes he can no longer commit to the fight. So Wunder now has to disengage. He then loses his life, ends up being a 2 for 2, and now, quick, observers, get us back into the fight.
Oh, Bwipo looking very happy with his performance so far, as he should be. 1,500 gold between these two teams. You can see Bwipo died relatively early on in that fight, but a Requiem, a wall of pain, a few little skittles on the ground can do a lot of work. Fnatic with this Baron buff haven't broken an inhibitor line yet, though they are very strong right now. Upset, 3 items complete. Infinity Edge, Kraken Slayer, and the Rapid Fire Cannon. Rekkles still waiting for the Ginsus. Has a Rage Knife in his inventory. Adam as well. This guy, a rookie. 4-1-6 against Wunder, against G2. He is having a stellar performance so far. He continues to be the front line that Fnatic needs, showing us that he is not just, you know, the carry player, the Olaf, the Darius. He's also someone that can flex his style for his team's requirements. And now he is by himself in a side lane as G2 lose another 2 towers, but continue to hold on to their base.
Look at the damage that G2 now have. Infinity Edge completed for Caps, Rekkles completing the Rage Blade. Question is it going to be enough to melt through the front line that Fnatic have? Level 16 on Adam. Hylissang has the Abyssal Mask, giving that extra bit of damage. Jankos
jumps away. Oh,
messes up the combo there. He even had Flash, and Upset did not. Big blunder there from Jankos. Really think that could have been a massive pick for him and G2.
It's a Pixels thing though, right? Like, because the jump had already happened. The Moonfall was just at the edge of pulling him out of it. It wasn't even like Upset buffered the jump afterwards. Just Jankos not quite connecting on it, Vedi. And this game is... it's giving me that feeling that you get when you watch Fnatic G2 games. That feeling when... remember Summer 2019 in Athens? With all the crowd behind you. Remember Rekkles and Hylissang backdooring on Rakan and Lucian? Remember all the times we've seen these two Titans, these Goliaths face off against each other. It's giving me that feeling once again. 2,000 gold between the two of them. It feels like it's on a knife edge. And once again, it's pixel perfect precision there from Hylissang, steps away from the hook.
Wow. Right now, though, it feels like Fnatic is quite firmly in control. Their gold lead is about 2.5k. Their front line is incredibly strong. Adam is an absolute titan, and Bwipo, even though he has 6 deaths, he has a bounty on his head. He is working towards the death cap. I'm just going to have a quick look how far away is. He's quite far away from me. He's quite far away.
About 2,000 gold.
So G2 don't have to be too worried about that, but when he gets it, they definitely have to be worried. For now, Fnatic have just been setting up vision around the bot side of the map. Very deep vision so they can control the Drake.
A Cloud Drake with this Cloud Soul with this team is pretty strong as well.
It is very strong. A lot of high-value ultimates here, but this vision is very good from Fnatic. G2 trying to make a cross-map play where they set up vision around the topside river. Hylissang going to get a little bit of information. Face check that with Adam. They just don't care, as they shouldn't, because they're not going to get one-shots. They want you to engage on them. Nisqy there right behind him, level 16 now on the Aurelia. Come back into this game very nicely. Was a little bit behind early on. 0-2-0 was the scoreline, but now 2-3-3. Actually a higher level than that of Caps.
Upset's just got himself a Guardian Angel as well, Vedi.
Oh.
Makes it even trickier for G2 to isolate him, because we've seen a couple of the fights that have been close, or G2 have managed to come out of winning. They've killed Upset off right at the start. Now, you kill Upset, he's coming back. You kill Whippo, he'll stay around for a good 5-10 seconds to put down more DPS, and really the question is, can G2 find Fnatic? Caps on the front line. Here's the TP from Adam. Hillisang straight onto Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hillisang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out. It's cancelled. Whippo on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the main things right now. He's looking for Niski. There's a couple of kills. 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies. Flashbacks to double lift. You can't do that on a Vayne, Reckless. No matter what you do, Fnatic will find you. Reckless dies. Caps dies. Jankos dies. Mickey dies. G2 dies. Fnatic strike.
And with this amount of HP, with Adam on the front line with a wave, Fnatic could just very well end the game right here, right now. He doesn't care about these towers. Upset is still alive. Can Wonder save the game?
He pops his stopwatch, but his Nexus towers will go pop. Not much that Wonder can do in this situation. Fnatic claim a 2-0 versus G2.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
Systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Just walking gently and you're breaking our bone. Cool and deeply, you have a style of your own. The saxophone, does it sound like the top of the tone? Yeah, I'm a record when you run, come around, yeah.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Easy now, no need to go down. Easy now, no need to go down. Rock that run, that's where we're from. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. 'Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. 'Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. Easy now, no need to go down. Just walking gently and you're breaking our bone. Cool and deeply, you have a style of your own. The saxophone, does it sound like the top of the tone? Yeah, I'm a record when you run, come around, yeah. Make me whole body bubble. Let me know, say you're trouble when you're ready for the double and hit that. Nothing, make play with it a little. Why you so not tickle? I'm telling you to hit that. Nothing, make stay with it a little. Why you so not tickle? I'm feeling them.
Wait up.
When you run, come around. When you run, come around. You're the talk of the town. When you run, come around. When you run, come around. Easy now, no need to go down. Easy now, no need to go down. Walking gently and you're breaking around. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. 'Cause now you're the talk of the town. Whoop whoop when you run.
With the compositions locked, we are now moments away from Rogue versus the Mad Lions.
You really have to wonder what was going through the mind of the coaches during a draft like this.
You fool. How could you leave the stage allowing me to pick a champion as broken as Seraphine?
You think you outsmarted me? Classic mistake. I've known about your Seraphine pick for ages now. Clearly you're unaware of the recent changes to Serpent's Fang. I'm sure that my Zed bot will put them to good use.
That would be clever, Mac, but I already did my research on your players. They're all far too selfish to build Serpent's Fang. They'd rather have more flat AD.
Freddy, I am their coach. Of course I know how to deal with situations like this. I prepared a presentation that outlined all the fake changes to Serpent's Fang. They'll be dying to buy it by the end of it.
But what will you do when they read the actual patch notes?
We both know that pro players don't read, Freddy. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, Mac, it appears you've got me cornered. Or would if I hadn't selected Tom Kench as my first pick.
Oh no.
Yes, it is easy in your euphoric state to forget the power of the catfish. I've had this one prepped in secret for months by only the best analysts in the world.
Oh, are those the same analysts whose PayPals I've received and have since been compensating handsomely to convince you to pick trash champions?
Those weren't analysts you sent money to. Those were struggling artists who I commissioned to draw this picture of your face when you found out the truth.
Cute. While you've been playing your little art jokes, I've had a man infiltrate on the inside to tear apart the very fabric of your team. How will Hans Summer perform, I wonder, as he has anime is trash whispered into his ear every night?
Anime is trash.
And that might have worked, Mac, but we've had your house bugged for months. We saw this coming from a mile away.
Yeah, but how could you even hope to understand us when we were only speaking in Spanish?
Freddy hablo español.
So that's how you knew to use the Nunu counterpick?
Of course. Oh, Mac, you were always one step behind.
Except there's one fatal flaw to your plan, Freddy. I am Nunu. I knew you were listening. I knew you could speak Spanish, and it was all to get you into this final trap. Now when Inspired is feeding relentlessly, and he says that he can't control his champion, who will believe him?
I'll admit, Mac, that was a twist I was not ready for. Maybe you will take this game. And maybe in some weird way I'll take some joy or satisfaction in it. After all, we have spent so much time together. The games, the tender moments, the walkies.
The walkies? No. No, it's impossible!
But it is possible, Mac. I know all of your secrets, because I am your best friend. I am your fur baby. I am brave! And this is why you will always be one step behind, until you learn to give everything to the draft.
Wait. I picked up your poop for months. That's disgusting.
It's a very good question, Vedius. You really have to be willing to believe some wild, wild stuff for this to make any sense.
This is the worst draft I think I have ever seen.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC and the weirdest content this side of the equator. Coming into the penultimate week of the regular season, it is upon us, and the race for playoffs is getting closer and closer towards a massive crescendo. XL Esports and Schalke 04 have fallen very quickly in the standings, and they face off in a game that neither can afford to lose. I am your host, Quickshot, in full reunition with my boys Gulborg and Ender. I've missed you, Mr. Freyson.
I don't know if that's a word, but yeah, I missed you too. And honestly, I was really excited for today up until my immersion got ruined at the end of that cold open. I was on board, right? Like, obviously, coaches probably thinking a lot of those things, but then the casters weren't wearing headsets at the end. And that just doesn't make any sense.
I saw that too. They're slacking. Dracos and Vedius, come on, take notes. All right. Last week, we saw Fnatic and Rogue. They secured their spot in the summer playoffs today. Misfits are looking to join them with a win. Looking back at last week, though, and you see the standings on your screen, the icing on the cake was Fnatic versus G2. I mean, Gulborg, what did you think of the game?
Yeah, I definitely felt like it was a bit back and forth. G2 in the beginning had some clear strengths, but then moving on to let me just pause before mentioning Fnatic's strength towards this one. They clearly had some good ideas coming into this one with the casters pick from Bubbo as well to kind of try to neutralize the composition we saw coming out from G2 as well. But my big highlight player from this series was actually Upset. A guy when going up against Reckless has always been undermined, but this time around, he was the one that came out ahead.
And so many times I feel like Fnatic G2 games come down to these scrappy fights. You know, so many times this ends up happening. You mentioned Upset. He performed so well. I feel like Whippos Karthus also just pumped out an absurd amount of damage. Hylissang did a lot of really clever engages with his Hex Splash too. That wasn't the only one that was able to catch off G2 off guard. So Fnatic were able to come ahead in those scrappy fights, and it's showing a big difference, I feel like, in the Fnatic versus G2 in 2021 is that Fnatic are the team that is looking much stronger in the team fights. And Yamato Cannon, let's get a check on that wall. Let's see if that's not got a hole or two in it, because he was slamming that thing.
It absolutely does. The damage is there. We're sending him the bill a little bit later. I mean, Fnatic haven't 2-0 G2 since spring of 2018. They are looking on form. Now, SK Gaming, on the other hand, they looked lost. They were absolutely nowhere to be seen. And somehow they pull out a 2-0 week. I mean, Ender, explain this to me.
I mean, look, SK had a really rough start to the season, and they were also marred by a couple of different roster swaps, you know? Jez's being in the roster at the start, them not being able to get blue for week 1. So I feel like now the team is having a real shot at building up some synergy, getting the same 5 players onto the starting roster. I think that Lilip has performed pretty well for a rookie coming onto the stage, working with the rest of the team too. I think that Treats has a little bit of bonus there, being a former support, learning how to work with him, and you can see them ganging up on Humanoid in the mid lane, predicting the flash too. Beautiful stuff coming out from Lilith. And you can't forget that SK was a standout team in the spring split. I think a lot of people were shocked to see them make roster changes at all, and I'm glad to see them find some semblance of success, even if it is coming very late in the season here.
And to me, really, one of the key things as well was finding this keyword. Productivity for SK Gaming was something they lacked in the past. This time around in the early game, they're not afraid to start these engages. That's been very good with teleports towards skirmishes in the bot side of the map. And the thing with SK is, once they get a lead, once they finally get ahead, they're actually really solid at keeping it. Now, the counterpart to that is that when they don't get a lead, they're not so solid at getting those victories. They don't usually come back. But once again, the productivity, their willingness to be the one to pull the trigger is what is gaining SK some of these victories.
And on the stage as well. I mean, Ender was talking a lot about Lilith, made his debut here on the stage, one of the first games back, one of the first players under the lights. It's very, very impressive. And of course, with their wins, it's taken a big shakeup in the race for playoffs. Now, it does feature 5 different teams currently fighting for one spot. So for this next segment, I want to ask who has momentum in the race. And I'm just going to assume that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are already locked, meaning 6 through 10 are who myself, Gulborg, and Ender are going to talk about. Who do you have your eyes on as securing that 6th and final spot here, Gulborg?
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of miracle teams right here, but to me, the biggest miracle team is Astralis, but not for the reason you think it is. No, Astralis consistently needs miracles to win their games when I'm watching them play. They're always so far behind from the early game heading into the mid game, and when they're winning, it's by backdoors, it's by finding victories when they're 3k deficit behind in gold. I don't understand how, but it happens.
They're not going to do it. and I'll tell you why they're not going to do it. All right, my boys XL are going to take the 6th spot. Now, I don't care what happened last week, right? I bought my tickets 2 weeks ago, where even though they lost both of those games, and yes, they are 0-4 in the last 2 weeks, the 2 losses they had to significantly stronger opponents were actually pretty good. And you know, they play Astralis, and they play Vitality, and they looked pretty good in the previous games earlier in the season. I think XL have had 2 weeks of bad form, but I do think out of the competition around them, that they are half a step to a step ahead of everybody else, and I'm pegging them to take number 6.
Quick shot. I've got a couple of questions to ask you. First of all, how long have you been doing your job?
2012. We're going on 9 years. Where are you going with this?
Okay. And how long have you been casting Excel?
As long as they've existed.
And how many times have they made playoffs?
Why? What? Like what? Fine, 0.
And it's going to stay that
now.
way. Okay,
it's
look,
changing now.
Trevor, here's the thing. Look, Excel, you know, maybe, but they're already a game behind Astralis and Vitality, and my money is on Vitality for what it's worth. Look, this team came in with a little bit of a bang, and I feel like if you're looking across the board, this is the team with the best shot, especially bringing in Shigenda now that I know they haven't gotten a lot of wins since they put him on the team, but they also had a really hard strength of schedule since getting him, and their game against SK, I think, was the best indicator for how they're going to do into this playoffs race coming towards the end of the season. I think we got to see a very proactive Selfmade in the early game, playing around the top side of this map, and I think this is going to be the key to success for Vitality. Selfmade getting active in the early game, playing around Leader and Shigenda, because you know Crownshot is going to be showing up as a carry in those later stages. He's going to be fine down on that bottom side of the map, so if they get their stuff in order in the early game, they are going to be just fine.
I do not like being used as a prop in your argument, young man. That was not fun for me. But of course, everybody at home, let us know who you think is going to be able to take that 6th and final spot. I am XL, he's Astralis, he's wrong with Vitality, and of course, XL are going to be both of them. Now, this week, Ashley Kang is returning to the LEC, and for those of you that don't know her, Ashley is a phenomenal interviewer. She's also an expert on the LCK Korean League of Legends scene. So, Ashley, you're joining us from Seoul once again. What can you tell us about the state of the LCK right now, and why are DK not winning?
Okay, for people who haven't been tuning into the LCK, big news, Damwon Kia is actually not on top of the LCK standing. I think 2 things happened. Number 1, the meta shifted towards less jungle carry and more bot lane carry, which kind of broke the existing synergy that Damwon Kia used to have. And also, the bot lane of the team is kind of struggling right now. So they're kind of contesting 4th place in the LCK alongside Liv Sandbox. Above them, we have T1, who have recently been making resurgence. Genji Esports, who have just been knocked down from the 1st place by Nongsin Red Force, who sits on top of the LCK.
Oh, you just said T1 are making resurgence. That makes me very happy. I saw recently that Faker just played his 650th LCK game. How is Faker and obviously the rest of T1 doing as we're heading later into summer?
Like, I don't like saying Faker is back because I don't really feel like the unkillable Demon King truly went away, but he is definitely back in peak because if you look at the stats, he has the biggest goal difference in the LCK for the first 15 minutes. That's higher than Chovy or Showmaker. Also, he has been stepping up as the main shot caller for T1, which has kind of been working perfectly because T1 has been fielding more rookies like Gumayusi, Keria, Owner, who are like 18 or 19 years old. So I really love this cute narrative where this is like a team of Faker who is like a living legend and a veteran surrounded by 4 rookies performing super well who might actually end up becoming new Faker in a few years' time.
Oh, I absolutely love the way you say that. Faker may have never left, and I'm inclined to agree with you there. Maybe the rest of T1 has rejoined him. Maybe that's an idea to explore. Let's pretend for a second I've not seen any LCK at all. I don't know any of the teams. What is an NS, and how are they the new LCK super team?
Okay, so if Nongsim is a relatively new team, but if you don't recognize the name Nongsim Red Force, you will definitely recognize the name Peanut because Peanut is the veteran of the team as he is surrounded by relatively younger players like Guri, Dukdam, and Rich. But what I love about Nongsim is the power of friendship, as the LCK casters would love to say, because this is not a flashy team that wins lanes at level 2, but has insane team fights. Some people draw comparisons to 2019 Griffin with them. So if they keep performing with this consistency, we might see another Suning going into 2021 Worlds a relatively unknown team in a major region who might just end up making it all the way to top.
I think it's so crucial that you actually highlight the power and the value and the impact that a team that synergizes well, that complements one another can have. You know, like a Power Rangers Megazord or a Gotron Weasel Robot, you know what I mean? Okay, so you're obviously making it clear that you think LCK are going to win Worlds. Like, I can hear the bias.
No, I'm not that biased, Travis.
So what's the gap between the LEC and the LCK right now?
Okay, my huge LCK bias aside and as a neutral perspective,
That's so hard, I can hear it, I can hear it.
I actually honestly don't believe that gap is too big right now because there isn't a single dominant team in the LCK like we had in 2020 Summer Down 1 or 2015-2016 SKT. Like, Mad Lions took Diamond Gear all the way to 5 games back in the MSI semifinals, and I see a variety of playstyles in both LEC top teams and the LCK top teams. I still think the LCK is a bit ahead, especially in terms of consistency, but I don't think the gap is that big. Maybe if I had to say a number and trigger all the Reddit fans, maybe 60-40.
I love it that you hear the hesitation. Do I say a number? I'm not sure I want to. I didn't plan this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Ashley, thank you so much for giving us insight on LEC and LCK. I'm looking forward to your interviews all weekend long. Now, this week we got a brand new episode of Pop Quiz, and the usually unbeatable Bwippo was challenged by the king of solo queue. We'll see you later, Ashley.
Spectral Maw.
Spectral what?
Spectral Maw. Mordekaiser. Spectral Maw.
Viego's W.
Oh my god.
Spectral Maw. That's Viego W.
Crescent Guard.
Croissant God? That's what you said, bro.
Crescent.
Guard. So it has to be something that protects. Braum?
I think it's like a shield spell.
Yoni?
Crescent Guard.
Xin Zhao's ult.
What? Crescent Guard.
Xin Zhao R.
What? Seer, spelled S-E-A-R.
S-E-A-R? Seer? Man, what are these names?
No way, that's an ability. What? How am I this bad at this?
I don't know, Sejani.
Man, this is hard. Everyone will say brand, but I will not because I think I'm getting debated. But I'm thinking of something hot.
Seer, S-E-A-R.
Brand's Q.
Hallowed Mist.
Hallowed Mist. I mean, again, the champions that come to mind is Viego, it's Yorick, it's...
Oh, Senai.
What?
Oh, yeah, I know that. It's Senna. Viego, is Viego still? Wait, it has to be Senna.
Viego E. Is there more Mist champions?
Hallowed Mist.
I mean, it's one of the Shadow Isles champs, yes. But like, who has Hallowed Mist?
Hallowed Mist. That's Gwen's W.
It's Gwen's W?
Yes.
So tricky, like, oh.
Flare.
Leona.
What? Corky.
Oh god, man. Why is this so hard? Smear Q.
Yes.
I know the champion. Now it's just to guess which thing it is. Samir's passive. But props to the people that name these abilities, man. Like, they are so accurate.
For the first time ever, Bwippo is unseated as the king of Pop Quiz. Congratulations, Magi Felix. You and I were, in fact, tied for score because I had the same number of correct answers.
You legit just told me
last week we saw a new champion rise in the middle. Shut up. What's off camera stays off camera. As Irelia returned to pro play after her recent buffs. I'm going to go to Ender first. How strong is the will of the blade, and does she have any weaknesses, Mr. Frierson?
Well, she does have weaknesses, but she's also very, very powerful. I think we saw her getting picture banned in about half of the games that we had last weekend, more often than not as a counter pick, although I think she was blinded once into the top lane. But her changes did move her more into a mid lane position. You know, back when Aurelia originally got reworked, she came out and was one of the strongest mid laners back in 2018. And Riot did their changes to, you know, shift her back into the top lane where she belonged. And then they decided, you know what, forget that. She can be a mid laner again. Here's some magic reduction on her W once more. It scales up super nicely. They also smoothed out a lot of the scaling on her kit, so it's not like super early level breakpoints, but like her Q scales up with damage all the way to level 18, the damage reduction on W all the way to 18 too. She can be a big menace, especially in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with Ender. We've already seen it tear up different solo queue. You see names like Chovy in Korea, even one-trick ponies like Aurelia King, who's also just tearing it up with what they essentially call a nuke W, where you just charge it up, you get some insane amounts of damage onto them. It's not even that skillful. Passive decreased as well, super easy to proc it. Laning phase can still be sort of tough in some matchups where you need to get out, but as soon as you're out on the map in a side lane, like you just tear it up. It's basically uncontested at this point.
I mean, last weekend, Niski and Larson obviously played her in the mid lane and showed some skill, but Broken Blade in the top lane had a little bit more of a difficult time in that matchup. I'm very interested to see how it continues to play out. I mean, Gulborg, do you think she'll remain high priority as we go into week 7?
I at least think for now, it is with a lot of these new champions that come in that teams either they just have a huge priority onto them, it's because they haven't really found a counter for it, so either they ban it or they find a counter along the way, but so far we're only 1 week into this one, so I'm still struggling to see if any team is going to come out with a clear definitive counter, but obviously there are still old ones like Renekton or something like that you could bring out and flex against her.
Yeah, you can definitely put it into the mid lane. We see that a lot over in the LPL, and I feel like Aurelia is just one of those champions that as a melee champion in the mid lane, she's so strong at fighting in the river, roaming out of the lane, getting into these skirmishes, and a lot of the meta these days, it does revolve around fighting around that mid lane. She also sets up super nicely with her E for junglers to come in for ganks, and one thing that you might actually take for granted with Aurelia is her E is super hard to dodge. A lot of the times, even in the top lane, you would see champions going for very early boots just to be able to get away from that spell. Keep in mind, ranged champions on average, lower movement speed than melee champions. So in the mid lane against a lot of these picks, it's going to be really hard to dodge away from her abilities, especially when she's extending that range by jumping onto minions with her Q.
I do think it's beautiful to watch when all those skill shots land. We'll see whether or not we'll see Aurelia throughout the course of the weekend. And of course, later today, Rogue and Fnatic, they both found success with her in mid. Later tonight, these two top teams face off in the fight for first.
Rogue lost the last time they played Fnatic. It was day 3, week 1.
All eyes on these lineups to see what they will bring to the table this week.
I think we can beat any team, but I think competition is for sure way closer than it was last split.
Rogue has been playing astonishing this season, and I think most coming especially from Inspired, their jungler.
Here comes the Crow Storm!
Rogue are looking to cement themselves as the #1 in the regular season.
Schalke's Broken Blade's going to look for something, but the Crow Storm prevents the engage. Now the chase forward is Inspired, manages to leap over the wall.
Buipo, Hili-Sang are the guys that kill me the most. We'll just reach the backline, and the backline, who is in the backline is me. They are playing crazy.
1, 2, 3, 4!
Fnatic is a bloody team.
Fnatic looking real clean right now.
So far, we're looking pretty hot, and I'd like to carry that momentum into the playoffs for sure.
No flash. It's double TP committed. Sensor Aura gets taken out. Oh, the Viego's going to be powerful in this one. If he can keep getting resets, he's going to start to take off. But Whippo's going to get burned down. But no, he's going to turn right back in. He'll take on the way in. Whippo will not die. My God, it's an absolute slaughter.
I feel like we have a deserved spot at the top. We can beat anyone in the LEC and even contest for the titles.
Adam Hylissang straight onto Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hylissang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out. It's cancelled. Whippo on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the main things right now. He's looking for Niski. There's a couple of kills. 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies!
But both these teams, incredible early game dominance transitioned into a lot of very consistent wins. It's Rogue versus Fnatic. It's going to be an absolute banger.
It absolutely will be a banger, and the question that I'm going to go to Gulborg immediately with is who is the best team in the LEC right now?
Why the hell are you asking me? Legit, why do you not just watch the game later yourself? Like, we will literally have it in front of us. I don't know why you comment to me like this. Shut up already.
Why am I working with children? Okay, fine. Tell me about Fnatic, right? What is there to look forward to later tonight?
I definitely love the planning ahead of Fnatic right now. It's not something it's something we see with a lot of teams that they always try to do, but I feel like Fnatic is just so on top of their level when actually finding out what are the micros right now we're going for and what do they lead to in terms of when do we invade around a single skirmish? What is this setup we need around the lanes? I think they're essentially really good at playing around the pressure they get from their laning phases.
Now, Mr. Fry, turn your attention to Rogue.
Yeah, I can do Rogue. The thing is, Rogue have this guy named Odoamne, who many consider an MVP candidate. But in all seriousness, I think that Rogue, one of the biggest differences for me from their spring split to their summer season has been their bottom lane, right? You know, and they were always good, but Trimby coming in as a rookie has really found his footing. And they went from being a good, solid, you know, top of the table bot lane spring to now the best laning 2v2 combination in summer, which is fun to see them go up against Hylissang and Upset on the other side, because those guys were the dominant 2v2 back in spring.
Now, of course, this will be the matchup that closes out the day in the fight for first, but we've got some incredibly key matches in the race for playoffs. Schalke and XL is going to be one of them. We're looking at Vitality going up against Misfits. Now, a reminder here that if Misfits pick up a win here, they will be in the spot for playoffs. We're talking a little bit about Vitality. I mean, Ender, you think this is a team that's going to take that 6th spot? How difficult will the matchup be today?
Well, it's not going to be an easy one, that's for sure. I think Vitality versus Misfits is a really big one. For Vitality, you know, they have lost the majority of their games the last couple weeks. I think 3 out of 4 have been losses recently. And Misfits, while they are one of those top teams, it's one of those teams that you feel like is maybe a little bit more vulnerable to being upset, apart from G2, who, you know, always a struggle for them against bottom teams. But Vitality, I think, again, need to see Selfmade playing active in the early game around his top side. That's going to be how they win today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I definitely think Misfits are favored, in that game. Now, our opening matchup is between two teams in dire need of a win, XL and Schalke, who haven't won a single game in the second round robin. For Schalke, they now stand at 3 wins and 10 losses. Another 0-2 week could mean a very sad end to an otherwise great run in the LEC. There is still difficult matchups ahead. I mean, what are the prospects here for Schalke?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that, it's also just finding their style, essentially, because it seems sometimes all over the place. You can see against some of the games they already have in front of them, right? Like, you need this game today against XL as a stepping stone. We always talk about this in the Miracle Run. It starts with that one single victory, and that's what we're out looking for today for either team really here, that you need to pick up yourself the momentum that you need. You need to get that good feeling. In a team environment where you just take L after L after L, you need that one positive win to build up the foundation for the next games.
And on the other side of things too, right? Like Excel bringing in Markoon and Advien, they showed up the first weekend, looked great, then they struggled to be able to find some wins for themselves. And I think that those two players made such a name for themselves in that first weekend. It can be a little bit tough to then get loss after loss after loss handed to you. This game against Schalke is a way to reset themselves going into the last 4 games of the season. Those two players, I do believe, have very, very bright futures ahead of them.
The thing that's very interesting to me is that if you turned the nameplates off and watched XL from 2 weeks ago, in 2 very hard-fought losses. They looked competitive. They looked scary. And then you look at their games from last weekend, you would bet money it's not the same team. So what are we going to see this weekend, Gulborg, and what's your expectations for XL?
Yeah, once again, in a meta like this, productivity is such a pivotal part, especially around the top side of the map. My biggest problem for XL right now is that some of the fundamentals for them, at least being on the same page as the team members, sort of seem divided. At times when they set up fights for team fighting, they don't always go in on the same time. They're not always on the same page where they want to coordinate at the same. We saw this last week as well. So if they can fine-tune this trust, if they can go back and if they're reviewed, which we already know they will have, to find the momentum of these skirmishes that they create, specifically around Markoon, I still think they have a shot.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Goldborg. You know, when they were setting up fights, they weren't all cohesive. They weren't all in sync, and everything was a little bit delayed in a sense. And I think that does make sense, right? It's a team that made some roster changes in the middle of the season. They had their brief honeymoon phase where everything looked good, and now that has to have been a huge focus for them during this week of play. Young Buck with the team needed to go back to that, be like, okay, what were the comms like going into those fights? How can we better communicate with each other so that we are going in at the same time? Because there were situations where there's like double TPs coming in and Advienne is on the wrong side of the Dragon Wall, you know, and getting knocked away by that. So all of these things have to be at the forefront of Excel's minds because they are having stronger early games than they did in spring. Now it's about showing that you can fight with the best of them, and it starts here against Schalke.
It is such a difficult task for both of these teams because ultimately both sides of the rift, both squads, both sets of players have a mountain of challenges to overcome to even have a hope at the postseason, as this is a must-win game. Let's kick off week 7 with XL versus Schalke.
Thank you, Quickshot and the daycare desk. Enjoy your nap, boys. We'll be back shortly after that to get some more analysis. In the meantime, it's time for game 1, and high stakes, certainly the name of the game for this week and next week. Every game counts. You've heard us said it before, but it's certainly every game counts at least a little bit more in the final games of the week. This match, not elimination quite yet, but it feels like we are on the cusp.
I think it's a really important team for both, a very important game for both teams, right? Picking up the win here just puts you that one step further towards playoffs, of course, and losing it puts you that one step behind. It's pretty clear and cut. I think these two teams are basically fighting each other to try and redeem themselves to get into the playoffs race because they're a step behind teams like Astralis and Vitality right now. So whoever wins out here needs to make sure that this win is a cemented win in terms of putting themselves onto a win streak.
Yeah, because when we look at the bottom of the table, of course, you've got teams like Astralis and Vitality who are both tied, but are also leading in wins right now compared to a lot of these other teams. But they're also a little bit behind the rest of the competition. Everyone else is a little bit ahead of them. But if you win here for the likes of Excel, you start to tie up those teams. If you lose, you get pulled down. Yeah. Things start to even up. And the bottom 3 would then be Schalke, Excel, and SK. And it is not getting any easier. And as we get into Champion Select, just going to have to see what both these teams have brought, what they have prepared this week for XL. We thought it was this nice honeymoon phase with Mark Hoon. Can they find that same success they did in their first week? Again here today in Schalke, can they turn around what has been an abysmal split?
It really has been quite the abysmal split. I mean, if you look at these two teams last year, exact same time last year, Schalke was making a miracle run happen, and me and XL, I can remember the days fighting for that playoff spot, and Schalke was the one who took it away. So those two teams were fighting for it then, and they're fighting for it now in a sense as well. Like we said, a step behind the other teams, so this is a must-win for both of them especially. After this, you've only got 4 games left. You've got tomorrow and then the Super Week, and that's it. So picking up a win here kind of relieves a little bit of stress when you're forced to win the games, especially if you're facing up against strong opponents like XL in the last weekend they have, next weekend. They face off against G2 and Rogue.
Absolutely. And I think for both these teams, they look across the aisle and go, this is one of the weaker teams. This is the team that we have to beat. But of course, only one of these teams can come out on top. Viego, Xin Zhao going to be banned away. A lot of the powerful early game AD carries being taken out of the hands of Patrick in addition to the Gwen. That's the Draven and the Kalista. Varus as well now.
Wow. A lot of AD bans here. Thresh is open, and I think Aphelios Thresh, yeah, there it is, insta-lock Thresh. With that many AD bans, I think Thresh becomes the highest priority. Now, I'll see if XL want to go for something like a Nautilus lane to kind of counter it in a sense, but I think Aphelios Thresh is the name of the game. Maybe XL want to try to take that away. Jinx, of course, is going to be the match you'd expect, because with this many AD bans, you are going to get Aphelios, maybe we'll get Aphelios Nautilus, and then Schalke are just going to take away the Jinx you'd expect. But that's going to be a Lucian solo lane for Nuktak. But I think it confused me about this Lucian solo lane here. There was a few things going through my mind, Dracos.
Yeah,
Let me describe.
I could tell.
A few things. So they're taking away Aphelios from the Thresh.
Yes.
They're taking Lucian as your strong solo laner, but then you don't have the Diana to pair with it. So if Schalke now take it away, it feels like you're trading off the Thresh Aphelios and the Lucian Diana.
Certainly. They might be calling a bluff here, though. Kyrie has been very reliant and sadly unsuccessful on a pick. The Lilia, mostly, in the last week. So we'll see what the pivot is here, what the focus is for Schalke, because the Jinx Thresh lane is incredibly powerful, incredibly oppressive, and going to be hard for them to win lane against these two champions.
Scales really well as well. So, yeah, the Diana is just coming to my mind now, because I feel like XL are either going to third pick Nautilus or Diana here. No, they're going to go for the Volibear early game. Really strong 3-man core here of jungle bot lane for Schalke. We'll see if XL, there it is, go for the Diana. And I feel like Schalke could have denied that from them, but then again, you also have to ask yourselves the question is, if you're Schalke and you pick Diana there, what AD solo laners are you actually pairing it with? You haven't got any in the first 3 picks, and you're going to get banned out on the 4-5. So
means it's going to be a bit of a tough one, so you're going to have to give that one over. And now Schalke are probably going to ban away supports here. Maybe XL want to touch on some mid laners. Maybe a TF ban could help, because Jinx is obviously going to be the hyper carry scaling. LeBlanc also very tedious in the early stages for perhaps a Lucian. But I'm looking at the support. What XL will pick up here?
Something to track, most certainly. And I'm ready to see what NukeDuck could do here on the Lucian. Lane-dominant champions certainly have worked out for him in the case of champions like the LeBlanc. He's had his moments on the Akali as well, but I always love it when he has a lot of agency on picks like the Twisted Fate. So won't have that CC, won't have as much setup. We'll have a lot more raw power, and taking LeBlanc and the Rise both away from Nuclear Ent, I like it. I think good strategy to make sure that NukeDuck can have the best lane phase possible.
But Nuclear Ent's played so many champions this season. I think he's got every single champion's like a unique champion for him, apart from the Rise. So he's played so many different champions. Braum taken away makes a lot of sense. Lucian, Aphelios, Braum, Nautilus taken away into the Thresh. Now, does XL fancy themselves a Blitz? Yeah, a Blitzcrank. That's what I was thinking as well. Into Jinx Thresh. It's a good lane. We'll see if they opt into it. I mean, you could just go for a safe option like an Alistar, but you're going to lose lane in that sense. So I think the Blitzcrank just makes it so you have a winning lane. Patrick's fancying it. You know, I think they're discussing it. The Alistar is the safer option. As you can see, Advian might opt into that one as well. Blitzcrank brings a lot of volatility to the game. Means Jinx can't really walk up that much. In the mid to late game, and also in the early game in the lane phase itself. But now Schalke have to blind pick both their solo laners. I like that XL were kind of teasing with the idea. I would have loved to have seen it, you know. 5 games left, go out with a bang.
I would say that they're still in the running, so going out with a bang might come a little bit
flip
later.
it.
Yeah, you don't need to flip it quite yet, but I respect it. I like the Alistar adaptation. Advian has certainly had a number of solid combos on the champion, not resulting in wins, but now immediately Camille, TF, excellent lockdown combo.
Jax, yeah, insta-lock.
Cast your mind back. Do you remember Kabe playing Aphelios? Probably not, because he didn't get to. He was absolutely demolished by Rogue. It was the Nocturne, it was the Hecarim, it was the Ziggs. In this case, Camille, TF, a Volibear diving into your backside, back line rather. Certainly going to make things very difficult.
The more important thing here is Kryze gets a free Jax last pick. I played with Kryze. He likes Jax a lot. It's something we played a little bit last year as well. He's a big fan of this matchup. And it's so good against their comp. Because not only do you get a winning lane in the sense where you just outscale the Camille and win on side lane, but TF ulting to your lane, you can dodge the stun card.
Dodge stun card.
So it basically negates the plays. So as much as I like Schalke's commit here with the Camille TF with the 1-3-1 playing over side lanes, if the Jax is ahead, he can almost 1v2 them. So very dangerous draft here from Schalke, just go for that. But I mean, if you can get the plays rolling, it's great in all. But I feel like you have a losing mid, a losing top now. It's all on Kirei to kind of get the early game rolling from bot lane to help out the rest of the map.
A lot of pressure on Kirei to make this work, especially when he's been struggling so much. But they opted not to take the Diana, setting up with the Volibear. Early impact champion that has been seen to be very powerful. Is this finally the pick that is going to work out for Kirei? Something that we're going to have to track. He's played it once before. It didn't look so hot, but it is not the Lilia, it is not the Diana, it is something relatively new for him overall. Needs to show up today.
Yeah, so if you're looking at both these two comps, lots of split push. Camille TF on one side lane, maybe ulting in to help the other out, and then Lucian Jax on the side lane. It's all about side lanes, it's all about towers, it's all about pushing these sides and getting to mid first.
Certainly is. It's time for our first game of the day, Schalke versus XL. And here we are onto the Rift. Again, a battle of two teams fighting it out on the bottom, but for both these teams, it's about looking up, looking towards the top of the league. Early game going to be massively important, and this game, in the grand scheme of things, also going to be critical for both these lineups. Cadel, you talked about 1-3-1, and anytime we talk about 1-3-1, I know we talk about winning lane, getting ahead, being able to push those advantages. So where are we looking?
And that's why I worried. That's why I worried as we're talking in draft, right? I mean, TF's going to lose lane into Lucian. The Lucian's going to push him in a lot. Kirei, if he can get the early game rolling, maybe look for some early ganks towards mid, force out a flash to make the lane a little bit easier maybe for the TF. Otherwise, I think XL just favored. Camille wins this lane in the early stages, I believe. In level 1 to 5, I think Camille can win trades, but Jax just naturally outscales her. So I favor XL in the solo lane department, but just like we were talking about in draft, playing jungle to bot is what they need to do. And if they can get the Volibear towards bot, the Thresh is unlocked and they can move towards mid. That's what I'm looking at for both these teams.
And now, just to see where any explosive action is going to come out. I think important to note, Cadril, that when we talk about breaking this, when we talk about breaking the lane advantages, you already highlighted Kirei, and I think it's difficult for Kirei because He's generally widely considered the worst performing jungle in the league right now. We'll hold that thought. Level 1 definitely going to be good for Broken Blade. Flashing the fist bump, flashing the white flag. Conquer versus Grasp, Ignite versus the Flash. Broken Blade trading Ignite for the Flash, very positive.
Yeah, definitely. Kryze's wave is pushing into Broken Blade and Kirei is pathing towards top, so that could be dangerous. And just like we were saying, Camille wins this lane early. Jax can get poked out, Camille can kind of win out on the trade, but once one item comes in, the Jax is more favored. Both junglers pathing top. I think Schalke will have the push in bot lane, but that'll be kind of irrelevant because both these teams will be playing topside. It's all about Nukeduck. He's the kind of catalyst that XL need to win out in this early game. You have a losing early game jungle. Your top lane's kind of losing the lane a little bit early, but Nukeduck having the push should help out on the top side of the map to help get this Scuttle Crab.
And the two biggest points of focus when we talk about this XL lineup are Marcoon and Nukeduck. Nukeduck, a guy who we've seen massive performance in LeBlanc. The incredible turn that he and Marcoon were able to make together with the Yasuo-Diana combo. Naturally a player we look towards. And while Nukeduck has certainly had difficult periods in his career recently, since Marcoon has joined the roster, you can see he's been steadily growing back into that peak performance level.
Yeah, especially when the changes came in, like you're just saying. I feel like when Marcoon especially came into this roster, the mid jungle just looks completely different for XL. They're so much more proactive. And we'll see if they can be proactive this time around. Although they do outscale on top, Kirei's just been spotted out there. There's a wave pushing into Kryze, so he can play a little bit safe. Marcoon's going to find him. I think Volibear wins this 1v1, so he might have to call down Lucian, unless Kirei uses his Q on the crab. Smartly saving his spells here. Marcoon's waiting for his mid laner, just like we talked about.
Hook shot, holding, waiting, getting the stun. The counter-strike is still going to come through. Kryze, solid little trade there, not allowing the grasp proc is big in those small exchanges.
Look at limits. They cheat to recalled in bot, and this is exactly what I was talking about. It's bringing bot lane to mid to help that out. Now, it's a numbers advantage. Yes, Nukeduck wins against Nuclear Int, so you naturally will get this top grab. But Thresh is there. You have bot push. He's first to mid because Neon and Limit pushed the first 3 waves in and base for free. Picked up a cull. And now they're back in lane and they didn't lose anything. They've impacted the top side of the map to help out Schalke's top side without losing anything in bot. Great play from Limit there.
I like it. Also pairing it with Nuclear and the minion Dematerializer there just to make sure that they can get a little bit of wave prior, that they can fight a little bit more.
Now look at this, just freezing bots. Massive props to Limit, although nothing's actually happened to the naked eye. He's impacted top to get top grab for Kirei, who can now move towards bot side to get bot grab, and he's frozen bot, so now XL's bot lane can't go to base. So a lot's happened in this early game. Kryze hasn't TP'd back towards top. Broken Blade was able to crash the top wave because Limit was topside, and now he's got a free base as well. A lot of things have happened, but now the bot lane crab will be where both these teams are focusing.
Cajal, and again, huge credit to Limit, because sometimes when you're playing against an Alistar, well, Alistar you know is going to lose out on the push. Sometimes that's enough of an advantage. Limit instead focusing on putting his advantages elsewhere with the power of this Thresh pick, with the priority that they can build here in lane. And Neon stacking a pretty big wave here. Now Patrick solid guns to clear the freeze if he wants to, if they want to try to force things back. Without a jungler here, though, very difficult proposition.
Yeah, it was good for Marcoon that he got that bot grab. He would have fallen a little bit behind in camps on a jungler, which is more of a farming-orientated jungler into the Volibear, who... I'm surprised Kirei's not running the Predator in LCK. I think they like to run Predator a lot. This time around he's gone for the PTA for the 1v1, which means he'll inherently win against the Diana. Kryze obviously going to have to TP back here because you can see the waves pushing into Broken Blade. So, what's happened in this early game? Well, holistically, nothing really. Just the top lane has TP advantage. Just the top lane has TP advantage.
You've spent the last 3 minutes making everything sound like it's the most intense, crucial play. But
well,
in the end, it all just kind of evens out.
It all came down to that bot crab and the bot lane wave. Bot crab went over to Marcoon, so they traded off, and there's nothing that's actually going to happen from this bot wave because now it's bouncing. But all of this inherently led up to top lane now getting TP advantage.
Yeah, and I think, again, slow game not bad for either of these teams. We're not at the point yet. We often talk about this point when teams are racing for playoffs where once they're kind of out or close to out, they play carefree. They go a little bit aggro, they go a little bit crazy. We've seen so many teams that when they're knocked out of playoffs contention, just play better on stage. Neither of these teams are there yet. Both still hoping they can make the race, that they can still make the playoffs. Hold that thought though. Neon now a good engage coming in. Patrick, a lot of damage on that Aphelios. Neon now running for the hills. He's not able to click the traps, but the cleanse now coming up from Patrick. He's firing back, getting a bit of pass-through damage there on the flamethrower from Limit into Neon, but not enough to finish the kill.
Perhaps a losing play there for XL because they just used 2 combat defensive summoner spells and Schalke didn't actually use anything. They managed to crash the wave and they will be able to base. XL should be able to push out bot, but now both junglers are hovering towards his top side. The wave is pushing against Broken Blade.
Stun, TP now used. Kirei in the area, but no TP match yet. They're going to try to burst down the Jax before the play even kicks off, but Kryze still walking away. The final auto now going to come in. Nuclear Ant there, but he's too little too late. Maybe Kirei can turn it. Maybe the Volibear powerful. Nukeduck, the Colin coming down. It just picks him off. Nuclear Ant, I don't even think he can finish that kill. One more auto. Oh! Manages to get it out. That's the stacked deck, baby. Marcoon, final use of the flash there. Does now have challenging smite, but the cooldown a little bit too long. It looks like Nuclear Ant just going to push.
He just hits level 6 though. Nuclear Ant has to be careful. He wanted to push the wave in, just like you were talking about, to help out Broken Blade, but he just got level 6 on Diana. Nuclear Int has no flash. If he walks up, he's going to get all in. So let's look at that replay. It all came down to this top lane wave. Broken Blade wants to make sure he crashes on the tower, but he sees a window to all in. Kryze uses his E, so now he can't dodge away if Broken Blade goes for the all in. TP comes in. Obviously, Nuclear Int has ult, so it's a straight 2v3. Kirae, good decisiveness. Instantly flash on Kryze. Broken Blade buys a lot of time, so in the end, it's a 1-for-1. The cunning from Nukeduck actually saved this fight. Held it really, really well until Kirae overcommitted. But then this flash was just poor. He gets hit by the Q, and then the blue card, stack deck, flashes away, gets hit. And then Markman has to try to stop Nuclear Int crashing his wave, hits level 6 and manages to stop it.
Yeah, and Ward in that bush, certainly a game changer. Might not have been able to get through on the auto attack there in the end, but taking stock of things now, Schalke grabbing a Drake. Schalke keeping things even when it comes to the kill, but ultimately ahead now in gold overall. Not a bad start, certainly. Broken Blade, we expect the lane to get more difficult when items start to come through, so any advantage now is going to help out a lot.
Yeah, and XL on these solo laners should outscale. Especially towards 2-3 items, Jax and Lucian will be stronger than their counterparts, so that's something to play with. The Lucian is already up in CS. Jax not too far behind, has the XP. So it basically means he's even. So the later this game goes, Schalke need to make a little bit more plays than just that. I want to see them use their bot lane push to maybe go for this Herald, crack open perhaps a top tower, or maybe even put some damage on towards mid tower, put some pressure onto Nukeduck now that he has no flash, and unlock limit on the map again. That's what they need, because I think these 3v3s, they got away with murder there on that 3v3. I think they should lose it. Here comes the TP though, Nuclear Int.
Max range, gonna get that one out. Kryze flash now gone again, right as he's coming back. Nuclear Int giving up TP though, and Nukeduck in a position it looks like to potentially crash the wave. Hard to tell from the minimap, but Excel already on the way up means it should be at least a few tower plates traded back just for that TP.
Yeah, he should be able to get a plate here, but I think Kryze is struggling topside because the wave's frozen, so he can't really walk up ever. And that's the problem that they have. That's what they tried to punish. They had a ward there and they tried to punish Kryze from crashing the wave. A lot of wave manipulation stuff going on here in the early game. And now Kryze fighting to try and push it in.
Kryze forced to back away here. A lot of just kind of forcing trades on abilities there.
Nuclear Int has ult up. I think he's waiting. You can see his positioning. He's looking top, but there's a ward. Look at that ward. It's spotting on Nuclear Int. Kryze should know that he's looking for it. He's literally looking top, so it must be obvious to XL at this point. And Kryze is going to play a little bit back. So this early game, a lot of tension, because there's a lot of teleports, there's a lot of lane priorities, there's a lot of waves being frozen which teams need to play around, and Markoon knows he needs to keep covering top, because if Kirae and Nuclear Int come up here, Kryze is basically dead. And while all this is happening, not to overcomplicate the situation even more, but both bot lanes keep trying to move out of bot lane to get towards this top side of the map.
It does feel like just a bit of a race here. Both teams trying to find some bigger advantage so they can get a fight kicked off. But for now, it's a lot of posturing. Broken Blade, though, going to be in trouble. Hookshot, wall dive, the buffer comes out, but Markoon connecting still with the ultimate damage will finish the job.
Fantastic play by Markoon that comes through lane, gets the kill before Schalke even have time to react, because Nuclear Int has no mana. You have no mana! Nukeduck has him on the tower, and now they should be able to get this Herald for free. Broken Blade, no TP. Nukeduck has mid pushed in, so this should be uncontested, and that's exactly what XL wanted.
Certainly is. As they take down this Herald, the advantage is just going to start to grow, depending on where they want to put that gold. Nukeduck and Kryze, both excellent options. See if they try to free up bot lane to potentially unleash Advian on the map. But Markoon, a player that we also have to talk about, the other big point of attention when it comes to this Excel lineup. He is the catalyst for early game action, and you see him making good on that again here. Part of all of the kills so far in this game for the side of Excel. And Kirae now coming in. They're going to try to turn it back. Markoon now going to be in trouble. The gold card now coming in. He's going to whiff on the ultimate. It's a bit tragic. Kirae taken out. Nuclear Int. Got the one. Gold card coming out, taking time meanwhile on the kill. That's bot lane. That's good guns for Aphelios for the 1v1. One more Q gonna connect. That's big damage. Misses on the ult though. That's a bit of a disaster. Chakram's still stacked, but no one's gonna commit for anything else. Trying to keep it going with the tower there on the creep wave. He's about to run out of ammo though. Lure a lot of the combat past it.
Has to be careful here. Ooh, the hook hits the minion. He had cleanse anyway, and he should be able to catch his wave safely. So 1-for-1 in the mid jungle in that 2v2 fight. Nuclear Int did manage to get himself away, got a shutdown, but he's losing out so many creeps and so many plates. But then I'd love to see that bot lane fight again, because maybe Advian just went too deep. He's only level 5 to Limit's level 7, so didn't have the ultimate. He flashed away from the rocket, I believe, but didn't have dying. Did he just walk up too far and Limit hooks him? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Into the chompers, and then he can't really get out. Flashes away from the rocket, but still the auto attack was coming through the buffer, and he just kind of disrespected there. The wave's coming into you don't have to walk up. Ooh, if Patrick hit that ult, there's a world where Neon, he has heal too, so he's probably fine.
I believe you get the empowered auto attack from the Chakram, so it would be a lot of damage, but as you said, maybe just getting the heal there out in the end. No real world where he can fully commit to that one, especially with the Thresh standing in the area.
Yeah, Dragon up in 50 seconds, and XL have the Herald. They probably want to use that mid. 3 platings left, but it's very dangerous to use it mid if the enemy bot lane can keep pushing and moving towards mid. So what they need to do is they need to pair up their jungle support and make sure that they can contest a little bit of vision before they do so. They have 2 minutes until plates, and Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Both top laners have TP. But just like you were saying, going back to that Marcoon point, huge catalyst for XL in this early game. I think he's been playing fantastic in the early stages of the game. The only criticism I'd have for him is in the mid to late game fights, it feels like he's overforcing. You know, if you cast your mind back to the Fnatic game when they had the Baron, it feels like he was diving into the tier 2 and making his team follow up, and that was just overreaching and they fell behind. And sometimes when you see him on the Diana especially, he just goes for engages which might be a little bit too deep sometimes. But it's an easily fixable problem, and I think having the fundamental of a strong early game is already good for such a rookie.
Certainly is. Has to be careful here. Potentially just going to get caught out. Kryze in the area, Nukeduck in the area as well. Getting pulled back by Camille, but now he wants to fight Marcoon. That's a lot of immediate damage. Nuclear trying to get something back. Kire flashing out to safety, but Excel turning that play back in their favor.
Yeah, look at that wave that Broken Blade just lost as well, going a bit too deep. Marcoon played that perfectly with the Blast Cone, got himself just out of range of the Camilled, and then dashed back over the wall. Great 3v3 there, and you can see when Nukeduck's first to the play, when he's pushing in mid and he's already there, XL just have an advantage in this 3v3. That's why Limit was moving up in the early stages. Nukeduck's going to roam, he's going to get a kill, and now they're going to get a full tower to him as well. A lot of fighting in bot.
Thresh locked up under the tower. TP now coming through. Kryze on the way in. Marcoon on the way in. What can they get done? Limit, is he going to be able to go for this one? Moving out, but Diana now coming in. The hook going to go in. Perfect predict from Limit, but is it going to be enough? Aphelios raining down hell. It's good damage. The follow-up is there. The instant snare net combo now coming through, but Neon still running for the hill. Neon still alive for now. Zapping him. Advian ticking. Kire on the way in. Has ultimate, but does not want to commit to the play because here comes Nukeduck. Gale Force available for the Lucian. Dash forward. Cannot get the Q. Yes, he can. Going in. Kire, the second all these missed this game. This man cannot catch a break, and Excel get everything they want.
Nukeduck's here for every single play Excel are looking for. He was there for the top fight, gets mid tower. Now he runs bot and saves the play again. Marcoon again went a little bit too deep, you'd have to say, but it baited Schalke to turn, and the second they started to turn, XL got more than what they'd expect. And all that Schalke got was 1 plate on the top side for Nuclear Int. I don't think his TP was up in time. I'm not sure if Broken Blades was either, but a lot happened in that fight. And the Chompers kind of saved it, stopping Kryze from getting in there. And it does end up, they're going to get 2 plates for that. Dragon might fall as well. I think Cure's picking that one up because XL all had to base. But XL playing well around the map now. They've got the mid tower, they've unlocked Nukeduck, and this is what's helping their side lane so much. Because you have 2 losing side lanes, one because of the matchup, top lane because of the early game, and he's saving them both. So just look at this again. This is Advian going in for the combo, and I think the TP comes in. Marcoon's moving down, but he doesn't actually have the ultimate. So these chompers from Neon were huge, because Kryze instantly gets rooted the second he arrives. Now Marcoon, I think he hesitated here a sec. You can see him backtrack a little bit, but then he just goes in without ultimate. And here it looks like he's dead. But the fact that Limit dies and Marcoon's traded 1 for 1, Advian has ult up, so he can just keep going. Neon lives. Advian had to drop tower aggro because Kire was on the way and he knew he'd die and they didn't have any follow-up CC. But then Nukeduck, man of the hour, comes in.
Certainly does. Has that first Dynamo Spike, has the Gale Force. Kire does what he can to stop this from going down, but it's tragic. Nukeduck has Gale Force and Flash, so kind of just styles on him a little bit. And XL feeling good, 7 kills to 5. Yes, Schalke have gotten both Dragons, but Nukeduck and the rest of XL steadily pulling ahead in gold. While Broken Blade still has the CS lead on the top side, you can see items starting to favor Jax, and this was the break point that we talked about, Kadril. Now that he has a Divine Sunderer, the matchup gets much, much easier for Kryze, especially when he's starting to get an XP lead as well.
Yeah, level 11 has the mythic item. Nukeduck has mid tower taken down, double buffs. He can push into tier 2. Look at how aggressive he's playing. He can just take this tower straight up, I think. The thing is, Schalke's globals are in the mid lane, the ultimate, the TP. He can move to side lanes, but if you're forcing on him, where can he go? So that's 2 towers that can push all the way into the inhibitor tower and then move to side lanes. XL might get dove here. There's no TPs to match. Nuclear Int might space and TP in.
Patrick, ulti available. Kire can start to threaten, but that's the snare. Combo follow-up. He has to run back to the lantern, but he's been blocked. That's a tragedy.
That is a bit of a disaster there. Kire, I think he was trying to zone away the bot lane, maybe threaten some kind of dive so Schalke could just take the tower. But in the end, he just gives away a kill for kind of no reason. A bit unlucky there. I think Kryze might get this top tower as well. He's just hammering down on it with the Divine Sunderer. And eventually that'll get taken out. So winning bot lane here for Schalke as expected. Nuclear Int has weathered a little bit of the storm in terms of CS and experience, but he's lost 2 towers. So the mid and bot definitely struggling here. Broken Blade obviously behind. So Neon's going to have to be the late game carry for them unless Broken Blade can find some kind of resources with his TF ultimate. But where can he ultimate? Bot's winning and top lane seems hard with the dodge.
Hookshot, while that comes back, Broken Blade well played on the initial exchange, but again, Kryze still level 11 is going to go back in. Gold card comes out, he's used the ulti for the additional resources, but it's Nukeduck in the area. This man has 2 items! It's 16 minutes into the game. Broken Blade just threatening with the hookshot, will not commit with the full wall dive. Kadril,
actually observers, if we can just take a chance to look at the gold here, the gold lead only looks like 1.5k, but when you look at the discrepancy in mid, massive lead when it comes to items. 2 items there, 1.5k. That entire lead is on Nukeduck. If this man is in the play, people are going down.
Yeah, look at Markoon as well. He's also over 1,000 gold up on Kirei. And Nukeduck instantly TPing top the second Nuclear Int presses ult and gets there. So matching the play perfectly, making sure Kryze is fine. Nukeduck just bailing out his side lanes with this mid push the whole game long, and he's been playing fantastically.
Completely agreed. The problem right now for Schalke, Kedro, is that while the gold lead isn't massive, and yes, it is steadily growing in favor of Excel, the one member on their team that has an advantage right now is Neon. That would be great, except the Diana and the Lucian also have big advantages. So if there's one person in the game that is going to struggle to play League of Legends right now, it is going to be Neon.
But he does have a lot of peel. He has the Lantern, he has a lot of range to work with, he outranges both of them, and the Volibear and TF can act as peel tools with their stuns, and Camille can buy time. So there's a world where Neon should be able to be free hit, won't get dove on too much unless he gets caught out. XL, I think, will play more towards the side lanes. I think the Jax will be pushing sides, Nukeduck will be pushing sides, and they'll force fights with numbers advantages. But you're right, if Diana gets on top of Neon, he's all but dead, and that's just the nature of AD carry these days with the current meta, isn't it?
Defensive items don't feel... We need an AD Zhonya's. We were talking about this earlier today. AD carries need a Zhonya's. That's a request from us. Kryze.
Recall.
Fight now coming in. Avian can maybe make a little space. The headbutt back. Not going to knock Camille out of the ulti, so it's not going to work. Kirei finally lands an ult. Now they're getting some kills back. Schalke gonna grab quick 2 kills on the bottom side. Dragon spawning in a minute, but good pressure.
That was a very, very odd series of events there. Kryze is over-forcing trades when Nukeduck's top with no TP. Patrick's pushing in mid, and the TF can use a global, so he gets punished there. Advien tries to sort of save him, but he ends up falling. He did a bit of an odd interaction there, maybe some kind of animation cancel with the recall, but he does end up dying, and now that frees up Broken Blade to push in bot, so helping him out a little bit here and there. Now Broken Blade will lose the side lane. He will lose 1v1 to Jax, but with the TF ult and in team fights, he should be pretty useful. So there is a world where this Camille will be a threat to XL if they just keep making these mistakes, but now Nukeduck's gonna match him.
Yeah, very hard for Broken Blade to approach if he lands a stun, if he lands everything. Obviously can't always feel good, especially when you have the Ignite as well, but Nukeduck just so wildly far ahead.
And this early game's been very wild as well. And there's a lot of fighting. There's only 15 kills, but it feels like there's been a hell of a lot more. But still, 10 seconds left on this dragon. This is the 3rd dragon. Mountain Soul points for Schalke. XL don't want to give this up. They're going to push out bot, push out mid. Looks like they're completely ignoring top, and Schalke are ignoring the dragon. So what they're doing is saying to XL, go ahead and take the dragon. We're going to take your top tier 1, trading gold for this 3rd dragon.
There will be a decent amount of gold. See if it's just going to go over to Nuclear and if they're going to focus it anywhere else. The downside for them is XL are currently getting bot priority set up. They can take the dragon, immediately use the Herald bot if they want to. Meanwhile, Kryze already defending mid lane, and XL completely willing to opt into this trade that you just talked about, Kedro. They're not sending anybody into the top lane. Happy to just try to take as much as they can to the bot.
Yeah, but I think XL will just be able to answer, won't they? Bot tier 1's up. It's just going to be a trade of towers, but XL just denied this dragon soul point for Schalke, and they won't lose anything on the other side of the map. In terms of neutral objectives, like you said, Herald bot, it is low. You'd expect it to die already, so you could maybe argue if that's a waste. We'll see if they go for more, though, because now that they have the Herald and the Wave and 3 members here, they could look for more, but Nuclear Int's pushed in top. He's basing. He could ult towards bot. Ooh, not a fan of that Herald, but maybe he was running out.
Yeah, it is 19 minutes, so you have to feel it's probably pretty close. Baron spawning in a few seconds. Neither team too strong to take it at this point in the game. Might change in a few minutes here, but Kedro, I think it is important to note, while XL are in total control of this game, this is not the biggest gold lead, but you've seen how fed Nukeduck is, how strong a lot of the individual members are. The big kind of weak point that we've seen from XL in the past few weeks, and you heard it from Youngbuck talking about kind of the coordination of the team. That manifests in these numbers that you're going to see in front of you. Team fighting has been a struggle. Calls have not always been on the same page. Markoon, for as many great engages as he's had early game, you highlighted earlier, he's had some questionable ones in the mid to late game, and that's how we end up at a team fight KDA, or KD rather, of 0.5. Not good numbers when you're going toe-to-toe with the Jinx. Yes, both these teams want to split push, but if Schalke can take it to a team fight, they may be favored.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at XL with these roster changes, it feels like they're going blow for blow with the top teams in the early to mid game, just like you're saying. But it feels like in the team fights, they just don't have the raw firepower behind them. They're just not on the same page. There's a few things going wrong. The engages are too deep. The carries can't follow up. And that's why if you look at their games against Fnatic, against Mad Lions, it's pretty even. If anything, XL's ahead in some of those instances. But then just when it comes to team fights, a lot of miscoordination, indecisiveness, too deep on the engages, and that's where they start to drop the ball. So XL look like they're a strong team. It's just in the late stages definitely getting weaker. I think XL did say that they're working on their team fights, and that's something they've been looking at all week long in scrims. As Destiny was used there just to check where XL are, making sure they're not setting up a pick or anything like that, get full vision of them. And for me, the standout has been Nukeduck alongside Markoon, this mid jungle.
And again, you talked about it already, and I think we just have to call it out. Nukeduck just playing like a completely different player. This is not sitting in mid lane on his ear like it was at the start of the season and kind of try to keep it together for mid to late game team fights. Much more proactive, much more consistent. Limit overstaying is welcome. This is one of the weaknesses of Thresh. Not a very tanky boy. Aftershock will not be enough, and XL looks like they've got their ticket to start this Baron.
Yeah, they're going to force up this Nash. That was a very confusing play there by Limit, going for deep vision on his own without any waves pushed out and no team around. So Schalke, can you contest this 4v5? Big problem is they don't have the TF ultimate to spot out XL, and this Baron's dying quite quickly. TP coming in from Broken Blade.
Yeah, trying to create a little bit more space. Patrick Green Gun and White Gun. Easy pickup, going to be able to grab this one. Kirei not in the area. Clean Baron now coming in. Nukeduck falling up with a bit more damage. Cries maybe wanting a little bit more here. Kirei running for his life. I don't think that shield's going to be enough. Unstoppable with the ulti. XL will be forced to back away, but that is a big win for the team.
Huge mistake there from Limit, getting caught out, going way too deep for vision, which just leads to an XL Baron. They have so much damage for it. Lucian, Aphelios melt through that Baron with Marcoon tanking it. Kreis was just kind of zoning away. Broken Blade TP's in, but there's no way they can engage, is there? So Schalke, maybe they're going to look for a pick on the bot side of the map here, because XL used all their tempo topside. All their vision, or most of it, is topside, but that one ward's going to spot them out. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to catch out whoever goes bot for this bot wave. Looks like maybe they didn't get spotted out, Schalke. Well, now they will do. So Nukeduck's going to see that, and he's going to respect it. There's a world where they could have made a pick on him there and slowed down this Baron siege, but just like we talked about from draft, XL, 1-3-1 comp. Look where Kreis is, look where Nukeduck is. When they can start to get these waves pushed out, they're going to take a lot of towers.
And have to see how Schalke want to approach this. You expect them to, once XL are fully back on the map, once they've got all their members in position, to take control here, start taking tier 2s. Again, we talked about this a decent amount, but 650 gold per tier 2 means that this is a pretty big advantage if XL can snowball through and take these ones out.
Yeah, I think the big pressure points right now, as I bring up the minimap, is top lane, sorry. Kreis is going to push in and get this top tier 2, whereas Nukeduck has to be really careful. Look at him on the bot lane. I'll bring that up one more time, just went away for a second. He can't actually push. The reason he can't push is because Camille will jump on him and the TF ult will come in. He has no way to avoid that, and he's instantly dead. That's why Advian was shadowing him to try and help him out to get some vision, and that's why Nukeduck can't pressure. Even though he's level 15 and he's so fed, Jax is the pressure point here for XL.
And they don't need more than one pressure point. This advantage is essentially free for them. They had to give up nothing. Nukeduck had to walk away from a wave for 10 seconds for Kreis to take this tower uncontested. XL absolutely in the driver's seat, and so far not making any mistakes in this 1-3-1.
Exactly, not making mistakes. That's what XL need to do. They need to make sure that they're playing the map correctly, because they get caught out so easily by Camille TF. Really huge props to Nukeduck there, making sure he knows where everyone is, he knows where his pressure points are, and he doesn't disrespect the push. Now he's just going to go towards mid, and they're going to play on these two lanes while Broken Blade pushes in bot. He might be able to get a bot here too if XL don't force something here.
Advian going in, Neon going to flash out to safety, limit in the area to peel. XL though focused on the tower. Nuclear can step forward, but the wave clear here is just not great from the side of Schalke up against this Baron empowered minions. Kreis now going in, they locked up the TF, he's going to try to take the Lantern out to safety, but Patrick ready to get a fight kicked off. Marcoon in the midst of everybody, and this time the engage is good. XL coming through, Kirei going out, and XL now looking to grab a win.
They're just going to be able to end. Neon at the end trades his flash first time around, then second time around Marcoon's the one who flashes in. They're all just going to die here. Broken Blade turns up. He did take the bot tier too. I think Schalke should have just backed off and given up that inhibitor, because now they're all dead and their Nexus is going to get taken down as well. 25 minutes.
It's a big fight, but it's an absolute slaughter. XL move up to 5 wins, temporarily tying Vitality and Astralis.
Wow. What a great game from XL. You can see the snowball effect come in there. The second Limit gets caught, Baron into pushing waves, into not making mistakes and getting caught out, grouping up once the waves are pushed in, forcing on the immobile AD carry with good synergy. First the Alistar, then the Diana, and then Neon dies. Then they can start to push in towards the Nexus. Decisive win there from XL.
Clean play overall, and I think while Schalke were often in the right place, the mechanical execution for the most part was just better on the side of XL. A lot of little fumbles, a lot of little mistakes, and while Marcoon might have gotten a little too aggressive once, things worked out very well for him in this one.
And also for me, if I had to take something away from this game, the draft stands out to me a lot. You give them Aphelios, you first pick the Thresh, you trade away the Jinx. You don't take away the Diana from the Lucian, and you just opt into a Camille TF blind pick into a Jax player. So in essence, the late game's gonna be rough, and that mid push is just salvaging the rest of the map.
And again, we continue to look at the mid-jungle duo that's coming in from the XL lineup. While everyone has played their part in this game, it was those two who got the ball started. But for Kia player of the game, you can pick between Marcoon, Nukeduck, and Patrick. There are no wrong choices. At LEC on Twitter, let us know who you are a fan of. And I'll say, while it was against another team fighting at the bottom of the table, a lot of promising things we saw in that win for XL.
Yeah, all came off the mid-jungle for me as well, especially salvaging the side lanes. Huge props to Nukeduck. Had a winning matchup. Used his winning matchup to the team's advantage, played it very, very cleanly, and yeah, Good win there for Excel.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do in their upcoming matches. Vitality, Rogue, Astralis, and G2 will be the last 4 in the split for Excel. But speaking of Vitality, after the break, we're going to see if Misfits Gaming can secure their spot in playoffs as they're going to face off with Vitality first.
Movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC Finals, just like a pro.
Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion!
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Once again, welcome back to the LEC as EXO claims a much-needed victory against Schalke 04. Malcolm, thank you so much for joining me. And how are you doing? How are you feeling about the victory?
I'm feeling pretty good that, I mean, we finally won a game on stage. Like, I had the experience now of losing on stage, didn't feel so good. So I also want to get the other side of the coin, and I can say it feels pretty good.
Yeah, I did want to ask, you had a great debut to the LEC, going 2-0 on a single weekend, but then after that, EXO suffered a 4-match losing streak in a row. How did you mentally try to bounce back and try to claim another victory, especially today?
I mean, I think we just kept focusing on the same things we always did. Like when we went 2-0, I think everyone hyped us a lot, but we knew that we still had a lot to work on. So the losses didn't completely come to surprise us. So we just kept focusing on improving and working as a team since we had been so long together. So we just kept focusing on that, and eventually it worked out. So we finally got a win again.
And part of the victory is you playing Diana. In other leagues, especially in the LCK, Diana is actually considered a top-tier jungle champion at the moment. What is your opinion on Diana, and do you also believe that it is on top of the jungle charts at the moment?
Yeah, I think the champion is just so strong. It's like the early game is a little bit weaker, so you can try to punish it in early, but the champion just farms very fast. It doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, and then the power you get in team fights is enormous. So it's just a very small trade-off for a very strong team fight champ that can literally turn fights on itself. So I agree, it's a very strong champ.
A random question. Is there a particular jungle champion that you would love to play on stage if it comes back on meta?
I'm not sure. Like, I would still want to play Nidalee. Like, I think for me, Nidalee is a champ that I've played a lot over my career. It was one of my favorite champs. So playing that champ on stage would be a lot of fun for me.
And you're now here back in the stage, getting your first victory. You had your ups and downs. I know that you had an amazing debut to LEC, but now that you have played a few more matches, what is like your one takeaway in the LEC?
I think just don't overthink it a lot. Like, it's just the same game that you always play. So just play like it's like you're playing in solo queue. Just play like you would do any other day. So don't overthink who you're playing against or that you're playing for more viewers or on a better stage. Like, just be yourself, play like you would always do. And I think you will feel that it feels a lot more easy to play.
And perhaps that's what we would look forward to for your next game against Vitality. Any resolution for that next match as the playoffs continue to close by?
I think it's going to be a banger. It's going to be the fight for playoffs, I guess. So I just hope it's a lot of scrapping and a lot of fighting.
And we will certainly look forward to that. Thank you once again so much for the interview, and best of luck for the rest of the LEC.
Thank you.
And after the break, we'll be continuing in the race for the playoffs as we face Vitality against Misfits. So please, stay tuned.
Oh baby, it's that time of year again. Playoffs are on the horizon, so take a seat and let me give you a prognosis for your favorite teams as we get through this Medics playoff checkup. So who's locked, who's in, who's out, who's shaking it all about, and who's getting into playoffs? That's the question that we have to ask. Let's start off with the standings. Currently, Fnatic and Rogue are locked in those top 2 spots, the only teams that are in playoffs already with 10 wins. Any other team that makes it to that 10-win mark will also be automatically into playoffs. So Misfits, just 1 win away. If they beat Vitality, they lock their spot in the final 6. Now, there's only one other team that can lock today, and that's Mad Lions. If they win, XL lose, and well, they can't lock anymore. I didn't change the thing that I put in the auto queue. XL have won, so Mad Lions can't lock in. Though, if Mad Lions get to 9 wins, they will be in a much stronger position as the next few weeks go on. I was going to talk a lot about Mad's head-to-head and how against Astralis and Vitality they are in a very good position, but that doesn't matter that much at the moment because, of course, XL have already won earlier today. So let's move on to talk about championship points. It's simple enough. The top 6 teams at the end of the regular season make it into playoffs. But what does that actually really mean? And does their seeding change at all depending on where they place in spring? Well, I'm glad you asked, Medic. Oh, well done, Medic. Good ask. Because of course it does. Teams make championship points based on their positioning at the end of spring, with 90 points going to first, all the way down to 0 points if you didn't make it into playoffs. Your summer regular season also gives you points towards that championship points. And that means your seeding is determined by the total amount of points you have over spring and summer. Teams with more championship points are given higher seeds for the playoff positions. Now, it's important to remember, and I will tell you this so often over the next 2 weeks, if you don't finish in the top 6 in the regular season of summer, you don't make playoffs. No matter how many of these championship points you have got from spring, you are not making it into playoffs if you do not finish in the top 6. This is where things stand at the moment. Rogue, of course, coming second in spring, got themselves 70 points and have already guaranteed at least 20 points in summer because they've already locked a playoff spot. It's important, of course, to get one of these top 4 spots because that means that you get the double elimination when it gets through to our playoffs points. Currently, it's looking likely that the top 4 teams will be Rogue, Mad, G2, and Fnatic. But for Fnatic, a high finish in summer is vital. They only made 20 points in spring. They need a lot of points in summer to make sure that they get that top 4 going into playoffs. If they get first, they pretty much guarantee themselves a good seed in summer. Now that's it for the checkup for now. Your big takeaways are this. Misfits lock playoff with a win. Mad Lions could have locked playoffs, but XL winning means that they can't. And even if a team locks a playoff berth, they are still fighting for better seeding. And finally, as always, if you don't make playoffs, you don't make worlds.
It is so complex, but I'm just going to try to capture that very last thought. You don't make worlds
if you don't make playoffs. Yes, thank you. We've heard it so many times. Everyone gets it already, okay?
I just need to make sure the new guy understood, and you do. Congratulations, you passed the test.
Thank you.
A win here versus Vitality locks Rabbits in playoffs, and what a turnaround from years of terrible summers where Misfits have fallen apart time and time and time again. And no matter how much I believe in them, they always seem to disappoint in summer. And I think this is probably the best, the most consistent, the most impressive Misfits that we've seen since 2017 summer, Ender.
Look, it's never too late to lose all your games, though, because you would have said that in 2018 summer when Misfits went 9-0 at the first half of the season and then finished 11-7. They got 2 wins in the back half. Now, I'm with you, though, Trevor. I do think this Misfits has shown us a lot more consistency already, and so much that has to do with the evolution of the man on your screen, Razork. This guy has been an absolute machine. You know, he was a decent jungler in spring, you know, nothing really to write home about, but in summer, he has absolutely put his name at the top of the list for junglers. Him and Inspired, I think, have been the 2 standout performers in the jungle position, and I just can't wait to see what more this guy has to show us because the rest of the team, too, has stepped up behind him.
But that's the thing, exactly what you just said there. The rest of the team are stepping up behind him. And you see it straight from the early game as well, too. How they play their rotations around the jungle as well, to the same time, how much of an impact they'll actually have on the enemy jungler as well. They use so much of their time in the early game to try and scout out the enemy jungler, just so Razork will know how to adapt to the path with his jungle playstyle. And that is what's setting Misfits up for success.
I mean, they really are. The thing that I've also been fairly impressed by is this Misfits roster are willing to make bold calls. Now, some of them have backfired dramatically, like that backdoor call against Astralis. They played for the win. And conversely, listening to the comms checks, how they took down G2, not giving up in a game that, frankly, they should have lost. Now, Gulborg, when you see some of those plays, do you think the youthfulness, the guts, or the bravado of these players can challenge the top 4 that Medic just talked about?
I think it's tough going at this part right now. I will say, though, I feel like they have a pretty clear potential of it at the same time, because as you said yourself, is it this youth that's just burning through when they're trying out new stuff, or is it inconsistencies? And that's the point. At sometimes it just looks like inconsistencies, but at other times it looks like this is a team that's willing to try out poke comps, try to see how we play with this in condition. Then next game, let's go for skirmish heavy style with Razork on the Volibear instead. It's all these flexible drafts we get from them that is still giving me this belief that at their best, yes, Misfits can contest.
Absolutely the case.
Yeah, and I think Razork, as you can see, has been super influential in showing up in their games. And one of the things that I have been tracking in particular with a lot of the teams has been how good are you at fighting, at team fighting around objectives and all these things, because it does really feel like in the meta for the last year and a half, 2 years even, most of the game just comes down to the fights. You can get some early game leads and that's nice and whatever, but at the end of the day, who can stack up dragons, who can win those fights around critical objectives is going to win you games. And from week 1, I have been impressed with Misfits and their decision-making within fights. Who to go on? When can Kabi, jump into the backline on an AD carry? When does he have to kite back? When is the team, peeling for him? All these micro decisions you have to make within fights. That is an area where Misfits are contesting with the best teams in the league, and an area where, come best of 5s, that is where they can shine.
Gentlemen, let's see if they make it to those best of 5s. Misfits are looking to lock in playoffs with a win versus Vitality, who are fighting tooth and nail for a shot at the top 6. Dracos and Cage will take it away.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. It is, of course, a very exciting game for Misfits, a win, as mentioned. And as will be mentioned again in this cast, I'm sure, for you, Turk. That's a secret message for one of our producers. They lock playoffs if they win here, which is a very big deal. On the opposite side for Vitality, of course, it is a very neck-and-neck battle. And to kind of build on the discussion the desk was having, there's kind of like 4 teams who you kind of know are making playoffs. Rogue, even after that disastrous first split, have kind of always just been there. They've always been a part. Mad Lions, they've always been a part. Fnatic, always a part. G2, always a part of playoffs. And then there's the teams kind of sitting on the outside. And for Vitality Misfits, they're 2 of these teams. Yes, they've had great splits where they've made playoffs. They've had fantastic runs if we go as far back as, the 2018s, where you're looking at a top 3 team in the league. For Misfits, it was 2017. You think of the Incredible Worlds. But since then, success has been infrequent.
Does it start with success?
But it starts with success here.
Oh, okay.
We'll lock them into what?
I don't know. You said success, so I just thought of that.
That's called conditioning. We trained him.
That's a rune. Conditioning. It means you get like resistances 10 minutes.
We're gonna do the thing where you just say words at me and say wordplay for the rest of the day?
It might happen. Sometimes I'm feeling it. And right now I was feeling it for the last 10 seconds. You just kept going on, so I just picked one word that stood out to me and I was like, success.
There you go. That's called active listening. And if you weren't actively listening, if Misfits win here, they lock playoffs. Vitality, they want to find a win. And we'll see if they can do it. They need to get out of what I will call the Shark Tank. All of those teams fighting at the bottom, Vitality, Astralis, SK, Schalke, and XL. They need to get a win lead over these teams. A wide berth if they want that 6th seed.
Yeah, I was in the Shark Tank 4 times, never got out.
Yep.
That sucks.
You have a bad business proposal.
Yeah, it was rough in there, man. Anyway, straight into draft. Lee Sin Sin's out, taken away from the jungle pool. Now you have to wonder, is Diana one of the strongest ones now? Gwen still open, Lucian still open, Thresh not still open. Misfits, one last ban, and Vitality can opt into a first pick here. Already taken away, so now I think Lucian Diana is quite high priority. You'd expect Gwen, of course, up there. A lot of ADs open. Kalista, Varus, but the Lucian's gonna come in. Will Misfits deny the Diana is a big question, because if they do, they need an AD solo laner to match it with. So Renekton or Sett could be a good option for them.
Certainly decent options. Ready to see adjustments. Lucian obviously remaining a high priority pick for what feels like 2 years now, has always been a bit of a focus. The new itemization changes always benefiting New Heavenly. As you saw in the last game, Lucian gets an early Gale Force, Lucian starts taking names. For leader would be a perfect fit. That said, for now, Volibear going to be the lock-in for the side of Misfits Gaming. A flex pick technically, but Razork on an early aggressive jungler is never a bad thing for the side of Misfits.
Yeah, definitely going into Razork's hands. Now, what will they do here? They have a couple of options. What they could do is go for a solo laner to match into Lucian, or they could pick one piece of bot lane, like an AD carry, and then counter pick the support on 3. If the Vitality don't opt into a support, then obviously they can ban them away. So I think when it comes to draft, you're either picking top jungle mid, or you're picking jungle bot lane. Those are the two options. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Vitality just locked in Evelyn Renekton. Insta-lock. I was thinking Diana, but whoa! Put the brakes on.
I was promised 30 seconds to make a composed thought, Vitality, and you've taken that away. Explosive composition, self-made, Evelyn. If you have not seen it, you are not watching League of Legends at Worlds. This man, an absolute monster on this champion when he was playing on Fnatic, solo killing double lift, an iconic moment in the EUNA rivalry.
Okay, well, that just happened. So now, top lane matched. So, wow, that's a lot of AP from Misfits.
A lot of AD from Vitality.
A lot of AD from, but self-made Evelyn to compensate, right?
True.
So now you wonder, is Ziggs high priority for Vitality here? Maybe Misfits might want to take it away because it could do pretty well with the AP jungle, AP AD carry, and then both these solo laners. But both top sides are picked here, so bot lane is the aim of the game. I think Kalista ban could be a good idea for Vitality to take that away. But then again, Evelyn Renekton is a lot of dive.
It is, but also you have to keep in mind that you are playing against a Mundo. Naturally, mitigating at least one of those forms of CC will certainly make Hero's life easier. That said, we've seen Mundo, yes, mid to late game, he gets an item under his belt, he's impossible to kill, but if he's even or behind, he can still be a very vulnerable champion. Leona taken off the board, limiting some of the engage options for Lebrov, and Lebrov, a guy that we will keep a close eye on in this game. While when you look at Team Vitality, you talk about the core 3, self-made, leader, and crown shot. Lebrov has been slowly but surely building a name for himself. Alistair also taken off the board, and it looks like just no playmaking supports allowed here today.
Couple left, you've still got things like Nautilus, Brown, Rel. These are the supports that are kind of open for the playmaking and such. See if either team opts into it. I think Brown for Vitality could be pretty big, but Kog'Maw ban coming in. That's targeted at Crown Shot. Obviously, he likes his Kog'Maw. He likes to go for the kind of tank Kog'Maw build, I think it is, with Shield Bow and Wit's End. That could be pretty powerful against Misfits' comp, especially when you're running a Dr. Mundo Volibear, right? A lot of percentage HP shred on both of those champions. So, pretty smart ban there. And now Varus is going to match it. So, we've got Kalista, we've got Brown. Aphelios is open, but with no Thresh, so still doable. And it is going to be locked in. So now, picking AD, counter-picking support. What does Vitality want to opt into here? You could go for something like a Zyrakan, could go for a long-range comp like Jinx, yeah?
Interesting to see the adaptation here. Of course, we don't have the big Draven players in this game, the big Kalista players in this game, so they don't even need to be banned away. Instead, we're going to see the exact same two AD carries we saw in the previous game. Hyper-scaling appears to be the name of the game this week, at least in our first 2 matches. Jinx, Rakan versus Aphelios, and what?
Yeah, Rakan makes a lot of sense. I think they're going to go Nautilus here into the Rakan. It would make a lot of sense. I thought they would go Zyrakan just for the pairing, but Jinx obviously outranges Saya, so does better into Aphelios Rise, you'd expect, and then the Nautilus counter into Rakan also makes a lot of sense. So, both these compositions, Vitality, your only AP damage is Self-Made. Self-Made being ahead is good, but Self-Made is weak in the early stages in the game on this champion. Therefore, his solo laners are going to have to help him make sure he can full clear and avoid Razork on the Volibear in the early game. If he can get to level 6 unpunished with an even game state, obviously very favored, whereas Misfits have a lot of playmaking in the jungle. I think bot lane should be winning for Misfits as well. But I think all of this game is going to be about the solo laners. Similar to the last game, it's all going to be about top side. Whichever support can roam there first has the numbers advantage.
Bot lane, in the meantime, we'll keep an eye on that farm fest. We'll see if any greater engages or TPs can come through. Otherwise, top side focus for both teams, which inevitably means jungle focus. Self-made, yes, a little bit hampered here by his choice of champion in the early game. Razork expected to be as proactive as ever. One of the best splits in his career. Rookie split, he made it with Misfits to playoffs. Can he repeat the same success on an all-new roster? He is the only remaining player from that lineup here at VTO. Kabe, Vander, all coming into this team. Can they make it again? Something we're going to have to keep our eye on. Get ready for our second game of the day.
Yeah, and it's all about solo laners, similar to last game. That's almost like what the meta is, but the Evelyn is definitely an off kind of meta pick in a sense, but it's self-made special. Vitality versus Misfits, very important game.
Thank you, and I'm joined by Coach Mephisto of Vitality. Thank you for joining us for this conversation, and we are so curious about the Jinx and Rakan bot lane. It's something that we've seen a few times in the LCK, but not really in the LEC.
Okay. This is something that we have two proficient players. One is really good on Jinx, and we think it has a good match into Aphelios. And the Rakan was a blind. We experimented with it this week, and it worked really well. So we wanted to give it a shot in a competitive game.
Thank you so much, and we'll look forward to how this pick performs. And back to you, Dracos and Kedro.
I like it. It's a simple answer, but for those of you who don't know Mephisto, he's been around in the scene for a long time and want to give this guy his props, as we did just see him there briefly before we get into the game focus. This man is notorious for being one of the hardest working analysts in the business, while other people are celebrating after a one weekend, maybe getting drinks, having a good time with friends. He's watching OPL VODs at 3 in the morning looking for the newest secret tech from every corner of the world. So credit to him, and we'll hope that some of that secret tech can come out in this game. As again, top side is the focus, but naturally, looking as well at the jungle matchup, seeing what Razork can do in this early game. He's not on a clock, but he is expected to do a little bit more here.
Yeah, and he should have a winning bot lane. They should have the push, so I think that's why he's patting down there in the early stages so he can secure himself a crab. But very similar than the last game, Lucian will have push in mid, and that can dictate where your jungler goes to. So if Selfmade goes to his top crab, even if Razork matched, I think the 3v3 with Lucian, Renekton, and Evelynn will be enough to sway him away from it. So that's why he's going towards the bot side now to make sure he can get through the first clear, and then he might look to start to punish Selfmade. He could go for a level 3 gank mid after these Raptors, but we'll have to wait and see. But Selfmade, aim of the game, just full clear. Make sure he can get to level 6. Razork maybe wants to look for a few plays here and there before he can allow that to happen.
Good early trading here coming in from the Vitality bottom.
Oh, Leader's going to tank tower here.
Leader tanking tower shot is very big. Flash away. VTO, can he go for the flash forward? Going for the
Oh!
Ooh, just the easy finish with the E there. Point and click him down.
Huge mistake from Leader. Flashes away and dies. Tanks the tower on his Q, I believe it was, or auto attack, so he gets rooted in place. And getting solo killed in this matchup level 2 is an absolute disaster considering the amount of push you want to help out your jungler. Giving Ryze a free kill when he can scale so well, he'll be able to TP back for free, he'll have a lot of gold. Look what Leader's bought. The biggest problem he has now is not only did he get solo killed, but now he's TP'd back with a pink. That's it. When VTO bases and TP's back, he's gonna have a whole lot more.
And remember that VTO's jungler can be much more aggressive and much more active in the early game as the Volibear. Leader already burned that flash, means he is easy pickings if Razork is willing to commit his. Bot lane just continues to trade pretty aggressive here. LeBron very much the focus. When he's at low health, it's going to be much harder for him to engage and force Misfits off this wave.
Yeah, so Aftershock supports tend to counter Rakan because Rakan, when he goes in, can be punished by things like Leon and Nautilus because they can root him in place. He can't dash away, which means you win the trade because while both AD carries hitting supports, one has Aftershock and the other one doesn't. Yes, Rakan can dash away, but he's going to be chain CC'd, so you lose the trade. That's why Rakan counters Braum, because Braum doesn't actually have that instant lockdown. He has wind-up CC, where he needs to proc his passive, so Rakan can jump in, trade on the enemy AD carry, and then jump out. Whereas against Aftershock supports, it tends to be very, very difficult. That's why Misfits has the push in bot lane. That's why Razork path down here, puts a ward on his Selfmade's Raptors, gets bot crab, and he's in a base.
And the big factor we heard from Fisto, of course, was comfort on these champions. Both these guys have to see what they can do more in the mid game right now. In the early game, it is a bit of a struggle, but as expected, when you talk about the individual matchup. Now, one thing I do want to call out here is that when we look at Misfits overall, a lot of their priority comes down to what Razork can do in the early game. This game's a little bit different because VTO was kind of gift-wrapped a solo kill there in the mid lane, courtesy of Leader, but otherwise I still think we naturally gravitate towards jungle, kind of for both of these teams, to be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think Vitality more towards jungle mid because they seem to be the explosive players and Selfmade tends to play through mid, whereas Razork mainly plays through topside, not so much through bot lane, but definitely the MVP of Misfits so far this split. Like you were talking about 2020, his rookie split, he played phenomenally, got into playoffs, had that amazing Echo game up against the what was undefeatable G2, where he took them down. And now, just a year and a half later, still playing exceptionally well, keeping Misfits up there in the top 4. And we'll see, if they win this game, they make playoffs, they locked in. And he's done his full clear, just like we talked about. Wanted to get the bot crab, see if he can have some impact on the map here.
The trading here in the top lane, but nothing too much to be seen. Zagenda doing his best to freeze the wave as here tries to push him off. Now VTO, a small advantage here in the mid lane. Gonna have to see how that transitions once level 6 comes through for Selfmade. You brought it up before, level 5 now, working towards that slowly but surely. But for now, really the only big gold discrepancy is in the mid lane.
Huge advantage in the mid lane, in fact. Has an XP lead, has to push into the Lucian. You have a winning early game jungle matchup, and now Ryze is winning out against Lucian and has him on the tower because of the item advantage. So look what actually happens. You push in mid, your jungle mid, walk into the top side. Now Selfmade's gonna have to give up his Gromp. Your top lane is all of a sudden getting dove. Leader's on the way. I think the wave's too small to look for anything though.
Looking for the charm. Razork is standing behind VTO. Selfmade, if he overcommits here, is going to be in trouble. Razor can just instantly come out, and it is going to be the stun auto attack. VTO with the ball. Chains CC, there's nothing for him to do. Still level 5. He's got no power in that trade. VTO grabbing another one.
He's going to lose his Gromp as well. Selfmade is paying the price for this early mid-fight. VTO is able to roam up, goes for the face check, and he's just chain CC'd and dies. This is exactly what we expected Razork to want to do, but he's got even more resources to do it than we thought he might have. They looked for some kind of top dive there. The wave was a bit too thin. Then they baited Selfmade to walk back into his own jungle. Crab actually spawned top lane as well, so they're going to be able to get top Crab, you expect, but maybe they want to look for a dive on Leader. Razork has the flash stun. VTO can follow up pretty easily. Might be a bit risky though. Leader sniffs that something might be wrong here.
Flash forward, instant auto attack. No flash on Leader from the play earlier, but no flash on VTO. Means no follow-up either. They are going to be able to back away, but again, look at the massive creep wave that is being taken away from Leader here.
Yeah. He needs help. He hasn't based yet either. He's half HP, no potions, no TP, so he needs to push out mid. It's exactly what Selfmade's going to do. He's going to run mid and give him a push out. He really needs to base here. We'll see if Razork wants to stop this from happening, though.
Level 5 for Razork. Hard to tell how far away they are from level 6, but good damage going on to Selfmade. Everybody just fighting for mid prio here.
Yeah, Leader needs to crash his wave. VTO is just going to push it back. Leader is going to have to take a bad base no matter what. Either you're basing on a freeze or you're basing on a wave crash into your tower, and VTO is able to do it first because this is just going to keep happening. Leader's going to sit under tower. Jungle mid is going to walk into your jungle, and there's nothing you can do. We'll see if the bot lane's doing anything about it, but Misfits have a winning bot lane as well, so it's all falling apart in the early game here for Vitality.
Full court press from the side of Misfits. Absolute early game domination, and while it's not entirely on that first kill, Leader definitely has to be hitting himself on this one. Going to be much harder to play out the rest of this game. Yes, it's only 1,200 gold, but it's also only 7 minutes into the game. And when you give Ryze a tier and an early free back, when you're the Lucian, game is certainly going to be difficult.
Yeah, the Ryze got a plate. Now he's able to push in mid and will be able to base. A little bit up in CS. Leader should be able to catch the majority of this wave, this cannon wave. And Leader has a pickaxe and a longsword now, so he can contest the 1v1 a little bit. But look at VTO's items. Instantly bought the plated steel caps, has health and mana, so he should probably win out on trades or at least be safe when it comes to them. More move speed, has phase rush too. Razork obviously stronger than Selfmade now because of the early jungle invades. Took away 2 camps, the red and the Gromp. And now both junglers are going to look towards neutral objectives.
And while we talked about it earlier, Selfmade getting level 6, but the goal for Vitality was to get there in an even game state. It is not an even game state. See what Leader can do to carve himself back into this mid lane. If Selfmade can maybe get something started, he of course can see Razork. Razork cannot see him. Luxury of
He's going to find him maybe though. Let's spot him out. Vander's hovering around mid to make sure VTO's safe because this Evelyn's level 6. She will be able to one-shot anyone if she can get onto them. Doesn't have too much damage just yet, but a little bit of follow-up and it should be good. But there's a pink ward on his blue, and Razork wants to contest that. Ryze is around. It's going to be a 3v3. I think I favor Misfits for this because of the amount of CC that they have.
Can instantly delete one of the single members. LeBron probably the most likely target, only the Guardian as you mentioned earlier. Selfmade going to take away this ward and focus down this blue buff. One more smite until he gets the Chilling Smite active. A little bit more damage for the potential burst combo there. Sagenda does have a bit of top lane prio, so he's going to be able to wander over, but really only able to just see Razork on this objective, not able to contest.
And they're trading on Herod here. Just going to dash away, and there should be a free Herald. But just going back to your point there on Shigenda, I think that it was a bit of a weird one for Vitality in the top lane because SLT came in, Shigenda went down, and then SLT wasn't performing so well, so Shigenda came back up, and you can see just from, let's just take stats as a baseline context, he's having less jungle proximity, so his jungler's less towards top side, whereas he's having better lane phases. SLT was definitely struggling in the early stages. He was playing similar kind of champions like Lulu, and a couple of carries here and there, but Shigenda definitely playing much, much better. Misfits get the Herald, Razork's forced the ultimate out, but Selfmade will be able to get himself a crab. So net positive there for Misfits using the early game to get those neutral objectives. Shigenda going aggressive onto Herod here.
No passive on the Mundo, but his ultimate up and available makes it very difficult.
Yeah, both have healing reduction. And just the last point on Shigenda, I think, although sometimes his lane phase, let's take the Fnatic game for example, looks quite rough when he was playing the Gwen into the set. He was actually almost solo killing at him a couple times, just lived on 1 HP with the Ignite, and then again almost managed to kill him, but then he did get solo killed back. So a bit unlucky, you'd have to say, but decent start. From coming in and being subbed back in. I think he's been playing and doing his job as expected.
Yeah, and important to be able to do so because again, when we look at Vitality and you look at what is coming in this split, not the easiest road of any team, not the hardest. Their destiny is kind of in their own hands. They're fortunate enough to play a lot of the teams that they are fighting for when it comes to playoff spots. The Excels, the Schalkes, Astralis, and in the case of Astralis, a team that they are currently neck and neck with, and winning against the teams that are around you in the standings is so crucial because not only do you push yourself up, you push them down. Yes, beating Rogue is big when it comes to going into playoffs, but not nearly as large when it comes to the context of the playoff race.
And beating Astralis is even bigger deal than beating Rogue, you'd expect, right? Because now Vitality is tied with XL and Astralis. Astralis still has a game to play, and XL already played theirs, but a win here would be massive, you know, put yourself one step ahead. But right now they're behind. We'll see if the jungle mid, what we notoriously think of Vitality as the carries, can get themselves back into this game. They are a little bit behind right now. VTO's up a level. Razork kind of having more early game impact because of the invades. Hal has the Herald. Dragon's up. He's probably going to look for that soon as well. But Selfmade is scaling. And if they can get one play onto VTO, Leader should be able to find himself back in the game. Both side lanes have been very, very quiet though.
Certainly have. We kind of, it's funny because we kind of pegged this as the very explosive side lane game. You know, we're going to see, wow, look at all these incredible opportunities and moments. And while there's a lot of trading, like we're going to see here, it's kind of a dash in, dash out. Selfmade, though, could look to change that. Charm now going to come in. Here it's just going to all try to get behind the creep wave. They're getting a lot of damage down. Selfmade needs to hold on to that ult as long as he can, and he gets it. It's clean plays coming in from Vitality.
That was a lot of damage. I didn't think Selfmade had that much when Hirit was in the minion wave ulting, and I thought he was fine because he had flash as well, but good decisiveness from the Selfmade there. He knew his bot lane was losing. He knew his mid was losing, and this dragon was uncontestable. So let's go top. We just talked about it. Shigenda coming in for SLT has pressure in this lane, so Selfmade makes sure he abuses it. Renekton Evelynn great combo. Hirit no magic resist. Picks himself up a kill. So now on this Evelynn is a level up. He's up in farm. He's got himself a kill. So he is actually scaling really well, but his neutrals keep forming. The gold is even right now, but Razork still has that Herald. Might want to put it mid. Vander's around. Labrov's a bit far behind on tempo.
Leader just continues to be the one who's suffering here. They're going to delete the creep wave, though. That's going to be big. But Misfits debating if they actually want to commit for this one. Not sure if they spot Rakan off onto the side or if they just don't want to take the risk, but they're going to need to step forward if they want to finish this tower. And the charge, sadly, not on a clean 2 plates, 2.5, so that last play will be very hard to take.
Yeah, won't be able to pick up the tower. Selfmade's going to take Razork's Raptors away, while Razork takes the bot lane grab. A lot of trading going off here, but Shigenda very far ahead of Hirit now. Up in CS, has the plates. 2 plates in his pocket and has the assist. Selfmade's finding his way back into the game as well. Just this mid tower is a big problem for Vitality. They're going to have to find a way to defend it.
Certainly will. Wave clear when you don't have the calling up, very difficult, very hard for you to approach that wave when there's a Volibear. He's a cold bird. Speaking of cold, we got the Everfrost for VTO in the mid lane, so more CC, less opportunity for Leader to push buttons.
Yeah, a lot of CC. And I think the last time, correct me if I'm wrong, Selfmade played Evelynn, it was up against Mad Lions. And Mad Lions Humanoid was playing Rise, and what you see happen in the fights often was the Evelynn would find a flank, but the second he gets rooted, he's just a sitting duck, instantly gets popped in the root and dies. Similar sort of situation here again. He has Sorcerer Shoes, whereas, you know, VTO has 2 roots now with the Everfrost. Razork has the CC, Vander has a lot of CC, so although Selfmade might get himself ahead, it's going to be, I mean, if Misfits group up, it's going to be very difficult for him to find the backline. A lot of CC to sway Murray. Right away.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing that we always talk about when we bring up stealth champions, and I guess in this case just Evelynn, is most of the other stealth champions have been essentially kind of removed from the game for the most part, is the invisible pressure that she provides on the map. So if Vitality are able to split it into a 1-3-1, it is so hard for Misfits to play the game out, because when you don't know where the Evelynn is, when you don't have control wards littered across your side of the map, she can be waiting in fog of war. If you overcommit for the 1v1, thinking you have an advantage, it can turn away from you very quickly. But as you mentioned, team fights still very hard for Selfmade.
Definitely. You think she's on one side of the map, then she shows up in the other, and you blame your jungler. That's the series of events. Ban Evelynn.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Anyway, Crown Shot's finished his Kraken Slayer, and it seems now this bot matchup's turned a little bit. They're starting to have the push. Labrov's level 7, has the ultimate. Kobe could probably die in just one combo, you know, if the Rakan can get the quickness out, but hang on a second, he might be caught here. Labrov dashes away, Vander.
Away, flash forward, the auto, easy pickup. There's nowhere for him to go. Selfmade throws down the W, but not going to be nearly enough.
Yeah, had flash, but good decisiveness from Razor. Gets the first stun, and then Vander, with the flash hook, manages to make sure that they finish that play off. So great play there from Misfits, managing to take out Labrov.
Yeah. Difficult to play Rakan, I think, in a meta with so much reliable CC. If a single hook hits you, if a single auto attack based CC, in the case of Volibear hits you, the instant follow-up is there for Misfits. They have so many tools to lock down a single member of the opposing team.
And now Kobe is going to pick up this bot tower. There's no plates left, but this will be the first tower of the game. Razork's just hovering around to make sure he's safe. Labrov died, of course, so Crown should have to back off of the wave. So what Razork did is he ran bot to make sure that he was backing off, which in essence made it so Kobe could get this bot tower. We'll see if they want to swap, because Dragon's up in 1 minute 40 and Herald is spawning soon, so there's a window where they could run top, get the Herald, and then move down towards the bot side. But Shigenda's going to answer on the top side with top tower, and that's just 1v1. Obviously, like you were talking about the Evelynn in stealth, here it has to be careful. No flash, could get dove. So it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade on the towers, favoring Misfits, of course.
Yeah, and these 1v1 matchups in the solo lane are so incredibly snowball. You see it in the mid lane, favored very much for Misfits. You see it in the top lane, favored very much for the side of Vitality on the back of that play that Selfmade was able to make. Good news for Misfits is that they are able to get Kabi an item. He buys the Immortal Shield Bow, now working on what would appear to be the Collector, as is the new hot flavor of the month, Aphelios build, maxing lethality, second instead of attack speed, getting the Collector second for maximum burst damage on your skills as opposed to sustained damage from auto attacks.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Vitality and where to look at, but I think Misfits, we've said it before, but I'll say it again. I think that this team, in the early game especially, like we're talking about from the jungle matchup, Razork is the biggest driving factor behind this team. And this team, hang on a second, maybe I find VTO here. He's going to have to flash away, I think. Nope, uses the Everfrost and gets away.
Razork now on the way in. Leader's going to be the one who's in trouble. Labrov, though, interrupting the play. Keeping the rest of the team back. Of course, Razork gets the reset on the cooldown when he gets CC'd.
Yeah, and there's Razork again, right place at the right time, always it feels like, and that's why Misfits' early games are so strong, and he's going to push into this mid tower. They should be able to pick it up, and they are. There could be a fight here, but as you can see on the bottom of your screen, first Bloods, first Heralds, first Dragon, all these neutral objectives. You can see how Razork, in this game alone, can use his winning lanes, uses his mid laner to move towards top side, to get the early advantage in the jungle, to then make that so they can get a Herald, and then turn it into a Dragon. So Misfits, we talked about Razork being the driving factor of this team in the early stages of the game, and you can see it in this one alone.
Yeah, it's not just for himself that he plays when he's getting these kills, when he's getting assists. You can see that it's the team who benefits from Razork's incredibly dominant early game. First Bloods, first Heralds, first Dragons as they're tied for second here, and Crown Shot is going to connect on the Zap. There's no Thresh to save him. Selfmade now on the way in. Kave should just go down here to heal. Vander ready to step forward. Razork in the area. TP now coming in. That's going to be a Mundo on the way forward. Selfmade going to ult out to safety, interrupting the Nautilus ultimate. Now Labrov locked up. VT on the backside. Keep your eyes on that rise. It's going to be big damage, but it's Kave who's locked up. Immortal Shield Bow proccing. He can fire back at least a little bit, but Misfits just getting cut down. Good ulti comes out. He's going to get a 4-man snare if he wants it, but that's all he's going to get.
Labrov, the unsung hero, massive ultimate. Although he died, he managed to knock up around 4 people there. Misfits, quite confusing play there because Vitality TP'd on the wave, showing 4 members there, and Kobe was absolutely fine. Here it TP's in, VTO ults in, Selfmade ult was traded with the Nautilus ultimate, but then Labrov finds an engage. Shigenda was able to follow up, and it's not Selfmade, it's not Leader, it's not Crown Shot, it's Shigenda and Labrov who managed to win the fight in the bot lane for Vitality.
And overall, well played by Vitality. We were at a slightly Misfits favored game in the early game, and Vitality have been doing so well to bring themselves back.
Yeah, this TP from Leader was confusing because I feel like they want to force on this bot tier 1, but Kobe is absolutely fine when you use the heal here. But it's TP that causes the re-engage. Razork comes around, the Realm Warp's quite late. Selfmade ults out from Vander's ult, but watch Labrov. Double charm, and then he dashes forwards to get a double knock-up on the carries. Here it obviously has the passive, dies, but Shigenda follows up. So this top support duo was the one who won in this fight, which inevitably gave Selfmade 2 kills.
And again, that is big in the context of a team where normally we look at Selfmade, we look at Leader, we look at Crown Shot. When players like SLT and Labrov can also step up, it makes Vitality feel more and more like a team that can take that last playoff spot. Of course, there's only 2 teams locked, but Vitality, the one you're looking at to lock 6th place, short of some disastrous performances from the teams above them.
Now Misfits should be able to transfer the pressure that Vitality had in bots because they have no wards towards the top side to get themselves a Herald. We'll see how they use it. Top tier 1 is still up, so they might want to look to use it there. Labrov has no ultimate, so Vitality obviously can't contest, but maybe they can find something off the back half of it. Vander, no flash. Leader stashing forwards. He doesn't see many of the Misfits members, but he has his whole team to back him up.
Vander, knowing Selfmade's in the area, that hook back in is very greedy. They're just going to kill Vander before the fight even starts.
Okay.
Razork has to run.
He has ultimate. He has flash coming up soon as well. He might be able to ultimate over the wall, but Shigenda's going to be able to get there first. He has stun.
On the way in, Labrov stepping forward, gleaming Quell. Easy damage coming on the wall from Selfmade. Ult backwards over the wall, and Selfmade now unstoppable.
Selfmade was so far behind in this early game, from the mid lane losing and then VTO punishing, but now he's got 5 kills, and it all comes off the back of his top lane and support finding the double kill in bot, and now giving him an extra 2 kills onto Vander and Razork, who just made blatant mistakes. Vander was fine, re-engages for no reason, which made it so Razork was now in trouble too. So Misfits, lots of mistakes coming in here despite having a strong early game lead, only being up a little bit in gold, but having such good control of the game, a losing grasp of it.
Very rapidly. And again, I think the big thing that's crazy here is that we've seen Misfits come back from incredible deficits, and we've seen Misfits completely and totally throw games away. We've seen the Herald games, and we've seen the backdoor games. Magifield is coming. You have these excellent moments, and I think for Misfits, they need to calm down. They need to regain control because, as a general rule, and Vander's a professional player. He makes mistakes on occasion, but in general, very talented player. But as a general rule, when Evelyn pushes W on you, that is not your cue to try to go in.
That's the runaway.
That is your cue. It's literally designed to give you time to run away so that this champion has counterplay.
It's like the Jaws, dun, 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 you know, you gotta run.
You don't jump into the water.
Yeah, exactly.
Jumped into the water. No, bad.
But there's the Herald, and they're gonna trade tier 1 top for tier 1 bot. So, Misfits making mistakes. The gold should be a little bit even. It won't be the worst case scenario, only 600 gold down. And VTO is still really strong on the rise. 40 CS up. He is up a level, 202. 2 items rise at 20 minutes in the game is already massive. It's only Razork and Vander who are slowly falling behind. And there's a really fat Evelyn they have to be careful for. So when they contest this blue, Selfmade is 2 levels up on Razork. He will one-shot anyone he can get his hands on, and he's just going to smite away the blue. Oh, I was expecting an emote there. Normally Selfmade likes to drop them.
And Selfmade was behind, remember, in the early game. Lane pressure from Misfits was so heavily favored that Razork just got to walk into his jungle over and over again. They found that kill on the top side. Now he's level 12 to Razork's level 10. He's 5-1-0, and this game plan for Misfits is great when you're even with the Evelyn. You know, it's hard for her to get into that backline up against the Rise. When she's 5-1-0, she can go anywhere she damn pleases.
Well, Mundo also can do the same, so we'll see who goes where they damn please in this game. 1 minute on the Dragon. And yeah, you're completely right. These solo laners of Vitality were supposed to bridge Evelyn to the late game. But instead, the opposites happened. She fell behind in the early game. And now, Labrov and Shigen are the ones who are getting Selfmade these kills in fights. 50 seconds Dragon. I still think that Evelyn in these team fights will struggle. If she gets spotted once, gets hit by any form of CC, she will die instantly. And from there, Vitality might collapse because he's the backbone of the damage. He's the only AP damage. Misfits have full armor, barring maybe a little bit on that locket. So Selfmade's ultimate is key in these fights. We have to keep our eye on it.
Absolutely do. Of course, for Vitality, wins here good. Remember, Excel just tied them up alongside Astralis earlier today. Getting a win here pulls them a little bit ahead. They need to keep finding more wins. When we talk about Vitality, we already talked about their schedule once. A lot of opportunities to go head-to-head against the teams around them. But if they can also beat the teams that are generally above them, easy path to playoffs, to be completely honest. And right now, they are looking like the more controlled team. Sadly for Misfits, when they look back at this game, they won't look at how, you know, crazy great they played. They'll look at Leader feeding them a kill in the mid lane and 2 very questionable plays. Vander getting caught, and as well as the bot lane re-engage that cost them so dearly.
Yeah, you're completely right. Vitality's taking this game. You know, if they lose to Rogue, it can be an excuse. You know, if you beat Misfits already, you're already beating the top 4 team. But you can see VTO's already building Banshees. He's already building MR to try and to negate Selfmade's damage. They should be able to pick up this Dragon, but Selfmade might have to ult out of the pit if he wants to get away from this.
He's waiting for now, but now it's to turn back onto Leader. The knockup is going to be there, but Crown Shot's ready to start laying down some damage. Leader does get taken down. Selfmade in the midst of everyone. That's the lockup we talked about. He's down. Now it's here into the backside. Vitality, have they thrown it all the way? Hear it. Oh, Crown Shot. This is not a man you can escape from. VTO going to grab that one, and now Razork running in as well. Kabe ready. Purple gun. Graviton. He can find the lockup. Swap formers. Maybe go for the Q here on the Aphelios. Going to use the ult instead. That's going to be a single lockup onto the Renekton. But Shigenda, is he ready for the turn and burn? Going to try to get some damage down. Double dashes back through Razork. But again, here comes the Mundo. You didn't pay your taxes. Business Mundo is here to shut you down. Razork and the rest of Misfits turning to the Baron.
Yeah, that's going to be Baron for Misfits. They only lose Vander and they get 4 kills for themselves. Selfmade, I want to see that fight again because I think he flashed forwards onto Vander to maybe look for a one-shot on him. I think the Realm Orb came out, and then like we talked about, instantly locked up. Selfmade falls, all of Vitality fall with him, so let's keep our eyes on Selfmade. I thought Vitality would disengage here and just ult out of the pit, but the second Leader gets hooked. Maybe Selfmade thinks he can make a pick, but just keep your eyes on him. He flashes over the wall onto an Aftershock support, uses his entire burst, and then gets rooted from VTO from the Realm Orb. From there, fight is lost. Crown Shot has to flash away. Shigenda can't even ult in and dash in because there's no follow-up. Once Evelyn is dead, everyone falls with her, so Vitality just have to run. Misfits chase, they get 4 kills, they've got Baron. And despite those mistakes in the mid-game, now they're in full control again.
K-Droll. Both of these teams fighting in the race for playoffs, but both of these teams making massive unforced errors in this game. Have to find calm, cool, collected moments. Misfits, they've now got the Baron. As long as they don't make another mistake, they are the ones set up to win this game. We went from dead even to now about a 4K gold lead for Misfits. They have to be feeling good.
Yeah, and the reason they're set up to win this game is because the Rise is just so unstoppable now. 3 items has the Banshees, getting towards level 16, and Vitality don't have the range to deal with him unless Jinx can get ahead, but the Jinx is only sitting at 2 items right now. She needs at least an IE and maybe even another item on top of that to be able to get in range, a rapid fire or something to hit VTO. Because with Vander in front of him, Razork in front of him, they have no shots, and now Shigenda.
Selfmade off to the side. They're just trying to force Misfits down and away by playing from the top side there, get access to the wave, but it does mean giving up their tier 2 and even more money into the back pockets of Misfits. Kabe has to be careful here, though. He does not have a Thresh to protect him.
Ooh, Misfits playing on 2 lanes here. They're going to get bot tier 2 as well. We'll see if Vitality want to find an engage, because Misfits are getting really chunked out here. Shigenda's on the side, Selfmade's on the side, Labrov is on the side. Can they find an engage, though?
Kabe with Collector. And Red Gun, White Gun is very good if they overcommit and they cannot immediately find the kill. They're now getting ready to kick the fight off, but LeBron instantly getting a clean engage! Here we go! Wombo combo! Misfits! They're playing with fire, but Kave is firing back! Big damage now coming in. Kave gonna grab that one. Woo! Double kill coming in for VTO. Misfits taking the fight. It looks like a possible turn, but Misfits finding that one is massive.
Oh, Misfits are playing with fire. They are 5-man Realm Warp into a Rakan, Renekton, and an Evelynn, and that's gonna be it. We'll see if they can end. Kobe gets the 1,000 kills in the LEC. Massive props to him. It was a risky play when they went for it, but they managed to live through all the bursts. They're all around 20 to 30%, and they've all healed up. 10 seconds on Selfmade, 20 seconds on Shigenda. They have a very small wave. I don't think they can enter. They're gonna have to back off. And he does get his 1,000 kills. We'll see if he can get more, because this game isn't ending yet.
He's got 1,000 kills this one. Can he lock playoffs in the same game? We thought it might end there, but Vitality holding on for now.
Oh, look at this Realm Warp. So Misfits, 4-man Realm Warp into Selfmade and Labrov. Labrov instantly ults, gets a 4-man knockup. And I thought here they're all one-shotted, but Selfmade waited for his ultimate maybe a second later for the execute. They could have gotten more, but I can understand why you get such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just go for the burst. Vander lives, Razork lives, Kobe has the shield bow as well. And man, that could have backfired so hard for Misfits.
And Misfits backline, unless you're focusing on a single target, they're all kind of pseudo-tanky. Here it is just blatantly tanky, but in the case of both VTO and Kave, Immortal Shield Bow, Collector, he's got Overheal as well in the Masteries, I believe, so he's feeling pretty comfortable in a lot of those exchanges, a lot of those fights, and while Crown Shot and Selfmade both did a lot of damage, honestly, Sagenda as well, it wasn't damage that ultimately mattered. Maybe hitting a lot of the tank there in that fight.
Yeah, now, we talked about VTO having 3 items. Now he's got a Rabadons out of nowhere as well. So this Rise, 1 combo, 1 shot. Misfits gonna continue to play on these 2 lanes. Bot lane will obviously push in because they have the inhibitor down. And now they want to pressure this mid lane. They should be able to walk up and engage on whoever comes into auto-attack distance of these creeps. But 20 seconds on the Dragon, maybe they just want to keep the setup, not look for anything too aggressive. We've seen Misfits have these leads before, and then get backdoored.
And for Vitality, with this Evelynn, they want a big open map. They want room for Selfmade to find a flank, but there is no room for him to find a flank right now. He is trapped in his own base, which makes it so much easier for Misfits to try to close this game out. Now, they don't have wave prio. They are going to be forced to back away, but this next Drake, they're going to get to the pit first. They should be able to take it very quickly. Vitality, I don't think this is one they're going to contest.
Yeah, should be a free Drake here for Misfits because it's the second Drake. So Vitality, what's the point in contesting this? It's the second Ocean Drake. They're not even on Ocean Soul points. They've still got 10 minutes to work with, worst case for a Soul. So let's just try to get as many resources as possible, really.
That makes a lot of sense. Playing on the edge of vision there, if he had walked into the range of that control ward, he would have been in trouble, but he is going to be fine for now. 2 members standing for Misfits in the mid lane. No Baron buff backing them up anymore. Vitality maybe could fish for something, but as long as it's only here, there's not really an option.
So what is Misfits' next play? It's Baron. 1 minute, 20 seconds on that. They should be able to burst it down. VTO and Kobe will melt through that Nash with those items. Kobe maybe picking up IE here. He wants to look for that 3rd item before a fight, perhaps in Crown Shot, also trying to get an IE. So for Vitality, it's just hold on, get as much resources as you can before this Baron spawns, and maybe try to find some kind of way to contest it. For Misfits, keep the waves pushed in, keep control the second it spawns, look to burst it. But VTO has Flash and Banshee, so he might be alright here, has Realm Mob too, but Vitality, you can see they're looking for a pick. What does a pick get them? It might not get them Baron, but it'll get them some kind of vision so they can deal with the Baron.
Little things. Can't hope for anything greater until you find the small advantages that could eventually build to more for Misfits. Now pushing in on the top side, should be able to break this one. Vitality hoping to find Sagenda on the flank. Dashboard for Selfmade. Getting a bit of damage down. If Elio Assault's going to go in, that's going to be big. That's a 3-man snare. Execute a wombo combo. Volibear's taking the tower offline. Sagenda off to the side, but hear it. Tanking a lot of damage for not a lot of effect. Vitality holding the line for now.
You can see the second the CC hits Selfmade, he has to ult away. And when you have to ult away, you have to run away. So Misfits can start to push forwards. There's a tower in the way this time around, but 18 seconds on the Nash. No Renekton ult. Evelynn, Lucian culling, Jinx. There's no ultimates for Vitality. How can they really contest the fight? There's bot waves pushing in. Leader has to deal with those. He has TP, yes, but Misfits should be able to push in mid here and force this Baron.
Oh, Misfits might not have ultis either, but they've got items, they've got money. Vitality are the ones who are behind. This is going to be a hard battle. Kabe, no flash available, maybe a small window to punish, but Baron already getting burned down. Kabe instant swap over to the white gun. Excellent timing now on the chakram. Can just shred through this objective. This is going to melt in a matter of seconds. Selfmade, can he get into the pit? He's invisible for now. 4K getting lower. Selfmade has to find an angle immediately. If he can do it, he goes into the pit. He cannot take it. It is going to be picked up by VTO. That felt like the last ditch ever for Vitality, because now here come the Misfits. Here comes the bloodbath. Agenda and Leader running for the hills. Razork running forward. Leader, the knockup not quite there. Razork still stepping forward. Off to the side, it's VTO. Off to the side, the man who can make the difference, the flash forward, but still, LeBron flashing out. That said, Misfits can still end it here.
Yeah, there's a wave on the Nexus towers. I wonder if Misfits just want to TP in. Maybe they're not going to go for it because they could die if they do so. They only have 2 of them. Here it has the ultimate as well, so he should be absolutely fine. 20 seconds on Selfmade. They have a wave. They can go for it. There's only 1 Nexus tower left, I believe. Vitality can make a last stand. They have ultimates. Misfits have Baron, though. Hook connects.
Jinx ult going in. LeBron getting isolated to the side. Leader doing okay damage, but here it is just so incredibly tanky. Sujeta now stepping forward into the tanky front line, but VTO and Kabe remain on top.
3 seconds.
Lands again on Sujeta. Hook gonna go down. LeBron now into the backside. Leader, maybe he can get it done, but instantly Razork says not today. Misfits are looking to end the game. Misfits are looking to secure their way in playoff. Selfmade, he's gonna pick up 1 though. Vitality, they're gonna hold the line. You might get 1,000 kills, but you are not gonna take this game yet. Misfits backing away. I cannot believe it. It's clean from Selfmade and LeBron in the final moments to hold the line.
Yeah, Selfmade comes up clutch there, just gets there in time, ignores Razork and VTO. He knows who the carry is that'll deal damage. It's Kobe. The second he can burst through all his HP bar, VTO and Razork are innately forced away just because they're low. And Crownshot has the range to deal with them, so Vitality make a last stand. They lose all their towers, I think. There's only 1 tower left on the tier 3 top lane, but they stay in the game. So Misfits just go for the full-on dive, and while they're diving, the carries just hit towers. You can see Kobe and VTO focusing out on the tower, Shigenda buying time. And even though Labrov dies, he does such big work with Lido to try and take down VTO. They get him so low. Now the critical part here is Crownshot's alive with the range, but look at Selfmade. You can see off to the right, VTO and Vander are so low, but they're so low, which means they can't fight anyway. So kill Kobe. The second Kobe dies, now Crownshot can run forwards, and Misfits have to back off.
K-Droll. Such a close game. We talked about how hard, how almost impossible it is for Selfmade to play these fights without some crazy sneaky angle. That wasn't a crazy sneaky angle. That was a single moment, a single opportunity where he found the
Sees everything he ever wanted.
He did not let it slip.
No, he did not. But he did a lot of damage in that fight. And you can see what happens when an Evelyn gets on an AD carry. Even though he had heal and shield bow, he's just one-shot.
Just the casual 4K damage. 1.5 rotations or so, a little bit more as he poked on the Mundo, just to buff those damage numbers up.
But Misfits win 5v5, so yes, they could go for this Dragon in 30 seconds, but they still have Baron, and there's an open Nexus for Vitality. All they have to do is inch their way forwards, force Vitality back to their Nexus, and they should be able to end. Vitality are going to have to fight. Labrov has ultimate. Selfmade is ready.
No flashes, no big sums. Sagenda getting burned through very, very quickly. Razork now stepping forward. He's going to go in onto Leader. VTO, big damage on the backside. Chaining damages through. LeBron trying to leap out to safety, but here comes the Nautilus out. Misfits just slapping down with their wallets. They've got the power. They got 5 seconds of Baron left. Misfits are going to close this one out.
Oh,
Misfits.
wait, VTO died.
No, wait.
Crownshot gets a reset.
They just need to get it. One more auto. Kabe, he's going to take it. There's no way. They're going to grab it in the end. Misfits lock playoffs and a nail-biting finish.
Yeah, VTO getting a bit cocky there. Does end up dying and gave Crownshot 1,000 gold in a reset. I thought there was a world where maybe they could have stopped the siege and stopped the end with the passive coming out, but in the end, Misfits, decisive game from start to finish. Apart from dropping the ball on Vander and Razor getting caught out on the top side, the early game plan was great. Punishing Leader's mistake in the lane led to such an early game lead, and then that Dragon fight, you know, good hook from Vander to land onto Leader. They start to move forward. Selfmade gets locked up and dies, and once he falls, that's it.
And again, both teams will look back at that early game and find mistakes and find things to work on. But when it came to mid-game and late game, Misfits were the cleaner team. They were the ones that punished. They were the ones that found the big opportunities. And you at home can have an impact on who gets celebrated the most. Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter, Razork, VTO, or Kabe.
Razork early game, Kobe big damage.
VTO also big damage. Very big rise.
Yeah, VTO huge damage actually. I think he was 10 kills on that rise.
Damage.
And he punished the mistake. Yeah, I think VTO played phenomenally that game.
And ultimately, just a big cause for celebration for Misfits. Kabe getting 1,000 kills, obviously a monumental career achievement. Man's been playing for a long time, and now making it to playoffs as well. It's a happy day.
They're locked.
They're locked. And we're soon going to hear from Kabe how he feels about that. Before Quick Shot and friends take a closer look at how Misfits secured their spot in the playoffs.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. by using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs. We reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko's eco-tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Welcome back to the LEC as Misfits become the third team in the LEC to qualify for the summer playoffs after their victory against Vitality. I have Kobe here to celebrate this milestone. Kobe, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. It was a nice game, and yeah, I mean, we locked playoffs, right? So that feels pretty good after, I think it's like 2 splits of not making it. So right now I'm very happy, yeah.
Yeah, and another occasion for celebration is you have scored 1,000 kills in the LEC. Mm-hmm. Does it feel weird to think about the fact that you've been around for LEC for this long and successfully?
In some ways, yeah, I guess it feels weird. But I'm also getting older, right? I'm not, I think I was 18 or 19 when I joined the league, so it is a while ago. I've played for about 5 years, and it's like I think it was Wunder who got 1,000 kills as well recently, so I knew, I mean, I haven't really seen the stats too much, but I mean, it just makes sense, right? I've been playing for a long time, playing a carry role, so yeah, it's nice.
Time does not wait for no one, and speaking of time passing, because you have locked into playoffs now, you can safely look ahead for the rest of the summer split. But what do you think about the current form of Misfits right now in comparison to the other top teams in the LEC?
It's a kind of a tricky question because I think we have 3 wins in a row now. And it's like it's looking pretty good. After we had the 0-2 week, we bounced back pretty well. But we do have our fair share of problems in scrims and whatsoever. But yeah, of course, every team is gonna have problems and there's stuff to work on. And I think it's just how we. I won't say bad times because it's going pretty well for us, right? We show up in the official matches and we play well. And sometimes in the practice and scrims we just don't show the same level, so that's, I guess it's a better problem to have than being good in scrims and can't perform on stage. But yeah, that's kind of what we're working with right now.
It is true that every team will be working towards players' performance and eventually Worlds. Misfits had a great start to the LEC, but it never truly fell off out of players' contention. However, when people speak of teams that might make it to Worlds, they don't often talk about Misfits. What do you think about this sentiment?
Part of me wants to make a strong statement and say they should, because we're showing a lot of good stuff in the league and we're like second or third place right now, so we should be talked about as a top team. But I think it's also at the same time, like, it makes sense to me because it's been a while since Misfits was this high in the standings and doing so well. And based on our performance in spring, where we got 8th place or something, we kept the same roster. And I think it's just natural. People are not going to expect much from us. And maybe it's also just from looking at the games, they don't view us, think we play as good as the other top teams, which I can agree with in some games, but I also think we have shown a lot of good stuff. So for me, and I think for most other people, it's just about showing it against the other top teams. Like, we need to beat Rogue, G2 Fnatic, these kind of teams, not just by getting an Elder Dragon after being 10k down, or against Fnatic it was not like convincing win either, but if we can have actual good games against the other top teams, it will. I think it will show it more that we belong up here.
And we will certainly keep our hopes up very high for Misfits Gaming and you, Kobe. Thank you so much for this conversation. Once again, congratulations and best of luck in your journey to 2021 Worlds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Congratulations to Misfits. I also want to say, while they're celebrating, I think Ashley really introduced a lot of discussions that we will be having on PGL as well as the last few show days of summer of what sort of impact Misfits will have on the rest of playoffs. Now that they are guaranteed in the lock, they now need to contest and prove that they belong. I wonder if Ashley has any insight if anyone else is even afraid of them or watching them. Now, those are discussions for another day. For the next few minutes, I'm going to ask Gulborg and Ender to talk about how Misfits won the game right now. Ender, I'm going to come to you first and ask you about the team compositions. Let's talk a little bit about that insta-lock. Evelyn and Renekton, what did you make of the comp? Obviously, my eyes are drawn to Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, they go for that Evelyn, and on paper, I like it, right? Especially if you're building strong physical damage solo lanes around it. Renekton, Lucian, usually going to be winning out in your lane, so you're going to be fine and protected from topside invades, right? Right? Well, not when you get solo killed by VTO early on. Like, the idea behind it was fine, but it puts a lot of pressure on that Evelyn as the sole magic damage focus to succeed, to have an impact later on.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I mean, once again, from Leader here, you just kind of touched on it lightly. He did this last week as well, where he got solo killed by Humanoid in a matchup where he did have flash. And it is some of these slip-ups where if you do this to VTO on the rise, he will have such a huge impact. All of a sudden, he's the one with priority in the Lucian versus Rise matchup. They are the one on Misfits that are making the rotations. And then once again, we talk about this inconsistencies, these individual mistakes, self-made face checking as well, instantly punished by Misfits. And this is what they do. Like, you give them a little lead and they'll take it as far as they can.
Yeah, they really do. VTO
it was such a beautiful
player of the game.
too.
Just before you carry on, Ender, he did win player of the game. I mean, VTO kind of defined the early game, or at least Misfits played around him a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I thought like the early roam was going to be great from him. Promiscu looking good, stepping out of the car. No doubt about that in my mind. Strauss's gameplay, we'll see if it looks good later. No, but honestly, like, when we talk about like VTO and the movement up towards the top side of the map, that of course looked really solid for Misfits. And I think a lot of the way they played the map early on benefited them so much. They got the first Drake, they got both Heralds, all this stuff was looking great for them. keep showing off, guys.
Obviously, for everybody watching at home,
doesn't matter.
Ender must have hit play on a video, you know, from LA where he is right now.
Don't blame this on me.
Obviously, the game is coming up just a little bit later. We are going to refocus very briefly, and I'm hoping that we have this bottom lane team fight where Vitality were actually able to punch back. I thought the game was very, very close, very, very even for a long time. And Goldborg, you quite like this engage from Vitality.
I honestly did, because this was Vitality that forced the play for once. They came in with their double TPs for this one. Then the response came through from Misfits, and you can argue that it becomes an overstep, but this really goes on to Labrov on the Rakan as well, together with Sugenda, who's finding the backline access, and he's just one-shotting the carries. And this is what makes this game competitive. The fact that Vitality was able to find some of these kills, get the kills onto Selfmade, and make sure that they couldn't go for the same overstep anymore. This is really what made this game competitive.
All right, and I may have to cut you off here as we move forward. I think the third and final team fight comes at 23 minutes, and just before you break it down, it's crucial to understand that at this point, kills were even, gold was even, trades, blows were being traded back and forth, but this final fight led to the Baron, and Ender, why did it go so well for Misfits?
Well, it went well because Vitality just completely dropped the ball. And I wanted to freeze frame right here because Vitality have two decisions. Either burst the Drake and run away or go for a fight. And right now they're set up to do a little bit of both. Crown shot over the wall hitting the Drake, and Selfmade in the pit. Selfmade has all the gold on Vitality. If he's showing himself, if there's none of that, you know, smoke and mirrors, you're not going for a fight because Misfits will be able to shut you down. So what Vitality should have done is, you know, burst down the Drake, Selfmade ults out of the pit, leader walks away, and Labrov, don't do anything on the flank. Press B and go home. But as we roll the clip, you will notice that Vitality do none of that. They completely split their decision making. The second leader presses W, the fight is lost. Misfits know they can go in. He gives up his position. They go flying forward. Labrov is going on this huge turnaround. The blue buff, you know, trying to find a flank, but there's no flank to be had. Vitality are completely split. Your damage deal on your front line in Crown Shot and Shigenda are nowhere near the rest of the fight, so they get chased down as everything else gets split up. It is just frankly a terrible play from Vitality, and it cost them a good shot at fighting back against Misfits because in the minutes leading up to this, they'd gotten big kills. They'd gotten huge kills onto Selfmade and that Evelynn, and they threw it all away by not knowing what they wanted to do in that fight.
Those mistakes were punished heavily by Misfits. So Misfits have qualified for playoffs, and Deficio promised me that with the playoffs berth, him and Ben Spoont will be starting in OnlyFans. So Deficio, don't let me down. As Strong struggled last week versus some tough opponents, when we return, they look to bounce back with a win against the reigning champions, Mad Lions. He said it. I promise you, he said it.
Oh my god.
Promise Q.
Easy now, no need to go down. Easy now, no need to go down. Rock that run, that's where we're from. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. 'Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. 'Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. Easy now, no need to go down. Just walking gently, and you're breaking a bone. Cool and deeply, you have a style of your own. The saxophone, there's a sound of the top of the tone, yeah. I'm a record when you run, come around, yeah. Make me roll, make me roll, body bubble. Let me know, say you're trouble when you're ready for the double and hit that. Nothing, make all. Play with it a little. Why you're so not tickle? I'm telling you to hit that. Nothing, make all. Stay with it a little. Why you're so not tickle? I'm feeling them. Wait up. When you run, come around. When you
welcome. Thanks for bearing with those breaks while we got ready for our next game.
Oh, buddy.
It's a really day full of bad puns. It's not even a really good day. I just said it's a really day. There it is.
It's a day?
It's a day.
It's just Friday.
It's Friday. Then it's okay. No. I don't know if that's copyright. Okay. Woo. Outside of avoiding narrowly a DMCA, we are in the midst of Game 3, which is going to be Mad Lions versus Astralis. Now, this is two teams that are very interesting in their race here. Mad Lions are former champions, are reigning champions, in fact, but struggling with a bit of inconsistency. On the opposite side, Astralis, a team that has been winning. But 5 wins right now.
Yeah.
But we're not entirely sure how they're staying ahead of the competition. They have, on paper, some of the worst stats in the league. Now, despite that, despite those odds, despite the gold, despite a lot of things stacked against them, they continue to find wins left and right. They're very much still in the playoffs race. After Vitality lost, they can pull ahead of Vitality with a win here, which is massive. Again, thank you. Flawless timing.
This would be massive. If they beat Mad Lions and they sit at 6 wins going into the Super Week, there's only 3 games left. Right?
Yeah.
So this could be a huge win for Astralis. And it's surprising to me that they're tied, that they were tied for 6th place with Vitality with 5 wins, because you're right. If you look at their games and you look at their stats, they fall behind really hard in the early game. They're early to mid to late, 20, 25 minutes, they're down in gold. And when I say down in gold, I mean 15 minutes down 4K, you know, or down 2K at 10 minutes, something like this. But somehow they win the games, and it comes down to backdoors, it comes down to the enemy team throwing. I have a lot of questions around Astralis, and the main question I have is, are the enemy teams throwing, or are they just making picks and kind of like the enemy team's taking bad fights? Because I see a bit of both when I watch their games.
And this is the week where they're going to figure it out, where we're going to figure it out, because again, 5 games left. 2 games this week, 3 games next week. Win here, again, as you mentioned, up to 6 wins ahead of a lot of the competition. Now, their schedule, you know, not the easiest. Actually, wait, it is.
I think it is the easiest. I think, to me, Astralis is the dark horse, because they play against Mad Lions today. Okay, let's say they get a win.
No,
let's say they get an amazing win today, right?
Yes.
Then they play up against Schalke, SK, XL, Vitality. So there's no G2 Rogue, there's no Fnatic.
Yeah.
It's just Schalke, SK, XL, Vitality. Whereas if Astralis win today and they're on 6 wins, right, and XL's behind them on 5, XL have to play G2 and Rogue still. So in terms of strength of schedule, Astralis has the easiest. So winning here would be like massive.
It's like Christmas.
It would be, yeah. Christmas.
It's a gift.
Yeah, it's a gift.
All right. I don't know why you just keep. All right, we're in an awkward
Merry
group
Christmas.
Here. Wow, look, a graphic, great. Speaking of Merry Christmas, this is the remaining schedule. Mad Lions, big, difficult opponent. But again, Mad Lions, noted for being inconsistent. Astralis, notable for winning games out of nowhere when you least expect them to. So, if there was a matchup where Astralis could upset a top team, this certainly feels like it's it. They'll have to weather the storm of an incredibly dominant Mad early game in the form of their bot lane, when they're playing to performance in the form of their mid laner, Humanoid when he's playing well as well. But if they can do that, it's within touching distance.
It definitely is, and there you can see the strength schedule, just like we were talking about. Pretty easy schedule, you would say, in terms of bottom 5 teams that they're facing after this Mad Lions game. I think you're completely right. It's like 2 worlds collide, where you've got Mad Lions, who, if they're on form, they're a top 5 team, they're a top 4 team. They're looking pretty good. Obviously, they're our champions in spring, so definitely looking good. But they do tend to have a lot of hiccups in their games. Not so much in the early game anymore, so much as spring, but more towards the mid game now and the late game when it comes to throwing. Still signs of spring where they get massive leads and then all of a sudden they just throw a team fight, they get caught on that side lanes, enemy team can get a neutral objective, and the game slows down to a point where gold slowly becomes irrelevant.
Absolutely. And I think you're going to hear us, a lot of our talking points for both these teams today are more on the critical side. And part of that is because for Mad Lions, again, reigning champions, we expect more from this team. Now, that said, they had difficulties with quarantines. They had difficulties getting back into form after their trip to MSI, even though it was a pretty successful MSI, all things considered. But we need to see them step into form as we get closer to playoffs. And for the side of Astralis, again, the numbers would lead you to believe that this is a bottom team. But at the end of the day, the results do not. So we'll give them that respect, but we need to see more from them if they want to be a playoffs contender and not just a stepping stone for somebody else.
Yeah, and I think if I look at Astralis, a lot of their wins came off the back of White Knight's Lee Sin in the early stages of the split. He had a lot of good performances on Lee Sin especially, lots of picks that he made, especially in the team fights, and then a lot of the games are just kind of throws and backdoors and clutched out moments, and that's the question I have. Do Astralis pick up wins from mistakes on the enemy team, or is it from their own merit? And I think, like I said, I see a bit of both. So we need to see more, because especially if they were to win this game, let's say hypothetically they do, and they are looking solid in our top 6, they need to make sure that they have decisive wins against the bottom tier teams. You know, Schalke, SK, XL, they need to make sure that they can show that they are cut above those teams, so that when it comes to playoffs and it comes to round 1, if they were to make it, if they lose, they're out instantly. And they're going to be up in a best of 5 against whoever finishes 5th place. Could be Misfits, could be Mad, you know. So when it comes to playoffs, they need to step it up if they do make it.
Certainly. And I think the thing is that no matter how kind of rough your split is, if you can make a clean run to playoffs in the final weeks, you're always kind of going to get some of that benefit of the doubt coming in. Now, if it's sloppy, if it's messy, and you still get there anyway, it's going to be hard to put a lot of faith in you. But if Astralis can find, in this case, 5 wins, and yes, 4 of those teams lower down in the standings, if they can find those wins, that's huge.
Karzi and Humanoid trying to have some fun on the camera there. Small delay. But yeah, if Astralis do make it, I think it's the first time, yeah, it is the first time they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
As an
since the since
the swap
shift away from Origin,
because it was didn't make it in spring, definitely struggled, kept the same roster, and I think that they're following the same trend as Misfits there, where it's like Misfits kept the same roster, didn't make playoffs in spring, now they're locked for playoffs. Astralis finished really low in the standings in spring, same roster, and they're looking so much better than they did in spring.
Certainly, and that part of that is, or some of that is why they were able to find some wins at the start of the season, was because they had kept together. They had stronger synergies than a lot of the fresher teams. Because we did see, again, it feels so far away now, but this is one of the craziest, if not the craziest, spring to summer seasons that we have ever had. So many mind-boggling roster swaps. Now it all feels normal because we've just been living in it for so long, but looking back, it was just a crazy offseason.
And Dracos, I came up with not a pun, but I don't know what to call it.
Come up with a thing? We'll just call it a thing, and then I'll help you define
it. Okay, you ready for
just
this? Okay, so to me, Astralis is the dark horse, okay?
Yeah.
And where do horses live?
Is it a stable?
In the stable, right? And Astralis is to the stars, so what do you think it should be?
Is it to the stables?
To the stables. Because if they're the dark horse and they make it to the playoffs, then they went to the stables.
So when we have hype trains, there's a conductor. Are you the jockey of the Astralis to the stable thing?
Does that mean I have to ride the horse?
You're a stable boy, I've been told by production.
Is that like a water boy?
I don't want to get into the weird ride the horse metaphor. That one gets muddy. But you just have to be, you have to support the horse. I think stable boy's better.
Yeah, I like horses. I just can't ride them. I'll just fall off.
That's fair.
I did ride a horse once, but you know when you go horse riding and the person holds the horse?
Oh my god,
you know?
It's like you just got played off, buddy. It's time for Champion Select.
What?
The music started right as you tried to start your horse story.
Oh, we're going into Champ Select.
We're going into Champion Select, it's time.
That's perfect.
Game 3 of the day, again, playoff stakes across the board for all 3 of our first matches today. We're looking for more consistency for Mad Lions, and we're looking to figure out what makes Astralis stick in the middle of the standings. Can they rise up? Will they fall down? Those are the questions on our mind as we get into Champion Select today. The first 2 games, 1-3-1, strong top sides, hyper carries, and the bottom side as well. Will these teams shift it up?
We'll have to wait and see. Oh, I like this one. This is one of my favorites when it comes to the draft music. This is a Pepper Jammer. The song of the week's a Cat Jammer, this is a Pepper Jammer, but we're straight into it. Mundo taken off the board. We're looking at Viego. We're looking at Lucian. We're looking at Sinzao. I think these champions high prio because of how well they pair with certain champions. You know, Sinzao can be paired with things like TF or Ryze for setup. And then obviously on the side you can have Viego paired up with AP jungler, similar to Lucian like the Diana. So a lot of pairings coming in that you want to make sure you deny. So Khaleed's taken off the board. We'll see if Thresh gets taken away from Mad Lions. But last game's draft was very quick. We had insta-locks off the board, non-stop, click, click, right, here, left. But this looks like a bit of a slower one. Sinzao taken away. Lucian, Viego still up.
Debating, taking their time, and see through. Mad Lions, of course, not able to lock with a win here quite yet. Who've taken XL losses and a SK loss as well, along with a win here to lock playoffs. So they'll need a bit more time, but they're getting closer and closer. And Astralis again fighting for a spot in that standings. I always like when 80 carries can play Kalista, because if you can play the Kalista and you've seen success on the Kalista, you almost always get that ban for free. So certainly small thing, but a point of strength for the side of Mad Lions is really some time debating, as you highlighted, Kadril, much slower pick and bans. Both teams really trying to figure out what they need and figure out also what's on the screen behind them, it would appear, from the Mad Lions player cams.
There's the Lucian ban as you'd expect to command that away from Humanoid. Viego's up, Gwen is up, Diana's up, and Mad Lions have their choice, and it's gonna go to a Viego first pick. Now, Astralis, how do you respond? You could go for an early rotation 80 carry. Now, the LeBlanc ban suggests me they want to deny LeBlanc Lee Sin, so maybe Mad Lions are scared away from that one. Zanzara, not much of a Lee Sin player, where you tend to see more on things like the Trundle, but there's a Ziggs bot lane and there's an Orianna, so a lot of AP coming out from Astralis already. I'm sure they'll facilitate that with AD top and jungle. But that's 2 scaling mages you have right now in mid and bot. We'll see if Mad Lions want to look to punish it with the early game or match it.
Keep our eyes as well on the Masteries. Future Market Tech, obviously very hot right now. Rushing those early Lost chapters as quick as you can to keep up those pushing lanes. That said, last time we saw Astralis go toe-to-toe with the Viego was Fnatic, and it did not end well at all. As a Twisted Fate now gets locked in.
Saw the Seraphine hover. I got baited. I always get baited by
Remember,
hovers.
we did release a kind of ridiculous video at the start of the day, talking about a number of the hovers.
Yeah.
And Mac did tell me that he might hover a lot or all of the champions. So I'm going to warn you now.
Hovers are OP because you can get Mental Edge as well.
Yeah, it's true.
You can just hover, like, for example, I think it was someone hovered Riven against, was it SK?
Yeah.
When, you know, Bwipo did the Riven into Vladimir.
The Gen X.
Yeah, hovering can give Mental Edges because it can bring back, you know, dark times when he played those champions in certain matchups. But there it is.
Sure.
Trundle locked in for Zanzara. Shocker. He's sort of the only Trundle player we have here in the LEC. And I'm not a fan of the Trundle, mainly because the meta right now is very, very little tanks and a lot of mobility. So I'll see if Mad Lions do pick some kind of Aftershock engage support, which supports the reason for Trundle having the ultimate, but still a good early game jungler. Kind of bridges your team to the late game, and you're just a beefy frontliner for your carries, right? So we'll see what top laner Astralis opt into, because I think they need a little bit of AD, maybe something like a Gnar for follow-up in team fights could be cool. But Mad Lions, TF locked in, Ezreal locked in, losing lane mid, and we'll get pushed in bots, but playmaking for the TF.
Certainly, and Humanoid obviously the catalyst for so much of the action for this team in the split on the Akali games is kind of all about him and what he can do, but in the TF games we've seen, he can obviously be a huge factor, spreading his influence across the map. Taking their time though on this one, the Nautilus going to be banned out, limiting some of those hard CC combos.
I wonder if we'll see Braum come out here for Mad Lions, because I feel like Astralis might just go for a huge win lane kind of draft here, where they could play something like Ziggs Karma bots, have counter pick for top lane, and then Mad Lions might be forced into something like an Ezreal Braum. But then, again, you have a little bit too much CC, but the Wukong taken off the board spells to me like something like a Gnar might be coming out, or a Renekton.
That'd be interesting. Not really any other tanks in the meta that you'd want to play, especially up against a Trundle, which is really nice when you already have 2 AP threats on your team. I kind of like the pairing of the Trundle there now, looking at it again, just because it makes it harder for any true tank to come through and punish the kind of double AP composition that Astralis have so far. But balancing it out with a little more AD would be good. Jessica always hovers the Nidalee cage roll. We don't need to get excited about that one.
Yeah, Jace spam was good though. Wukong obviously a good counter into Jace at level 6. Just makes the lane phase pretty tough for him when it comes to ganks, but Leona locked in. So engage, Aftershock support coming in. I think Mad Lions might want to pick up something like a Braum here. Would make a lot of sense paired with the Ezreal. And I think Astralis are starting to draft themselves a pretty strong comp. The only worry I have for them right now is they really lack AD. Leona, Orianna, Ziggs, there's a lot of AP. They really need to look for something like a Renekton on 5 or some kind of heavy AD carry top. Mad Lions might actually go for the Alistar instead, so definitely losing lane here because the Ziggs beats Ezreal in the push, and now the Alistar loses really hard level 1. So Astralis have a lot of bot push now, they have mid push as well. We'll see what top laner they opt into blind picks. I think Armut's been having a very quiet split, a rough split, I must say.
Yeah.
But he has to blind pick top now. They could obviously flex the Viego to top and look for a jungler here.
Certainly are some options, but Mad Lions setting themselves up not to really dominate out in the lanes here. Could be a very difficult early game for them as we now see the Gwen locked in for the top side of the map. A little bit more AP damage. Always love to see double AP solo lanes with an AD jungler. And Astralis, this last composition, we need to see AD. We need to see a lot of it.
Yeah. We need to see a lot of AD to facilitate these AP carries and the tank jungler. It's a Gwen blind pick. Now, she normally gets punished by ranged top laners. Things like in the LCK, I believe I saw T1 that was running something like a Lucian into Gwen. It looked like unlaneable, but Lucian's banned out. It's going to go for the Lee Sin, so a White Knight special.
Comfort pick for sure. One of the best champions, most successful champions for White Knight so far in the season. In the early games, he was a massive playmaker now for the team. Will be still a difficult top lane matchup, as you highlighted. We've heard from just about everybody behind the scenes. You really want that range matchup up against Gwen. Very near impossible, actually, to match toe-to-toe in melee battles versus this champ. Maybe on 11-15, but on 11-14, still very hard.
Yeah, but the Lee Sin nerfs, that's why Lee Sin solo lane is kind of dissipated a little bit, because the E damage got reduced, so one-shotting the waves a lot harder, so keeping the push is quite difficult. Still a strong champion when it comes to dueling, but you've got 2 carry matchups in the top side. You've got a mobility mid that wants to ult out of lane versus a carry, and Astralis having bot push. So eyes on junglers in the early game, obviously. See what they can do, because I think Zanzara might path towards bot to facilitate his bot push, and then Elyoya might go towards the top side to look to kind of relieve the pressure perhaps on Armut if he gets pushed in early. Use humanoids to get this top lane Gwen ahead.
Have to do it. Can they find a bigger advantage in the early game. Mad not expected to win out in the push in some of these early lanes, but can they find a way around it to get greater leads for themselves? Elyoya obviously can be a massive factor on the Viego. Zanzara, a single pillar when you've got a Ziggs or an Orianna on your team can be enough to land all of that damage to secure everything that you need. We're now moments away from Mad Lions versus Astralis.
Mad Lions versus Astralis.
Thank you, Casual.
I got you.
The wingman I needed.
I got you, man.
And speaking of that, can PromiseQ and Jeskla be the wingman that they need to find some kills here?
Well,
Ziggs, Leona,
they don't
Noctis.
have matching skins now for the color skins like Bao said
Wait,
last time.
okay, but that
well,
I'm
it's
sorry,
a little
I'm
bit.
sorry, it's
yeah,
just
a little bit.
that yellow is just much bolder. That's
Yeah.
not fair. That skin's just older.
Okay, I can
so
see
the
it. There is
colors
red
aren't
and
as-
kind of
aren't
like
as-
goldish yellow on both of them, but the hair is just kind of giving away.
Yeah.
PromiseQ might have to be careful right now, but Elyoya didn't start the W. But Mad Lions are kind of looking for some kind of invade here. The wards should sway them away, but Elyoya just wants to see where Zanzara starts, to see where he's pathing towards. Neither team has a sweeper, so can't deny the vision. Quick thing to note, of course, there's 3 TPs on both sides. Ziggs will run the TP because he wants to push to Lost Chapter and TP back. Cars, he's going to match that. He knows he's going to get poked out. He knows he's going to lose this lane. He needs TP to make sure that he can keep up in CS.
And Zanzara waiting here, going to take the Blast Cone away and going to go over and start this blue now. While he does have some solid lane matchup to set him up for success, I expect his early clear to be a little bit slower, especially when Elyoya is benefiting from a leash.
Yeah, Trundle's really good at solo target camps, so when it comes to buffs and Gromp, he should do them pretty quick. Wolves as well, but Raptors definitely struggles. What he was doing there is waiting as long as possible for the buff spawns to give Mad Lions less time to react with the information given when he shows on the blue buff. But both junglers pathing top. I think Astralis should have mid and bot push, but I'm not so sure about top lane. I think it will be contested. We'll see which jungler gets up there first, but it looks like for now, Armut will win out on these level 1 trades, so inevitably he has the push.
And again, easy way to tell what part of a champion is very powerful on a patch and competitive is to look at the patches that's coming up. And in this case, it's Gwen's Skip and Slash, ludicrously powerful ability level 1. You saw Armor at Skillet. It's getting taken down on 11-15, but as we are on 11-14, you can see how oppressive of a trading tool it is in lane.
Yeah, just going back to both these two teams like we were talking about in the draft, Astralis really, really struggles in the early game. They still sit at 5 wins despite losing so hard in the early stages of the game when it comes to backdoors, when it comes to finding picks, punishing the enemy team's mistakes. You can see it. They're 10th across the board when it comes to being ahead as a team, even though they sit in 6th place, right? So you're looking at teams like Schalke, SK, XL, they're worse than these teams in the early stages of the game, but they still manage to find wins. That could come down to great team fighting, but from what I've seen, it comes down to enemy teams throwing and a bit of both of just, clean execution on team fights and good decision making.
And credit to Astralis for, even though they may lose composure or make mistakes in the early game, still being there in those key moments, being present and able to find those opportunities in the mid to late game. But it's something that we're going to watch this game, see if they can get a lead, set themselves up with a lead, set themselves up with an advantage to take more. Top lane, a bit of a struggle right now as White Knight tries to trade here, but you can see mid lane, Orianna already pushing. Bot lane is Ziggs and Leona, as expected, pushing and allowing PromiseQ now to roam. Not going to force the flash out from Humanoid, but very good roam early.
So what PromiseQ is doing is, because he's winning bot lane, he's moving towards the top side to make sure Zanzara has this crab for free, so Zanzara should be able to get double crab here, because they should maintain bot push. Jeskla needs to be careful though. Kaiser could look to flash on him. They don't have a lot of CC because Kaiser doesn't have the E yet, he only has the combo. But you can see PromiseQ starting the crab. What Zanzara will do is run through mid to bot crab. Maybe he'll get Humanoid's flash here.
Gold card trying to walk away. Humanoid has to flash out to safety flash forward from Zanzara. Big damage now coming in. Elyoya can try to follow up, but Zanzara doesn't go into the tower. First blood for Astralis. A good look. Elyoya trying to trade a little bit back here, but not a lot for him to grab.
Massive play there from Zanzara, using the early game strength of the Trundle with the PTA, with the Q. Lots of bursts, manages to finish him off. Kaiser going on to PromiseQ. Humanoid's coming back with TP.
Good damage. Ignite now taking down. PromiseQ has to run for the hills. Zanzara on the way, and how long in the pillar? Cooldown coming up just in time. Again, 2 clutch pillars coming in, but Carzzy not done yet. PromiseQ running as fast as he can. Hex flash available, but it should be easy. Q over the wall. Wild cards. PromiseQ. Footwork is clean. Flash forward. Charging up the Spectral Maw. Elyoya going to grab that one.
Okay, so it's a 1-for-1. I think Astralis could have gotten away with the first blood and looked for the bot crab if they just kind of backed off, but PromiseQ went a bit too deep in the jungle. Only level 2. Tried to get the sweeper plant and then ends up dying. Elyoya had to flash for it. In the end, 1-for-1, but beneficial more, I'd say, for Astralis, because PromiseQ will just get back to this lane and get the XP anyway. Zanzara can keep farming up, and both mid laners have TP'd back to the lane.
Overall, though, a bit difficult for Astralis. Jessica, of course, going to be forced back 4 now. Things get easy when he gets the Lost Chapter and kind of indefinitely sustain a push, but across the board, Mad Lions, just a small gold advantage here, despite what was initially a positive play for Astralis.
Yeah, and I have to say, small mistake there from Humanoid. They knew Zanzaro was on this top grab. They saw Promiscu move up to help him secure it, but then still didn't really respect the topside gank. And we talked about these two teams, Astralis like the comeback team, whereas Mad Lions are, to me, one of the biggest throwy teams. I'm going to use the word throwy. Because when it comes to mid to late game, it seems like they just seem to drop the ball. So we'll see if Astralis can punish that. For now, it's even. Both junglers going to clear out their second respawn. Both top laners still have TP, but crucially, Humanoid has no flash. So walking up to this wave, especially when Magifelix hits level 6, especially when Promiscu can move out of lane from bot, and especially when Zanzaro has that pillar, he needs to be very careful.
Any other especiallys before we continue forward with the...
No, I'm good.
Okay.
That's all I wanted.
All right, we'll just stop at like 3, was it? All right, Armut gonna sit very easily in this lane. And I think that's a big deal for Mad Lions because Armut, while he's often received counter pick in his respective solo lane or powerful picks, his numbers this season have been difficult. And that said, this is going to be a cast where we talk about some of the more critical points of these teams because both of them need to find their consistency, need to find wins heading into, for Astralis, what could be potential playoffs, and Mad, what is expected playoffs. But Armut falling behind.
Yeah, he's really struggling this split. And I think there's a lot of reasons as to why, and I would attribute it more to out-of-game stuff, which is affecting his in-game stuff, of course. You know, they had the quarantine situation, they had the burnout MSI. He even said specifically in an interview, I believe it was, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, that he really got to a point where he hated League of Legends. He couldn't really force himself to play the game and he lost a lot of motivation. But now he's slowly starting to bring it back. So we'll see if he can turn it around because he's very low when it comes to statistics, laning phase, impact on the map for his team. But for now, has the top push, winning out on the trades, which will help Elyoya out to get towards mid. Who will be spotted out. A lot of trading here. Humanoid doesn't have flash yet, but he's got the spell book to pick himself up a heal.
He's still level 5. And as mentioned, the heal is there, not a lot of mana. Corrupting Potion out of stacks now. He's going to push the wave in. Magifelix also running very low, so it looks like this is just going to even the respective waves out. Both mid laners should be able to back away.
Yeah, Humanoid no mana, so he wants to go to base. He has the ultimate up, and I expect him to want to look towards bot lane. The reason for that is Jessla has no cleanse. When you see AD carries, typically they run the cleanse. Ziggs can't really do that. He needs the TP so he can base TP back with Lost Chapter and keep up the pressure. That's the whole reason you pick Ziggs for the lane pressure, and you can see Humanoid already running bot lane. Not even going towards mid lane, just running straight to the bot wave. See if Astralis can react to this in time, because they need to be careful here. Promiscu still has no flash, so if Kaiser flashes in, they should start a 4v4. Both top laners have TP. Zanzaro.
Zanzaro ready to start this fight, but Humanoid in the potential area. The ultimate immediately going to come out. Gold card going to go down. They're focusing on Zanzaro for now. One of the tankier members, but a clean Ezreal to cross 3. Humanoid grabs the first kill. Mad Lions pushing back Astralis. Magifelix, does he see the play? Does he see the window of opportunity? Gold card again, going to be ready for Humanoid, and it looks like the turn back as he locks the blue and starts the ocean.
Yeah, good decisiveness there from Mad Lions to turn the second Zanzaro blast codes over that wall because he has no flash. It's just about to come up, and he used that on the mid play to kill Humanoid, so they had the timer. Humanoid smartly ran straight bot lane to make sure he's here for this play. Really good execution with the stun. With the ultimate, they get themselves a kill, and they're going to get the dragon as well. Humanoid.
Ooh.
Well, he missed that ult because of the move speed coming out from the heal from Humanoid, so it's a trade-off, you know, using the ultimate for the summoner spell. So although it looked a bit weird, you can understand why he was able to dodge away.
And well played by Humanoid to take into account the move speed from heal. Not just the health stat there, but getting out of the ult completely, always going to feel good. That said, you can see Magifelix able to rain down a lot of poke. Maybe part of the reason that the Merc Treads first came out from Humanoid, just trying to mitigate some of that early damage.
Yeah, and just as TP back to his lane, Karzi doesn't have it up just yet, so the only people with TP right now are the top laners. Humanoid's ult is on cooldown, but Herald is up, so is top grab, so Mad Lions want to force on his top side and leave Karzi on the weak side of the map. But look what Astralis is doing in response. They know that something's around this top side, so Zanzaro and Promiscu are going to team up, make sure they can move in after this red buff. They're going to look for some kind of 3v3, because this Herald is going to get started up.
Kicking that one off. Promiscu Zanzaro in the area, but you can see Elyoya steadily pulling ahead when it comes to experience. 61 to 48, the CS score. Grabbing this one would be big. Either breaking down mid lane in a game with TF would be massive for the side of Mad Lions. Similarly, breaking Ziggs out of lane would also be pretty solid. So the options are up there for Mad. They can really do anything they want with this Herald, and it'll pretty much always feel good. That said, Zanzaro coming to mid lane, focusing on the kills as Gold card comes out, and Promiscu and Magifelix not in a position to follow.
Astralis look a bit all over the place. It feels like Promiscu was hanging around to try and contest the Herald, waiting for Zanzaro, but then they realized that White Knight, had to catch the top wave, so they were at a numbers disadvantage. So then they just tried to gank mid, and in the end, they get nothing for this. Mad Lions get a Herald for free. There's nothing on the cross map because Karzi's safe in the 1v1, and now in the 1v2, he's just going to back off after clearing the waves. So a little bit of indecisiveness there from Astralis gives Mad Lions sort of a free Herald.
Wow, and after that initial play that Mad Lions made with the first ulti coming out from Humanoid, it feels like they are back in control despite what were expected to be favored lane matchups for the side of Astralis.
Arm with no flash, and Humanoid has TP. If Sanzar overcommits for that gank top, there will be a TP in because Magic Felix doesn't have it yet. I think he got spotted out on the ward though, so Armut with this no flash Gwen, of course running the Ignite, has a little bit of mobility with E. He's winning out in this lane and will be unpunished for now.
Magic Felix doing what he can. Iron Spike Whip makes it a little bit easier, but you highlighted it. 40 less damage at max rank if you are going to max the Tempest. Always makes things very difficult for Lee Sin in lane, but now White Knight has to be careful here. Leaping for Armut. 4 stacks on the snip, but White Knight not really taking the bait here.
Yeah, White Knight wants to crash this top wave. Armut doesn't want to let him do it. Elyoyo's around and they have TP on Humanoid.
Back, Elyoyo waiting for now. White Knight now stepping away. Pillar just to disengage the play. Needlework not going to do much there, and both sides going to walk away scot-free. Both junglers spending a little bit of time up on the top side. Improved recall, though, for Elyoyo means he can just go back and return to the bottom side of the map if he wants to.
Yeah, so what you're looking at right now is Elyoyo's looking for an opportunity to use Herald. He can't use it top because the wave was pushing in, so he covers Armut. They win out on the 3v3 because Humanoid can be there first, and that's why the game is almost like in a slow pace right now. Astralis want their carries to scale, whereas Mad Lions want to use Humanoid and Elyoyo to get to these side lanes and make impact. And Humanoid, the standout player for me for Mad Lions. I mean, his stats are phenomenal, his laning is fantastic. He's been carrying them through a lot of their wins this split, despite the whole team struggling. But he's definitely the player I look at. And when you put it on something like TF, a supportive mid laner, then Karzi and Armut need to be the ones to step up. Karzi and Armut need to be the ones to get the resources to carry the games, because this TF, it's just going to be an Everfrost rapid fire stun bot. So Humanoid wants to give up his lane, give up CS, fall a little bit behind in the lane itself, and snowball his side lanes. He did manage to get a kill on his team so far. He has ultimate up right now, and he's going to have Ignite too, so we'll see if he can get another.
Shockwave pulls him back. Not going to overcommit here, though. Magic Felix still stepping forward. Elyoyo can get the stun over the wall, but he himself cannot dash over without the use of the ult or the flash. Again, gold card flash forward. Elyoyo go forward, flash Spectral Maw. Immediately going to try to follow up with the ult. He's going to grab that kill, reset, turn into Orianna. Turn on the command Dissonance and try to walk away. Reset on the ultimate. Zanzar forced to use the ult early and walk away there.
Wow, what a clean play from the mid jungle there of Mad Lions. Decisive. Humanoid must have been the one calling that, because he doesn't even hesitate when he flashes forward to get the play. And that's exactly what we're talking about. He's just a stun bot, but that's enough for Elyoyo to follow up. I love that play, because as soon as he hit the stun, Elyoyo managed to follow with the flash stun and then ult to Magic Felix's flash. So to me, that didn't look like an opportunity for a gank, but Mad Lions managed to pull it off. They get Magic Felix's flash, and we're going to see it again, just how clean it is. So Humanoid's trying to bait Magic Felix in here. He's trying to tell him, come fight me, you know, all in me. I've got my jungler right behind me. And in the end, he doesn't manage to force him to do it. But here with the flash forwards, watch Elyoyo. Instantly pops the E, flash W straight through, and then just ults his flash. So really clean play there from the mid jungle.
Absolutely. And Kadril, while we have a brief moment to chat here, it kind of brings up a question, because we've seen in the top 2 teams, Niski's been having a great split, Larsen's been struggling a little bit, Caps has been all over the place. So the question that I want to ask you and ask the people at home is that, is Humanoid the best mid in EU right now? Now, he's certainly, on the outside perspective, looks like the MVP of Mad Lions this split. He's had incredible performances left and right. And again, with Caps struggling, with Larsen struggling, Niski maybe a competitor. Is Humanoid now the guy that's number 1?
Right now and get him killed because he has no flash. Sanzar, I can look for him. Promiscue has ultimate as well. The Caster Curse is coming in!
Just like that! No! Humanoid gonna get taken down. Easy pickup. Clean play from the side of Astralis.
Oh, the Caster Curse came in, but yeah, Mad Lions tried to cross-map on bot. They used Herald. They're starting this Drake, but Astralis punished the no flash from the mid gank earlier on, and now they might be able to just take away a dragon in their face. Magic Felix is right behind them. Promiscue's on the way. Jeskler's there too. Elyoyo needs to be really careful here if he wants to try to steal this.
Go forward. Is going to miss out on that one. Good bit of poke now coming down. And Kadril, I have a sneaking suspicion that I know how that vote's going to go after that. Sorry. We invoked the power of the Caster Curse. I thought the only time we could do that was with the phrase, paraphrase, it's begins with success. To paraphrase the infamous phrase, don't want to actually invoke any power here. But
that's just proof right there of the Caster Curse. But going back to your question, I think it's a long topic of discussion. I think Humanoid has been the best performing mid in the regular season. This time around, I have to say, consistently in terms of how much carry potential he's got for this team and how many wins he's kind of carried them over the finish line. There's a lot of context to look at, but definitely the most consistent, one of the most standouts for me. I think he's cleaned up a lot of his mistakes as well. What happened to normally with Humanoid was, especially in Spring, he'd get really far ahead in his lane, or his team would play for him and he'd get caught out a lot in side lanes, you know. He had a lot of isolated deaths, and majority of people, you know, they think not, but now we've got a TP in bot, and that's going to be Magic Felix.
40%, yeah, certainly not bad to see. Magic Felix, though, trying to lock him up. Shockwave, not available quite yet. Promiscue, that one goes a bit wide. Ulti goes in, and Not a whole lot left there. Zanzara now chasing down though, so early healing coming back. Carzzy just needs to get his E cooldown back to flash over. Zanzara now going in. That's one big troll, and he's got him.
So you might be wondering why MagiFelix didn't ultimate there straight away. He knew Carzzy would flash it. It was just a stare down. Carzzy was waiting for MagiFelix to ult, and the longer he saved it, Carzzy just had to stand there because he had no flash. The ball's on top of him. So what MagiFelix was doing was trying to buy as much time as he could. So I'd love to see a replay of that. But Astralis are going to get bot tower. They heralded it. No, Mad Lions heralded their tower earlier on, but Astralis able to answer. MagiFelix smartly backing away here because Mad Lions dominate the top side of the map. Armut's going to get top tower, but Mad Lions winning out on this trade if they get mid tower as well. 2 towers for 1.
Promisecue has to be careful here, though. Needs to be able to proc Aftershock very quickly if he wants to walk away with his life. But Zanzara now coming in. That is one big trundle. Shockwave now coming in. The follow from is there from the Leona. The Ignite now ticking down. Zanzara trying to get one back, and they have by taking out the Viego. The rest of the fight's so easy. White Knight now with the follow-up. The instant kick doesn't even wait for the Sonic Wave. Goes a bit wide on that one. But overall, huge trade for Astralis.
Oh yeah, definitely. They were losing out on the neutral objectives. They were losing out in towers, but they get themselves 2 kills. A shutdown at that as well. White Knight was slightly behind, but now he's got himself 2 kills and was able to turn up to the play just in time. You can see Mad Lions committing to this tower and going on to Promisecue. And I thought here the 3v3 would be tough because Promisecue doesn't have ult, Zanzara doesn't have ult, and Mad Lions have everything. Shockwave was great, but White Knight turns up just in time to finish off Elyoya before he can get the reset onto Zanzara and then flashes over the wall to secure the second. So good play there from White Knight. Completely drops top wave at the top lane. He was losing a lot of creeps, but he knew he had to be mid for the fight.
Dang. And again, I'm Zanzara on this trundle. Lots of people banded against him because it is such a big comfort pick, and you're starting to see why. 1-1 and 4, 100% kill participation. The pillars have been clean. The build with the Divine Sunderer, I'm liking it. He's doing a lot of damage in these exchanges, and while Astralis are still behind in the gold, they are making plays to make themselves, or to bring themselves back into the game. That said, Carzzy now grabbing a tower on the bottom side. Top lane tower already dead. Mid lane tower open. The map very wide open for Mad Lions overall, only losing 1 tower themselves.
Yeah, they got 3 towers, but Astralis have control over the top side, so they can focus down this top tower, focus down this Herald, which will lead to a mid tower. So maybe they can answer back on the neutral objectives.
So
they're going to start this one up.
See what they can do here. Forward Elyoya stepping in.
Carzzy's quite far away, but I think Mad Lions do want to contest this. The TF ult is used, so they are going to commit to this. Astralis needs to be careful because White Knight has to TP in. Humanoid on the side.
Gold card ready to go. He's going to lock up Jessica. Good damage coming in onto Jessica. They don't have a way to finish it. Elyoya going to steal that one away. That has to hurt for Astralis. But Zanzara now on the hunt. Lock up there, but it's right on the Kaiser. Definitely not what they needed. Promisecue going a little wide there on the Zenith Blade. Astralis debating. Do they want this fight? Humanoid on the backside. Carzzy on the backside. If they overcommit to this pinch, it could be disastrous because here comes Kaiser. Elyoya alive as well. They're just fishing for a reset, but already Astralis are taking this one for now. Kaiser running. He's got no ultimate left. The Shockwave. Everyone forced to leap away, and Astralis again taking the fight.
Mad Lions wanted to steal the Herald and all run away. They tried to disengage, but Astralis chased them all the way that they could and managed to start the fight. Promisecue missed his flash engage as well, so I thought that Mad Lions might have gotten out of that. But that flash kick from White Knight, or the wall jump kick onto Armut to put him into 4 members of Astralis to get the first kill to then start moving forwards, was what made them win it in the end. So let's look at that again, because Elyoya steals it away, and the second he does, all of Mad Lions bail. And it looks like Astralis don't have the range to follow up. So Elyoya gets the Herald, and now everyone starts to run away. The engage comes onto Kaiser, and Promisecue here, watch him, he misses his E-flash onto Kaiser. So I thought the fight was over there. But watch White Knight. Goes in straight away, gets the kick onto Armut, and as dangerous as it looked, having a Gwen on top of 3 people, with a combo as well, they do manage to kill him, and Humanoid and Carzzy are way too split.
And the big thing here is Kaiser has Aftershock, but he does not have ult, and that pillar right there stops any hope of escape. And with 2 members down, Astralis, easy cleanup on the fight. Now they can't find anything else, but they might just find Humanoid the flash away. Gold card for now, clean movement as Promisecue's going to be in trouble. MagiFelix forced now to back away, but both sides looking for a little bit more. Zanzara stepping forward again, waiting on that pillar, but Astralis just want this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, so tanky. Promisecue manages to live through all that damage, but here comes the push in mid. They're pushing top as well with the TP. Yes, Astralis are going to get the second dragon of the game, but how much are they going to lose for it? Herald in mid. Mad Lions pushing in. They're going to get the tier 2. Maybe they can go for a tier 3 as well. Jeskla is probably going to have to ult the mid wave or the top wave because they're going to lose top tier 2 as well, maybe. They're going to walk into that. Good macro play here from Mad Lions. Drop the fight, drop the Drake. How many towers can they get? The ult comes out. I think that's going to be it. It's just going to be a mid tier 1. So it looked good. And maybe it could have turned into more there for the top tower, but good reaction from Jeskla.
And again, Mad Lions holding onto the gold lead for now, even with Astralis pulling ahead in kills. 3-7 overall. It's the extra Drake to Astralis, really their only big benefit. Most of that gold towers, 4-1. Astralis falling behind there, but this is not a perfect, clean game from either side. Everything is being traded. Nobody gets any advantage for free in this one.
Yeah, it feels like what's happening this game is Mad Lions are getting neutral objectives. They're getting Heralds, Dragons, Towers. But for every neutral objective they get, they're paying a price in a kill, you know, or just a double kill. Things like this when they're pushing the mid tower, trying to force that Herald. They're losing kills for objectives. So Astralis are behind in gold, but they're starting to keep up. Now Mad Lions want to force here, but all of Astralis are around.
Yeah, off to the side. Again, so much CC, so much damage. Yo-Yo unstoppable with the ultimate. Good heads up play to make it out of that one. Humanoid now walking in. He connects on the Sonic Wave. White Knight on the Lee Sin. Magic Felix there now to back him up. Carzzy now going to be in trouble as well. White Knight still alive. White Knight holding on the tower. Gonna finish him off. Mad Lions fighting back with everything they've got. Trying to stop this push from Astralis. There's no mana on Zanzar's, but Magic Felix with the blue buff. Jessica here as well. They've got the power of a Ziggs. The Demolish proc as well. They should be able to burst down this tower in an instant. They finish it off. Mad Lions debating. Do they still want more? Carzzy still stepping forward. One last Q is going to do it. Ulti fired back from Jessica, but both sides going to walk away. Again, nobody gets anything for free.
Mad Lions are just trying to buy time. The carries just step forward so Armut can keep doing exactly what he's doing here, denying a huge wave from Astralis and taking the bot tier 2. It will be a lot of gold going into his pocket. They reach 600, and there it is. Astralis, they get a kill, and they get a tower. But they end up giving up 2 and now a bot tier 2 as well. So it feels like, yes, Astralis are winning the fights. It feels like, yes, they are being able to push their advantage forwards. But this is a 5v4 from the get-go. And Mad Lions win out on the trade when it comes to the gold trade-off. So White Knight, really good Q here. So what he does is he gets onto Elyoya, looks like he's backing off, hits the Q. And then he does manage to finish the ward, the jump, sorry, onto the minion. Looks like it saves him, but Kaiser flash knocks him back into tower and then stuns him to make sure he takes an extra hit. So now all Mad Lions want to do is try to clear the wave, buy time for Armut, and make sure Astralis can't back off.
But hard for them to push anyone off the wave. Humanoid has decent wave clear, but again, the Trundle is so tanky. Promise Q is very tanky. Carzzy, at the end of the day, willing to play Ezreal at the limit there, E-ing forward, knowing that he has just enough space to make this work. But you can see how this game is going to get harder if Ziggs ults like that keep connecting.
Yeah, especially when both these AP carries start to pick up things like Zhonya's and Rabadons and Seraphs. These late game items and defensive items going to do so much damage to Mad Lions when they have barely any resistances barring the Mercury Tread. So we'll keep an eye on how the game progresses because Mad Lions 3k gold up. Yes, but Astralis, it feels like they're just constantly in control. Yes, they're losing out on the objective trades, but they're slowly winning these fights, and I think they're going to get stronger and stronger.
And Astralis winning here would be massive, because again, the standings very close. Ooh. G2 at 7 wins, Astralis at 5. They win, they're up here to 6, only one behind G2. Of course, we'll see what G2 do later in the day. Mad Lions only at 8 wins. While they are so close to playoffs, it is not out of the realm of possibility. This could be a struggle for them. Carzzy going to be in trouble. Kickback, good use of the E to make it out to safety. But again, why that's important is because while Mad, yes, are a few wins ahead of the rest of the competition, they also have one of the hardest schedules in the league. Again, Astralis, one of the easiest, Mad Lions on the opposite side, one of the hardest, most brutal schedule in the league. They need to find wins. It feels like they've already locked playoffs because we're so used to talking about them in the top 4, but their schedule is not easy. And if you start losing games to Astralis in the final moments, how are fans going to believe in you when it comes to the G2s, the Fanatics, the Rogues, the Misfits in this league?
Yeah, you're completely right. Dropping the game here would be massive. Not only for Mad Lions as a team when it comes to making playoffs, but Astralis, because they've got such an easier schedule. They'll only be 2 wins behind, and there's 4 games left to go for. So, what we actually missed there slightly was White Knight tried to go for a flash kick. He lost his flash on Carzzy. Good reaction time there, but now Humanoid is going to get cancelled.
Back, Gold Card going to come out. He's trying to run as fast as he can. Not going to connect on the snare either. Magic Felix going to grab that one.
Okay, that's a pick, but what can they get for that? I don't think they can start up the Baron. They don't have control, and Armut's pushing in bot, so they need to answer this bot wave. I think Jeskla or White Knight might have to go down there to clear that out, but a pick is a pick, and Astralis can now decide to back off. These pushing waves won't hurt them too much. 30 seconds on the Dragon. If Astralis can get that, they're on Mountain Soul Point.
That's going to be big. Again, very tanky members on their team, both Leona as well as the Trundle will be happy to have that one. And Mad Lions getting caught on side lanes is not something that we are strangers to seeing, but Humanoid, the gold leader in the game, alongside the 2 other carries on his team, cannot afford to make mistakes like that. The good news, no major shutdowns going to be given up. Astralis very much still behind in the gold overall, yet despite how far behind they have been this entire game, they continue to win out on these fights. The execution has been pretty consistent.
Yeah, Humanoid's top gold because of his passive in the towers, you'd expect, because looks like Carzzy's slightly more ahead in farm and stuff, but it might be a fight here on the Dragon. Humanoid's TP'd in. A straight 5v5 out favor Astralis, but the Orianna ult isn't up just yet. They have to play it slow. Kaiser
Smite, where's it going to go? First objective, they managed to take the dragon. Kaiser now committing. Stun on the back line is going to be big. Leona ult, not going to connect. Now the shockwave from 3, it's massive! Zanzar can step forward, a clean sidestep on the Ezreal ult for now. Astralis, they're debating, do they want this fight? Do they want to back away? Humanoid has to be careful. Sonic Wave goes in, it's flawless. The coordination from Astralis is clean. The knockback from the Satchel, just to make sure he cannot stop the Lee Sin in mid-air. Astralis grabbed the objective, they grabbed the kill. Mad Lions have to be careful. Another mistake like that could cost them the Baron.
Yeah, Astralis on Dragon Soul point here. Carzzy still poking him down. I don't think the fight's over, Dracos. They might look for more.
Promiscu ready to go in again. Resets for Elyoya are a big deal here. But cannot find one. These fights are very difficult. Zanzara constantly a threat here. Jesco has to get out though. The Zig's very vulnerable. Astralis going to be forced back.
Yeah, Mad Lions have so much poke, and it's all because of Carzzy. He's hitting so many Qs on the front line of Astralis. Astralis have so many zoning tools. The Pillar, the Shockwave, the Ziggs ult, the Leona ult. If Mad Lions step one step too far, they're going to get hit by them. But Carzzy's playing at max range. He's going to cancel Promiscu's base here, but he's going very aggressive. Needs to be careful, because now White Knight's TPing behind him. He has Flash, and he has E, I believe.
The collapsing kill on 80 carry. This could be big. Carzzy ready to go over the wall. Clean, though. The immediate flash into the Arcane Shift takes him out to safety. White Knight, no kick available, means he cannot punish. Ulti going in. Carzzy, rather.
So Carzzy's just trying to be annoying here for Astralis. He's trying to poke them out and make it so they can't base. So he stopped Magifelix's base. He stopped Promiscu's base. Now look at the minimap. They are stuck in base trying to run out towards the top side to get vision around Baron. But who's there first? It's Mad Lions. And why is that? Because Carzzy poked them out. The fight stopped evenly after Humanoid died. But Mad Lions keep control because Carzzy stopped their bases. Now they're going to have to push out mid, group up, and then sweep out all the vision in their jungle before they can get vision on this Baron. So Mad Lions still have control, and they could punish any face check here from Astralis. Now Astralis have no TP on White Knight. He had the TP in there, and now Magifelix has to be the side laner against Armut. When he's 2 levels down, that's dangerous.
And again, Astralis keep winning the fights, but Mad Lions keep winning the macro game. It's 5 towers to 2. They keep outmaneuvering, outsmarting in a lot of these circumstances, but Astralis, as long as they keep winning the fights, they should be okay. That said, giving up Baron would be a disaster, and Mad Lions are the one with priority access.
And just like we talked about at the start of the game, Astralis are a team who wins games when they're behind. They're behind in gold here, and you can see why. They're winning fights, but their macro just isn't there. Zanzara might get caught here. I think the rest of the Mad Lions are on Nash right now, so they're 3-manning it. It's only White Knight there. Magifelix needs to TP in.
White Knight, a heroic play. We've seen good moments from his Lee Sin all season long. The kick going to go in, the Sonic Wave going to spot it out. Big Ziggs ult, but it's not going to do too much to Elyoya and Carzzy. TP's now being used. They're getting so many resources out of the Mad Lions. Now kicking in, now trying to finish the job. Elyoya, the knock-up not quite there. He's trying to turn it right back. White Knight is now going to be in trouble. Elyoya, does he have the ultimate? Yes, he does. He can join the fight, get the resets as well, but Kaiser gets taken down, and White Knight...
Astralis going to take the Baron. He's still low.
Carzzy getting stealed away. No! Astralis, I cannot believe it at 5 wins now. They're looking to make it 6. The ulti not enough for Elyoya. The double kill for White Knight.
Has to be careful.
Are in total control of this game. Promiscu out of nowhere. The pillar as well. There's no room. The blast cone. Will it be enough? Not likely. Promiscu finds the kill.
Mad Lions tried to force Baron. Zanzara wasn't even at the Baron area. He was in bot lane, but White Knight is the man of the match this game. He's picking off members left and right in fights. He's clutching it out in the Dragon fights, but now on the Baron, he just forces it 1v3. Magifelix's TP looks pretty late, but he does show up in the end. White Knight clutches fight. He gets Kaiser, he gets Elyoya, and because the Baron was so low from them doing it, they just steal it away.
And again, Cage will say what you want about the team coordination of Astralis, but when it comes push comes to shove, the individual moments from players like Zanzara, Magifelix, the Shockwave, White Knight, with this entire series of play here, he showed up in a big way for the team.
Yeah, look at White Knight just hitting Qs left and right. He Qs Elyoya, forces him out the fight, hits Kaiser, gets his flash, zones Elyoya out the pit. Astralis are able to just steal it away. Carzzy tries to rob it back, but he can't get it because he doesn't have the vision to do so. I think he didn't have the damage either. And then White Knight manages to pick up 2, and Promiscu just randomly standing in their blue buff entrance. Who would have thought? Humanoid face checks him and dies as well. So 3 kills for Astralis now. And this is what we're talking about from the very start of the game. Astralis will lose the early game. They will get out macroed, but the team fights is where they're going to shine. They have the Baron, 1 minute on the Mountain Soul as well.
They have so many clutch moments. And again, they're 5 and 8 in the standings. This is not last season where they can have a fantastic week 8 and it is ultimately meaningless. They are still very much in the race for playoffs. Coming into today, there were millions upon millions of scenarios. Coming into this game, there were 8 million alone, more than that. But just in a million of those scenarios, we looked at a million of those scenarios, 98.2% Mad Lions make playoffs, 38.5% for Astralis. But how many of you, I guarantee not 38.5% of you would have said Astralis are going to be a team to make it. But after this game, maybe the story changes, because despite everything, again, the gold leads, individual mistakes stacked against them, these small moments where they fumble, small moments where they show up, where they find kills, where they find picks, where they find opportunities, have again reigned in their favor.
Yeah, and the strength of schedule favoring Astralis heavily, but Mad Lions will be 2 wins ahead if Astralis do win, so a lot to play for in the last week and tomorrow, but Mountain Soul in 5 seconds. Astralis have the setup, but Mad Lions have to contest. Keep your eyes on White Knight, keep your eyes on Kaiser. I think these are the 2 main playmakers when it comes to team fights itself, and Karzi is just going to try to poke them out. Ultimate will come across, Ultimate from TF will spot them all out. Astralis already chunked out a little bit, and Humanoid's behind them. There's a 3-way pincer on Astralis here. They have to be decisive, they have to group up and go in one direction together.
The gold card hits Jesco, Jesco's instantly gonna be dead. Karzi trying to finish the job. Boom, 1 tap. Mad Lions now running for the hills, but instantly Astralis are ready to fire back. They've already found one. Armut off to the side, Elyoya off to the side. They just want to finish off the Mountain Soul. Humanoid untouched for now. He goes golden, buys a bit more space to work with. Armut, maybe he can be the difference maker. If he can turn around, Humanoid! The flash over the wall, the kill. Magic Felix, no! The command protect will keep him standing. Zanzara now unstoppable, but that's the reset for Elyoya. Zanzara running for the hills, but he's running into enemy territory. He needs to go up and he needs to get out. Meanwhile, the Drake still up and available. Mad Lions will take this one and stop Astralis for now.
Yeah, Magic Felix doesn't have TP, so he can't TP back. They have to give up the 3v3. Armut was the one carrying that fight. He was doing so much damage to sway away Astralis, and I think Astralis might be able to get a mid-tier 2 off the back of it because they have the Baron, which, yeah, just expired, but they have the wave as well. They're going to get a tier 2 mid, but they're not going to get the Mountain Soul. That fight was really messy, but Mad Lions from the get-go have a clear plan going into it. Karzi from the top side, 3 men from the bot side, and Humanoid from the top right. 3-way pincer means Jeskla has nowhere to run, and he does get stunned up and taken down, but then watch Karzi as soon as he does kill Jeskla. He has the E-Force to get the kill, and once he does that, everyone turns onto him. Both AD carries die instantly, and then it's Magi Felix versus Armut. Armut gets them all stacked up on the ultimate, and White Knight's just trying to buy time and run away, so Armut's 1v3 at the bottom of your screen, zoning them all away. Humanoid goes for the hero play, but doesn't have the damage.
And again, we talked about the TF. Yes, the gold cards are clean. Yes, you can set other people up for success, but this is not the Akali. This is not even Humanoid's Orianna. He does not have the tools to do all of the damage in the fight, and you can see in the last fight, Gwen, the big contributor. Yes, Ezreal and TF able to do work, but Trundle! Divine Sunderer Trundle! My god, that damage is ridiculous. White Knight as well. Astralis outplaying Mad in these team fights, and again, the early game not in their favor, the objectives not in their favor, but the fights, the skirmishes have been going so consistently well for them this entire game.
Yeah, Astralis always winning out on these fights, but that one they lost. It was a 2-for-2 in the end, but the members who were alive were stronger on the side of Mad Lions, and they had to give up that Dragon. Wow, this game is on a knife's edge. Astralis only around 1k gold up at this point, but the game feels incredibly even. Gold doesn't really even matter at this point. 1 minute on the Nash, 3 minutes on the Dragon. I think that was a team fight of a lifetime for Mad Lions in the way that they had the setup already. And Astralis, if they're clumped up and they're just a death ball, they should be able to run in one direction and stop Mad Lions as engaged from the sides. But the sides are what we're looking at now. Armut pushing in top, Humanoid pushing in bot. Astralis have to be decisive here. They have 3 TPs, so White Knight can catch bot. But who's going to catch the top wave? Because Armut just keeps pushing it in. Astralis, you might be a 5-man unit, but if you get split up and spread out around the map, then you're going to lose out on these neutrals because these waves keep getting pushed in and they just keep losing these side waves.
Again, it's a story of force versus finesse. Astralis have been so good at forcing, but Mad Lions still finding ways to fight back on the map, even if they cannot win out in the 5v5. Astralis, it's 30 seconds left to the Baron. They've got waves pushing in on the top side, some creeps that they're going to have to give up. They want to stay in the area. Zanzara, though, he's ready for another fight.
Yeah, I think if you're Astralis here, if these side lanes keep getting pushed in, it's just a Baron force, isn't it? You have the setup already, you have the waves pushed in. Promiscue's going to base 20 seconds for that objective to refresh his wards, maybe restack up on pinks, and then get back to this Baron ASAP. Maybe push out top a little bit if you can, that'll help out. But I think they might need to just force it. TP coming in here from Karzi, I believe, who doesn't have the Cyril that's completed, so that's going to hurt him when it comes to the 4th item, trying to take down White Knight and Zanzara. Now a TP top from Armut. They want to keep pushing in these waves. Astralis have to make a decision soon.
Have to be careful, Karzi.
But
even after he's back, he has to be careful, has to flash out to safety. Elyoya ready to fire back. Ulti comes in from the Ziggs, but again, on the outside, not really doing a lot of damage. Armut could potentially just get zoned out here.
You can see they're just splitting them up. Armut baiting to the side, Karzi baiting to the side. Astralis can't find a single target to start hitting, but they need to find one soon.
Zanzara, hard man to match. Armut on the backside. Elyoya ready to go in. Armut in the midst of everything. He's played down the miss. Jeskla now going to be in trouble. They burn everything. They've got down Jeskla. They've got down Magic Felix. It should be enough. That's the shutdown. They take away the Orianna, and now they can chase as well. They have the command dissonance to keep the movement speed going. Astralis running for the hills. That's the 3rd and final TP for the Mad Lions, and it's Humanoid on the backside. But against the 2 strongest members, this is going to be a hard one. Can go golden with the Zion as if he's got the cooldown, but he doesn't.
Humanoid I'm not sure why he went for that play. Maybe he thought they had some kind of flank there. I thought we'd have the Mad Lions of old coming through and showing their teamfight prowess like we saw in spring, because they just keep pincering Astralis, but that's a huge blunder from Humanoid. It's a 4v4 now, but Jeskla has no TP and no ultimate, so basically it's a 3v4. Zanzara has the flash to look for a steal, but he needs a little bit more vision. The Q's going to give it to him. It's all on Zanzara. Can he get it?
Can he get it? Flash into the pick. Can they finish the job? Can they get it? No! Carzzy takes it. Carzzy instantly shifting his attention back to Promise Q. Astralis, you were so close. You fought back so hard. But White Knight now making it out to safety. That's the GA gone. Jeskla maybe something with a bit of damage, but Mad Lions, massive shutdown, massive play, and just like that, they're back in control.
Ooh, Promise Q just gets out as well, but crucial thing to note here. Zanzara is dead for 45 seconds, Mountain Soul's up in 40, so I don't think they're going to be able to contest that either, so Mad Lions keep buying time. If they lose the Dragon Soul, then they're going to have that buff for the rest of the game, of course, so Astralis will be favored the later the game goes, but now they can keep slowing it down. Mad Lions keep buying themselves time, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat. Carzzy's completed the Cyrildas, Humanoids completed the Lich Bane. Big items coming in here, Spirit Visage for Elyoya. 4th items coming in for every single member, and both of these AP mages don't even have a Rabadons yet. You can see how immobile they are, the Ziggs and the Orianna, when Mad Lions keep pincering, whether it's a stun card or a combo or Armut off to the side. Astralis are really struggling when they're getting spread out so much.
Mad Lions continue to fish for flanks. You can see Kaiser doing it now. White Knight potentially over-eager here, going to get knocked back into the team. Elyoya, good damage to follow up. White Knight taking his time on that one, more than tanky enough to weather the storm.
Astralis need to be really careful here. If you're contesting this dragon, Mad Lions could run down mid and maybe even look for an end. They could stall you enough. Humanoid can push as much as he wants because he has the ultimate, so they're going to push in mid. Humanoid doesn't have the Baron buff, though.
But they bought time for Zanzara to respawn. Much easier for them to take this one. Are they willing to get the soul at the cost of something more? Humanoid continuing to push forward, debating what his option is. He has the ulti to get in there, but now Astralis has priority access to the objective.
He's pushing mid. Humanoid's pushing mid, but he's opposite against it. They're going to go for the 5v5. Astralis
finish it, leaping in. Elyoya, can he steal the kick? He's kicked out. White Knight again. Zanzara now Humanoid all isolated on his lonesome. They turn right back in, but they're being pulled apart. They're being pulled back and forth. Zanzara isolated. Zanzara taken out, but at the cost of Elyoya, or Humanoid rather, the trade back. Armut now getting knocked up, the peel back. They've got Mountain Soul. If they can make it out of this one, they've won the day in this.
Carzzy's above them, though. He's going to poke them out.
Knocked back. Magic Felix goes golden. White Knight in the area. He can try to body block. Ziggs ult not going to connect. Carzzy doing so much damage. Jeskla still alive for now. Still running, but Elyoya is here. He turns into the teammate. He turns it right back around. White Knight, the last man standing. Mad Lions pushing in for more on the bottom side.
Yeah, but Mad Lions have no TP, so there's a wave in mid, but if White Knight clears that out, I think they should be fine. I don't think Mad Lions can push for anything here. The Baron buff's going to run out. They have a bot wave to work with. Maybe they can get a bot inhibitor, but Zanzara will be up in 15 seconds. All White Knight needs to do is deny this mid wave, and at best, Mad Lions might be able to get 2 inhibitors, but it'll be a 2v2 for a while. Humanoid doesn't have the TP, but Carzzy does. 30 seconds on him.
2 inhibitors.
Get the spot. Tower.
To make it into mid lane as well. We are moments away from Zanzara. 2 seconds. He can step forward. They're going to be able to grab at least 1 inhibitor. Will they commit for the mid lane as well?
No,
this 2v2.
They have TPs. Astralis have TPs on both mid and AD carry in 10 seconds. I think Astralis were considering chasing there, but they're going to opt out of it. So, Astralis, 2 big things to note here. 1, White Knight's kick denies Elyoya the steal. He ultimates to try and get it, but he gets kicked out and they finish. Number 2 important thing, Astralis all turn bot side. Everyone commits to Humanoid, but Zanzara doesn't. He makes a mistake. He runs up. Miscommunication there. It must be in the fight because he gets picked off and Humanoid gets picked off. You have to make the argument there. If they're all on the same page, there'll be a 5-man death bot on the map here, and they should be able to win the fight, but they don't. It's a 4v4. Watch Carzzy at the top of the screen. He comes from above and pokes him out while Armut is at the bottom. So Astralis again pincered. It's so hard to fight. Do I run into a Gwen or do I run into the Ezreal of Carzzy, who manages to solo kill Magic Felix and keep the fight alive? Elyoya obviously gets the resets, and Mad Lions managed to win the fight despite it being a 4v4, losing their mid laner. And now, Mountain Soul, top side setup, 2 minutes 30 on the Baron, 3 minutes 50 on the Elder. The game might slow down a little bit here while Astralis farm up their items and maybe look for some kind of Rabadons on these carries because they really need them.
Astralis have not slowed down all game. We'll see. Maybe this.
They have the wave clear too, though.
Again, Baron, 2 minutes. Elder, 3.5. Ziggs is there to clear some of the way, but Armut going to grab another 600 gold. He is a very scary Gwen.
Observers, could we look at the gold for a second? Actually, hang on. Zanzara might even look for a fight here.
Not going to be able to proc the Banshees there with that one. Zanzara now stepping forward, trying to get a bit more damage down. Promise you going to try to commit for that one.
He has no flash.
Olive Mist going to keep Armut alive, but they get the TP out. And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Humanoid just escorting a wave in. That's super minions on the bottom side that must be responded to.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy for Astralis to just clear that out. So looking at the gold, it looks like both of the mages of Astralis, Orianna and Ziggs, are nowhere near the Rabadons. They only have 1 needless each, and they need at least 2.3k to be able to finish it off. So they're not going to be able to get a Rabadons for themselves. So now, White Knight might find Humanoid. He has no flash, but he has ultimate. White Knight should be able to cancel it. Humanoid's going to get caught here.
Can Mad Lions get something else in the mid lane? Humanoid locked up. CC not quite flawless. Meanwhile, on the top side, Armut is pushing in, looking for that third and final inhibitor. Rather, there's still one standing in the mid lane. Astralis now backing away. Just put good damage, but Armut untouchable for now. Good damage firing back. Zanzara holding on for dear life. That's going to be the second inhibitor. That's going to be the third inhibitor. Astralis still alive, but Mad Lions, death by 1,000 cuts is the name of the game.
Astralis have to fight. They have to chase him. They just lost 3 inhibitors. For every kill Astralis get, Mad Lions keep getting neutral objectives. 3 TPs, global, side lane pressure, and it's paying off. Yes, they're down in kills and they're losing fights, but they're pulling Astralis around the map so beautifully. 50 seconds on Baron. Humanoid should be up in time, and now Astralis, 3 inhibitors down. They're going to be locked in their base.
Will that be it, is the question. Astralis, they've held on so many times. The soul for them would be massive 2 minutes away. Maybe they can force a Baron. Their team doesn't have the best sustained damage in the game to cut through that objective. Mad Lions getting stronger and stronger, honestly. The Gwen only getting scarier. You can see Armut, a one-man army in these team fights, even with Humanoid down.
Yeah, the Void Staff's coming in from Felix as well. Jeskler's getting close to the Rabadons, but now it doesn't really matter that you're down 3 inhibitors Astralis. It's either fight instantly or give up the Baron, wave clear, and deal with the Elder Dragon. You have 2 options right now. I think fighting the Baron is a must because it's late in the game. You should be able to clear out these waves pretty quickly. Felix has TP. Jeskler has TP, should be able to clear out top as well, but Humanoid can ult into the base. Armut has TP as well, so if they do contest this Baron and they wait and they waste a lot of time, this top wave at the top of your screen on the minimap could be very, very dangerous. Mad Lions can end the game through there. If Astralis are not careful, they need to make sure they don't overcommit, but they also need to make sure they contest this Baron.
2 TPs up and available for Mad Lions.
Keep your eyes on that top wave.
They do not have to do anything else. They've got a bot wave pushing in as well. The longer Astralis spend in this area waiting, trying to figure out, trying to find an opportunity, the more likely it is that Mad just TP in and end the game.
Yeah, this top wave will dictate what happens. If Astralis show and decide to clear it out, then Mad Lions are going to start up the Baron. And if they don't decide to clear it out, they're going to TP on it themselves. Jeskler's going to go for it. He has TP as well, but they're going to force it now the second they see him.
Clearing it out. Ziggs certainly a lot of wave clear. Zanzara has to be careful. Armut going over the wall. They're knocking away the blast cone. Zanzara, no flash available. He has no way into the pit. They're forced to concede this Baron. In the meantime, Jessica doing what he can to clear the wave.
That's the trade-off. It's all about top wave. Give up the Baron or give up your base. Astralis don't find a balance between both, and they decide to give up the Baron. Now you have to hold 3 inhibitors versus a Baron buff and Elder Dragon in 30 seconds. You're going to have to contest that, because if you don't, the game is probably over. I think Mad Lions will win out on the fight.
Promise Q. In the middle of nowhere, maybe hoping to find a perfect angle, maybe hoping that Mad Lions cannot simply close the game out with this. He's gonna have to walk across the creep wave if he wants to get in the base. Maybe a Hex Flash over the wall, but he's walking face first into Elyoyo. They're now gonna see him coming. They're now gonna see a small window of opportunity where the Leona is not in the fight. Promise Q2 thirsty for that flank. May cost him, but he is able to walk away for now. Meanwhile, Mad Lions happen to play the PvE game. If they just keep ushering these minions in, it's a ton of super minions.
It's Bloons tower defense. There's 3 inhibitors down, super minions everywhere, and Baron buffs all over the place. Karzi can poke them down. 1 tower is surely gonna fall. Astralis have to fight.
Alt. Ziggs all gonna be instantly mitigated by the
There's so many minions!
Astralis, they don't even get a chance to find the 5v5. Felix, 1 major shockwave. Maybe, just maybe, it can be enough. White Knight kicking him back into the team. Armut, they can't even lock him up. He goes golden humanoid, waiting for the opportunity to find the gold card. Mad Lions is an absolute slaughter. Astralis, there's just too many things to deal with. Kaiser goes in for the 2-man headbutt, pulverized immediately. Humanoid's the stolen Promise Q going to go for it, but Humanoid is not messing around. They will close it out. Mad Lions up to 9 wins.
Wow. A very, very messy game, but a great game to look at when you look at team fights versus kind of side lane and pulling around the map and trading objectives for kills.
Again, force first finesse. Finesse there for Mad Lions, but say what you want about Astralis, you cannot say that they are not tenacious, consistently threatening Mad Lions. Finding leads, finding fights, finding advantages, but ultimately not enough to win the game. 3 TPs, looking pretty good.
But Astralis' playstyle has just been, it's basically, that's a good game to sum it up, you know. Lose out on neutral objectives, fall behind, but get kills, have a good team fight comp, and that's your way back into the game. Unfortunately, this time around, it didn't work. They were being pulled around the map a bit too much, and they didn't manage to juggle the neutral objectives as well. And Mad Lions, you have to credit their team fighting, because even though you have a side lane comp, and yes, you're pulling them around the map, at one point in the game, you're going to have to fight a neutral objective. And they had to fight the dragons eventually, but the way they fought the dragons, with 3-way pincers, with two different flanks at the same time, the Ziggs and the Orion are just way too immobile to deal with it. They don't have that decisive engage to just be able to go in one direction and just pick off someone, you know? Humanoid and Karzi just off to the side, poking them out. Really a lot of pressure to find any kind of engage.
And a lot of heroic individual moments from both sides, and say what you want about whether or not those should have been needed in the first place, if it could have been a cleaner game, but ultimately Well played overall and a clean win for Mad Lions. One more and they have the clean entry into playoffs. They can still, of course, make it on 9 wins, but would like to find a win against their upcoming opponents, Rogue, G2, Fnatic, Misfits. But more important than that is your vote on who the key player of the game is at LEC on Twitter. Arma, Elyoya, or Carzzy are going to be your options.
Armut was a threat, but I would definitely say that Carzzy was doing the most damage and Elyoya was, I wouldn't say a consistent factor in the jungle, but once he gets those resets, he can always start to move forward. I think Carzzy played the fights phenomenally. He did get caught out here and there, but he got caught out with good intentions. He was diving in, trying to win the fight for his team.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was making a mistake and getting caught. Although it was a mistake to jump forwards, it did win the fight. So there's a kind of, you know, yin and yang there.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we came into this cast with some kind of critical expectations, and I ultimately think it wasn't the cleanest game, I still think impressive from both sides. Really great, fantastic individual moments. Honestly, kind of just really hyped to watch.
Yeah.
We're soon going to hear more from Elyoya, though, before SK Gaming look to continue their winning streak versus G2 Esports.
Just walking gently and you're breaking a bone. Cool and deeply, you have a style of your own. The saxophone, that's the sound of the top of the tone, yeah. I'm gonna record when you run from around, yeah.
Welcome back to the LEC as Mad Lions once again defy the odds and clutch a precious victory over Australis. Yeah, that was a bit of a difficult game, but congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling?
I mean, right now, not too good. I mean, it's fine because we won, so a win is a win, but I think the way we won it was really bad, let's say. I think we executed really poorly today, so yeah, not too happy, let's say.
Yeah, Mad Lions did have some difficult moments, but again and again, we talk about the team fight that Mad Lion brings to the table. And Karzi has won the player of the game, and I would love to ask you about the team fights that Mad Lions has shown today and how Karzi has contributed in those moments.
So, I mean, we were doing team fights in the middle of the game and we were not even killing one, so we know something was off and we just kind of figured out that we had to find a good flank on Ziggs because they were really kind of one-shotting us. So we had to just find a good flank on Ziggs or Oriana, and then we could, if we can get some research for Viego, then we can make that fight work. But yeah, I think that's what we just found out in the game. I'm not sure if it's even the best way to play the comp, but it worked for us.
If I may say this, you seem a little frustrated about the details of the game today. In which parts do you think you or Mad Lions could have executed the game better?
I mean, I think every part, I think from early to late game we played pretty poorly. I mean, in early game we were winning. I think so. Yeah, we were winning, and then we were just getting everyone was getting caught, and we gave so much gold. Then we were losing some fights. We dropped some drakes, and we made the game for ourselves really, really hard.
It's Mad Lions has always been this clutch team that has won the spring split and taken Damonkia to Game 5 in the MSI semifinals. Elioya, in your opinion, what went missing in Mad Lions between spring and summer?
I'm really not sure, but because in scrims we are still showing, I would say, a way better level that we are showing in official games. So I'm not sure what's going on or what are we missing right now. Yeah, the only thing I can really say is that we're gonna work as hard as we can for these remaining weeks and just obviously try to win it again.
And I truly hope for that too. Amelia, one last question. Speaking of the weeks coming up, you do have a bit of a schedule of death coming up. You actually have to face the top 4 teams in the LEC standings. Vespers, Rogue, Fnatic, G2. What is your resolution for tomorrow as well as the upcoming Super Week?
I mean, the resolution is kind of always the same, which is to win, because it's not like it's team we have never beaten. We have already, in the spring split, we beat them all. So, I mean, we won the championship. So, the resolution is just to win it all. Even though today we showed not a good face of Mad Lions, I know we are capable of playing way better than what we showed. So, yeah, I'm just expecting a win for tomorrow and the next upcoming week too.
And I believe in it too. And I trust that you can trust on it too. Thank you so much for the interview, Elia, and best of luck for the rest of the LEC.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And after the break, SK Gaming versus G2 Esports as the race for playoffs continue. So please stay tuned.
Welcome back to lucky week 7 of LEC Summer. I'm back with Gulborg and Ender, and SK Gaming are flying high after their first 2-0 week. And today, we're going to they're going to try to keep that win streak alive against G2. Significantly harder task. Ender, I'm going to come to you first because during Ready Check, we were talking about Lilip and the impact that he's had on the team since joining SK. They are now 4-4. How impressed are you with the turnaround and his performance as well?
Well, I think overall for SK, a big part of their change has been getting to a stable roster, right? That they can continue to play with and practice with after some of the challenges they faced early in the season with a couple of revolving players and getting back to some normalcy, getting back to the basics that worked for them in the spring split. You know, so much about SK in spring was about the bot lane 2v2 popping off, jungler pathing down there, then a little bit later, jungle and support path towards mid, get kills, and we've gotten back to that. Treats makes a path into the bot lane in this Mad Lions game, then Lilip lands this beautiful prediction on the Zenith plate, and we see them moving around the map. Lilip and Tweets together getting things done because we know we've been proven that SK are a strong team fighting team. We saw so much of that in the spring season. We just needed to see everything else sort of start coming together, and it's not solved by any means, but last week was a great step in the right direction.
It really was, and I think Lilip is a complementary tool here for SK Gaming and Treats. I think Treats having that autofill to jungle, I was more nervous at the beginning of the season, but he's seemed to have a positive impact. And Gulborg is hammering on about the gold leads and how when SK get ahead, they do very well.
I mean, it's quite simple, really, from how their gold league functions, and we'll have a graph in just a moment. So to kind of simplify it completely, as you can see here, in the victories, they are getting ahead in the early game, and they're just winning. Like, they get ahead from the get-go. It's a nice little game. They extend their gold lead a bit, and then they finish the game. When they lose, it's just down in the deficit from the early game as well. It just goes completely down. So SK is a team that does not come back. If they win from the early game, great. If they're not, then they're losing. And that's the thing here, and that is a key part going against G2, is that if we are to look at this graph, and if we are to follow what it tells us, then the early game of today's game is going to be absolutely pivotal.
Gulborg and I have been talking so much backstage. What you didn't see off camera is I was tapping in because I was going to ask, can SK come back?
You didn't see me.
So what I am going to ask, just before I go to Ender for some closing thoughts here, Gulborg, do you think SK can pull a comeback in the league? Right now, they are down outside of playoff contention. They have a very difficult road ahead of them, playing Astralis, playing Fnatic, playing G2. And on those gold graphs and the theory and this team not being able to come back in game, do you think it can reflect the league?
It kind of reflects SK, at least, for the most part. And I think to answer your question, you kind of answered it yourself there. I have a very hard time seeing SK being able to make this. You talk about the schedule yourself. You mentioned the teams. It's quite a tough journey for these guys. And also that the fact so far, when they are winning, when they are losing, there's not too much comeback. It's very solidified, the game state, from how they function in it from the early game. So to me, it's just so hard to say yes. I'm leaning on the no.
Final thoughts, Mr. Frierson? SK Gaming, hopes in the last 5 games?
Trevor, in Ready Check, we each had to choose a team. You chose Excel, Gulborg chose Astralis, I chose Vitality. None of us chose SK. I'm sorry, I don't see it happening.
No, absolutely not the case. Now, SK, can they surprise every single one of us and every single one of you? SK are in the skies after week 6. We'll see if the 8-time champions G2 can pull them back to the ground. Now, just to add a little bit of stakes for this game as well, a G2 win would secure a playoff spot for the Mad Lions. If you're one of the pack, you're voting for G2. Medi, take it away.
Thank you very much. Quick shot and welcome back to the caster desk, because it is I, Vedius, joined by the wonderful Medic. And you might be confused, why is Vedius doing the intro for our segment? And that's just because we like to change things up here on the caster desk, don't we, Medic?
Yeah, it's also because we had a meeting in the middle of the week where we did a cast
we don't need
review,
to bring that up.
And we looked at your face whenever I was the one introducing us, and you looked like a very sad man. You look like you only had broccoli left on your plate.
I love broccoli. Who doesn't love broccoli? I love broccoli as much as I love the LEC. Remember, everyone, eat your vegetables. They're good for you. Right. Our 4th game of the day, G2 versus Astralis. We've already had a couple bangers today, and I guarantee you this is going to be another one. G2 versus SK, my apologies. Astralis just played, just had a banger game against Mad Lions. That's what I meant. I meant that. I was thinking we had the banger Astralis Mad, and now we're in for another one, G2 SK.
And as much, yeah, do you want me to say some stuff now?
Yeah, you say some stuff now.
As much as, of course, this game is important for both G2 and for SK, SK really need to win if they're going to make it into playoffs, and G2 will get one step closer if they do win. As Trevor said, as Quickshot said earlier, if G2 win this, Mad Lions are locked. Now, that's because XL, Astralis, and Vitality all still have to play against each other, meaning only one of them could get to the 9 wins that Mad Lions are already at. We could actually even, at the end of tomorrow, have our top 5 locked with only one playoff spot left remaining. G2 will want to claim one of those playoff spots as they've banned out Gwen, Lucian, and Thresh, with the Diana and the Xin Zhao being removed by SK.
Okay, so G2 removing a lot of the big power picks. I'm curious as to what their priority is going to be. We have been seeing caps on a lot of Lucian this split. Thinking about some of the potential junglers that are open with Xin Zhao and Diana. Viego could be a very easy first pick here for G2 if that's the direction that they want to go in, and that will be the lock-in. They are very flexible with this champion. They could take it top, they could put it jungle, they may very well put it mid. We'll have to wait and see, but how will SK respond? We have seen a lot of priority of the Aphelios, but of course, with the Thresh removed, that priority does go down. But even then, we have still been seeing the champion pop up. The blind pick Mundo is something we've been seeing a little bit more here in Europe, mainly because of its flexibility. And SK had a lot of success with it last week when they played against Mad. Very early on, Treats was able to get a double kill down towards bot lane, and off the back of that, they're able to snowball. And I think that this is a combo we've been seeing a couple times now from SK, and kind of ties back to those goal graphs that you were seeing on the analyst desk. They like these more scaling comps, a little bit more towards the team fighting. It gives them that better late game insurance. So even if they do make a couple mistakes in the mid game, it doesn't matter because they can kind of fall back on their late game team fighting. And when you have Tristan and Mundo, you already set yourself up for a nice strong front line with a reliable AD carry in the back line.
It worked so well for them last week, picking up 2 wins, one against Mad, one against XL, of course, and now G2 looking for something a little bit explosive in the mid lane. The LeBlanc has been making the rounds recently. We've seen it rise up since probably about 11, 12, 11, 13 or so, really come to the fore of mid lane picks, and with Caps locking that in, it gives you that nice mix of AP and AD damage between the LeBlanc and the Viego. Alongside that, Kai'Sa will be picked here for G2. Saw a post earlier saying sits at about a 57% win rate. Does the Kai'Sa in the LEC?
Oh, I thought you were going to say solo queue then.
No, that would be a little bit
what?
strong.
Hasn't she been like repeatedly nerfed? How did that happen?
She's not Nocturne, very
Anyway, so yeah, we are going to see the Kai'Sa. A little surprising, honestly, because she has fallen out of meta. So we'll talk a little bit more about it in the game because I think the support matchup is very influential when these 2 AD carries go toe-to-toe. One of the big things we learned is that when playing against the Mundo, you do need some form of hyper carry. And I think that Kai'Sa, given her percentage health damage and how she scales into the late game, she can definitely offer that. But alternatively, because of her diving power, maybe her plan is to completely ignore Mundo. So he finds his way into the backline, he's trying to kill the Kai'Sa, you then ult and you're on the other side of the team fight, then all of a sudden the Mundo has no answers. So perhaps that's one way in which they're going to try and leverage the Kai'Sa. Either way, we'll talk more about it once we see the support lock-ins. For now, it looks like that we are seeing top laners being removed from the pool, with junglers on the side of SK. The Lee Sin going to be taken away from Jankos, and the Set's going to be removed from Genax up towards the top side. This does suggest to me that we are looking at a Wonder Viego.
He has played it the most of any G2 player so far in Summer. 4 games on it, only 1 for Caps, none for Jankos so far. There's the Sejuani ban, of course. We've seen that played in the top lane by Wonder last week, and Jankos has made a name for himself on that Sejuani in the past as well.
If it was in the jungle, LeBlanc, Sejuani, not really the go-to mid-jungle duo.
It's true.
But, you know, you understand it more with the Lee Sin. You don't want that LeBlanc and Lee Sin pairing up together because of how devastating it can be in the 2 versus 2. We are going to see an Alistar banned out here from G2. Curious as to what direction they're going to be looking in right now. Perhaps they were anticipating to go towards the Alistar and wouldn't have a good answer for it in response. When I look at G2's composition, this heavy dive comp, it makes more sense why they'd want to try and remove that from the pool. So instead, Lilip is going to go back to what he found success with last week, and this type of comp is very similar to what they actually ran against the Mad Lions, where they were able to get that big win.
You're kind of giving SK the choice of Nautilus or Leona when you ban out the Alistar in the set, alongside that Thresh being banned away. Here you can see, as you said, Lilip going for the Leona. Camille now locked in for G2, so it's probably going to be the Viego in the jungle, Camille top, and now Mickey looking towards the Gragas as an option. Of course, Nautilus is the sort of more conventional support that you can play into the Leona. Not the best matchup for the Nautilus because the Leona can just Zenith play through you, but Mickey has always been a prevalent Gragas player, especially in solo queue, and it looks like he's going to lock that in here.
Unless it's Gragas top and Camille support.
Is that
Camille
something?
support used to be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, the same Elise support used to be a thing, but if I see an Elise, I'm not ever thinking that she's going to be support.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that either. But to be fair, I did want to see Reckless and Mickey playing Camille plus something bot lane. So I know that they've done it before, but
Ooh.
I don't think that's going to be what they go for. So with the Camille likely going up top, Urgot is going to be the answer for Genex. And I seem to remember his Urgot specifically, but I can't remember what game it was. There was a... Oh, I'm annoyed now because there was this one game where he had an insane Urgot performance. It was either... I'm sure it was last split.
It was last summer, I think.
Was it last summer?
I believe so, because I just looked at the last split and he hadn't played the Urgot. You keep talking for a little bit, have a discussion on the compositions,
Right. Well,
and I'll have a Google.
The main point here is that SK, I think, have gotten a very traditional front-to-back comp. You can see they have a very powerful front line. The Urgot, the Mundo, the Leona, very powerful bruiser, tank. They can soak up a lot of damage. Meanwhile, they're going to rely on their Syndra and their Tristana to offer long-range damage from the backline, which kind of fits into SK's playstyle. They don't have the most dominant early game, but when they do get ahead in the early game, they know how to like stall things out and then rely on the late game comp where they can often find good advantages. G2, they've got a little bit more of a 1-3-1 comp going on. Their comp is much harder to execute because they don't really have any one true tank. They do have a lot of dive threats and they have a lot of playmaking potential, but I think a lot of it's going to come down to the early game. We're going to be jumping onto the Rift for G2 versus SK, our fourth game of the day.
And onto the Rift, we do jump like a trampoline. We bounce our way into it as Jankos retreats out of the river. Treats is going to chase him away.
The trampoline doesn't bounce. The people on the trampoline bounce.
Yeah, but we jumped onto the trampoline, and like on a trampoline, we bounced.
Kevin in my
into
ear,
this
just
bad
like,
discussion.
Technically, the trampoline also bounces. Vedius, please.
It depends how much you jump on it and how well secured it is on the ground.
Correct. Have you been on a trampoline recently?
Not recently, no. Last time I went on a trampoline, I was in high school, and I almost knocked out my front 2 teeth.
Oh.
But I had braces in, so even though I kneed myself in the head trying to do a front flip, my teeth stayed in, thankfully.
Oh, well, good thing.
Speaking
Gives you that
of League
winning
of Legends.
smile.
Oh, exactly.
All right, so we are on to the Rift. I was having a look, seeing if anything crazy was happening early game. Nothing too much. Observers, if you could quickly highlight that ward that's sitting on top of the blue buff. That was a little bit of information that SK was trying to go for in the early game to figure out where Jankos was starting. And that's going to very quickly be cleared out by Jankos thanks to his sweeper. But, of course, SK will still have this information. They can't guarantee yet what path Jankos will do, but it does look like that he is going to head towards the bot side of the map. Suggests that Genex will likely be getting that prio early, and given that Jesu and Limit are... Jesu and Lilip, rather, are assisting with the pull. Very likely that they will lose this early push, but we shall see how things play out. As Wonder already not taking a favorable, not actually running the Ignite, decided to run the Flash. Pretty interesting because often that Ignite gives you a lot more early game power with the Camille, which you can often lose, deciding that it probably wasn't worth it. Perhaps he thinks that even with the Ignite, it's not going to assist in the 1 versus 1. In any case, things looking pretty good for G2 in terms of pushing bots, not so good on the top side, very favorable for Genex in the meantime.
Okay, so do I have time for my cool graphic?
Hit me with the graphic.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Happy birthday, Jankos!
Oh, happy birthday.
It's his birthday.
Do you know how old he is today?
No, do you?
No, I think he's 25.
Asking me the question is a little bit unfair, but perhaps he's going to get a gift in the lane as he looks forward. This Gang Spectral Maul goes wide. Blue with a good sidestep. Flashes away here, but Cap still has the chains, and Blue won't have his life much longer. Jankos gets the assist. A nice little birthday gift for the G2 jungler.
The birthday blood for G2. He will secure a nice kill in mid lane, and that's very much what you want to be doing when you're playing with the LeBlanc. We talked about how he could be pathing towards top, but instead he just does a full top side clear, gets himself the blue buff, goes to the level 3 play, and is able to find a successful gank, and he puts that into the back pocket of Caps. Much needed when playing this composition for G2, and we'll see what they can do off the back of it. Mickey now roaming up towards mid as well.
Yeah, we see this style of playing around mid that G2 have really exemplified throughout the course of Summer. Jankos and Mickey teaming up, trying to get Caps as far ahead as possible. And Lilith read it, but didn't realize that Mickey and Jankos are waiting in the bush. Both of their flashes burnt. Actually, only Lilith's flash burnt there, as Blue is going to get changed. Treats coming in from the side as well to try and clear out this wave so that Blue can back away once again.
So a couple things happened there that were pretty interesting. Once again, happy birthday to Jankos. Been a part of our league for a very long time. But what was interesting there was the fact that G2, they did a fast push in bot lane. Remember we said that they had the early prio. There's a big point at like level 3 where like waves contesting, junglers show up, all kinds of dangerous stuff can happen. But basically what G2 did was they fast pushed in bot and then they reset. So you saw Reckless, he's now got himself a longsword already. He decided to go back to base, and that actually opened Mickey up for a window where he could roam. But his main goal was to actually cover the bottom scuttle, because when Jankos showed up in mids,
it's fine,
Caps has a lot of HP. The moment Jankos shows up in mid, whenever you try an early gank, there's actually a big window where the enemy jungler can like adapt their pathing, they can actually look to punish you. So Mickey roaming up was actually covering, as we've seen all in bot.
Treats is on his way as well. Reckless trying to get away with a heal. Mickey uses the ignite on Jezu. Treats will look for that cleaver. Mickey stops still. Treats flashes forward. Mickey underneath the tower. One more cleaver won't be enough, and Jezu secures it. Is able to jump away before the tower shot comes in. Jankos on his way though in G2. Not done with this fight yet. Are TPing in. Jezu, no flash, no heal, no way to get away. But Caps with the TP is dead. On arrival, landed and immediately met his demise. Jankos has to flash away from the scat of the week, and Treats is still on the chase. Another Bonesaw after Bonesaw landing here from Treats, and with surgical precision, SK find 3 kills.
And just like that, the game flips around. G2, they had a good start, but it's now been quickly punished, and once again, it's been through the bot lane. Last week, when SK got their win against the Mad Lions, it was by finding successful ganks through the bottom lane, and they're doing it once again here. Good stuff from SK, and definitely a good start for them.
A great start for them. Last week, as you say, they had a very strong start to the season, and we'll get rid of that as we come back into this replay.
So the all-in comes through. Treats is now back onto the bot side of the map. That's where his Caps are respawning, and the wave is in a bit of an awkward spot for G2 because they're waiting for this push through to come through from SK. And like it was tied back to that conversation we were having, how they were playing these earlier waves where they end up getting punished. Now the TPs come in because G2 believe that Caps has managed to go back to base, spend some of his money, and the play can happen, but Caps invests his W very early on onto no one. That's a lot of his damage. He was trying to sidestep Lilith, who could potentially CC him, but without it, he ends up just losing his life. That means that Jankos then ends up in a situation where he is now overextended, and SK is able to turn it around. So I think that the comms there from G2, not the cleanest, not the most well executed, and SK is able to immediately turn it around and get a big punish.
It's so hard to disengage from this SK composition when they get on top of you. Jankos here, though. There's the Spectral Maw. Blue will fall. Jankos gets the kill, and now they're looking for more. Lilith will be chained up as the chase continues. Scat of the week, knock back. Lilith stunned underneath the tower. Won't get away as the double kill comes in for Jankos on the Syndra. He's looking for more, trying to steal away that Leona, but won't be able to do it. And G2 are able to strike back with 2 kills of their own.
So waves have been very impactful in this early game, and I love how both teams are leveraging them to find themselves advantages in the bot lane. That level 2 play that was happening from the G2 bot with the push and the wave state meant that they got ganked. Now you can see that a bunch of SK members came around mid because they're trying to break the freeze in mid. They're trying to get this wave underneath the tower because Blue doesn't have flash. So what does G2 do? They respond in kind. Mickey comes up, the collapse comes through, Blue doesn't have the HP, and because he doesn't have a flash and he's being attacked from 3 sides, he ends up getting collapsed on by Jankos, and then all of a sudden we come to realize that Jankos, apparently a really good Syndra player, is able to land the stun. Well set up port by Caps with the chains, and they're able to get themselves 2 quick kills. And this all comes from the fact that SK is just trying to push mid in. If they don't, that wave is going to get frozen, Caps is going to get 6 first, then Blue is in even more trouble because he doesn't have the flash, and they end up getting punished for it. So really interesting stuff happening in this early game. But it seems that the goal is evened out a little bit more as we approach the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, very explosive. 500 gold between these two teams, but SK still able to find themselves small advantages here and there in terms of that Dragon. They now have an Infernal. Top lane has a lead for Gen X. The rest of the map very much in G2's favor. with Caps picking up a kill and about a 9 to 10 CS lead. Reckless as well has had a little bit of free time down here, farming himself up on the Kai'Sa. Of course, very important game here for SK as they look to see if they can avoid this gank from Jankos. They should be able to do it, as Reckless and Mickey should just push in the way.
As you rightly said, currently sitting at 4-9. That race for playoffs is a very difficult one for SK, sitting further towards the bottom of the standings. Getting a 2-0 week last week was huge for them. You can see how big that gap is. Really, it's that fight for 6th between so many of these teams. If Astralis had gotten that win against Mad, it would have been huge for them in separating themselves from the pack. But at the same time for G2, they're not that far ahead. 2 wins, 5 games left, including this one, of course. Which means that SK is still within reach of G2. If G2 lose all their games and SK win all their games, they are in a position where they could even overtake them. But only a few games left to play, and we'll see if SK can do it. A big upset last week. Can they maintain that momentum as they move in towards week 7?
I think the big thing is we're moving away from you needing 10 wins to guarantee yourself a playoff spot to now needing 9 wins to guarantee yourself a playoff spot. As we said earlier, if G2 win this, Mad Lions will lock in playoffs, and G2 will be only 1 win away. And you see this early game action continues as the Rift Herald has been started up here. SK coming in, sort of pushing G2 away from it, but Jankos isn't having any of that. The smite goes down. Jankos stunned up for the moment. Heartbreaker, but Blue has been dived on by Reckless on the backline, and Caps will take the kill. Rift Herald has been secured as SK look for a little bit more, but Wonder does still have the Hexa ultimatum here. Could blast Cone in and try and catch someone out. Rift Herald was picked up by Treats, but a kill was exchanged for the favor.
Bit of an awkward flash there from Blue in that fight. I think that he could have looked to flash over the wall, but I think he was worried about the Caps W. Ends up getting punished for it anyway. You can see here, SK bring all their members down, and G2 have all their members there as well. Treats with a good smite is able to secure it. You can see here Blue, he kind of wants to flash towards his team, and I think he was hesitant to flash over the wall because he's just creating a bigger gap away from his team. But in either case, I think that he was dead, so he ends up losing his flash for nothing. And G2 grab themselves a kill while losing the Heralds. Now SK, with their bot lane up towards the top side of the map, they're going to try and drop this, secure themselves the first tower of the game. And given that G2's bot lane hasn't even gotten close to the tower yet, you can see how much further ahead in tempo SK is right now.
So how much gold will Jezu get out of this? Well, there's the first plate, 160 gold over to him. He's going to be able to get the rest of these as well. You can see slowly chipping away at this tower now, up to about a 500 gold lead as the tower falls. Oh, it's actually gone a huge amount higher than that. I forgot about first tower blood being added on top of that as well. 800 gold in advantage for Jezu. Reckless will be able to get a couple of plates down here, but you can see the reinforcements arriving for SK. Genax is already here, Treats is on his way as well, and as soon as you have a Mundo and an Urgot underneath the tower, it becomes a lot easier to defend a dive.
Certainly does. I was curious as to whether G2 would actually respond, given that Jankos was hovering around the bot side of the map, but as you rightly said, it's very risky diving that. It looks like Wonder is setting up a freeze towards the top side of the map. I do like that in this situation, because there's no Drake to play for right now. There are no really other towers that he can move for or support with, so why not just deny farm away from the opposition? And you can't really be punished anywhere else on the map. The best thing that G2 can do right now is invest towards the bot side, and you can see how awkward it is for Jezu right now. I think this is a situation where what Jezu and Lilip should have done is actually push that wave all the way underneath the second tier 2, escort the Herald towards the tier 2 tower to make sure that that wave doesn't get frozen on. But they're now going to use their numbers advantage to move into the enemy jungle, see if they can steal away some jungle camps, steal away the red, but unfortunately for them, are not going to be there. But they will have that early setup on the Drake, as we now see Caps in a little bit of danger. Or is Genax perhaps the one in danger?
He might be, has no flash, could look to go all in on Reckless. Now we've seen Genax do these 2v1 plays before. It was in spring playoffs against Fnatic that he was able to turn the game around. They still lost it in the end, but Genax is trying to do it once again. All the TP's coming in. Jankos on a killing spree, and he dives forward for Blue. Treats, Lilip, and Jezu all here to defend as well. Jankos still chasing, Spectral more available, but don't really want to target that one on Treats, because of course he has that stun resistance. Wonder though, has the Hexa ultimatum. Lilip's going to flash away. They're the chains from Caps. SK might still want to take this fight. Hexa ultimatum coming in. There's the solo player hits 2, and Reckless dives in. Killer Instinct with an instinct to kill. Another for the Kai'Sa.
So G2 find themselves with 2 quick kills. Genax thinks that he can go for that exchange, but without his flash, he felt like that it was better for him to fight than it was for him to run. He knew that Blue had the TP and they tried to answer back, but unfortunately the TPs were a little too delayed. And SK could not support their top laner, so G2 convert that into 2 kills. They're going to get themselves their first Drake of the game. And they've manage to amount into a 1k gold lead. This could even result in more plates for Reckless, but he's going to choose to reset instead. So yeah, SK need to be careful in some of these early plays. Remember that they do scale quite well into the late game. They do have a very powerful teamfight comp, and the fact that this Viego is just getting stronger is a big point of concern for this SK line.
Oh, it definitely is. Jankos on a carry can be absolutely deadly. First time he's played the Viego this season, but already 3-1-2 with that Divine Sunder. A complete wonder here can walk away. No hard CC on treats means that you cannot interrupt that hookshot wall dive. And G2 only with a 500 gold lead, but with Jankos being in such a strong position, the question really is, can SK keep this Viego under wraps?
Yeah, I do think that it's interesting how Jankos' split has been. Statistically, he doesn't have the best stats. But I think that his impact has been felt in many of the team's games. You know, like you can see that his K+A, not the most active early game jungler in the league. His kill participation compared to other junglers at 15 is actually one of the lowest. And in terms of early gold advantages, it's not the great. So the stats don't represent him super well. However, his performance, even just last week, was fantastic. He had a really great game on day 1, and then on day 2 against Fnatic, he really gapped Whippo. Like, he was putting that Karthus in the ground, he was using his priority very well, and I think that in this situation, Jankos, he's not fully represented in what he's done for G2 this split, and I think that his impact really has been felt in a lot of situations where they have struggled.
And especially, as you said, in the second half of the season, where G2 have really begun to come alive. You can see much bigger gold leads for them, much higher kill games at the 15-minute mark. They're getting more towers. They're getting more towers than their opponents, and they are just having much more G2-esque early games and much more G2-esque games across the board. Here, relatively even, but still with a 500 gold lead as we get towards the 15-minute mark. Jankos in a good position with that first item complete. And now, as the map opens up a little bit more, we'll see how much he can use the advantage that he has. Caps as well, having a good game here on the LeBlanc. Caps' LeBlanc has always been something to be feared, and currently sitting at 2-1-3 with almost that mythic item. Wonder's going to dive here on GNX. Hexagoldamatum is available, and guess who's in the area? It's the birthday boy himself, looking for a bit of a party in the top lane. Jankos on a rampage, 4-1-2.
Yeah, I think credit to Wonder. Wonder did a lot of the work in that play, and Jankos came in for the cleaner.
Jungle diff,
well, definitely feels like that right now as Jankos continues to have impact on the map. Treats is trying to cross map on the bot side. Lilith underneath the tower here. Good sidestep.
Oh, that was really good. He was dead there otherwise. Body slam into Cask, or Cask into body slam would have just locked him up for too long. Able to escape. You can see SK unable to get that tower out of the exchange.
The trade is going to be Jankos securing the second Rift Herald of the game. Going to be helpful when securing the mid tier 1. G2 Siege is not the strongest, especially when playing against a Tristana and a Syndra, whose wave clear is very good. It's going to be difficult for G2 to approach. They have caught Treat, that's a lot of damage.
Treat does have the maximum dosage, though, so he's going to heal himself up quite a bit. And Mickey, both the support showing us a bit of fancy feet there to get away from respective skill shots. He'll be able to escape. This tower should go down, though.
Certainly will. G2 are not able to secure the top tower in exchange for this one that SK get in bot. But they will be able to close the gold gap just a little bit. So SK keeping the gold very even, but it still feels like G2's early game for the most part. When we talked about the draft, we talked a lot about how G2 want to try and get ahead in the early game. They have a lot more of a 1-3-1 comp, so when you are playing this, typically, you want your side laners to be in a great position. The LeBlanc has been able to get a great early leads, already securing the Ludens, whereas for Wonder, while he hasn't had a huge amount of investment from jungle, he's still in a great position. He's not very far behind Janex. In fact, he's even in levels, he's even in farm, he has his first item completed, and so he's only going to continue to scale up and be an even bigger threat as the game continues. So I think that G2 have definitely played towards their win conditions in the early game. It's now just a matter of breaking down these outer towers, then start moving into the 1-3-1, start playing along these side lanes and making sure that they don't get baited into any huge 5v5 team fights, which is kind of the position that SK wants to be in.
The question really is, are SK strong enough to take a 5v5?
Probably not right now.
Yeah, that's my thought. And the good thing for SK is, of course, they were able to pick up one of those early Drakes, so they kind of stopped G2 from scaling up too quickly with those. And Jezu, yeah, I'm sorry, mate. You're pretty... Oh, flashes away. Heartbreaker misses. Jankos! 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 No! On his birthday, Reckless flashes in for the kill. and will be able to secure it, but Trees is going to try and chase down this Kai'Sa. The Killer Instinct will give him the shield. TP's coming in from SK as they look for a fight that perhaps they can take. Reckless trying to fight against the Mundo, but you just don't beat the Doctor. Trees gets the kill. Reckless AD carry in 2021. Lull isn't able to do too much. Mickey with the cask here, but that's the fear beyond death as Yenax reels him in. And 3 quick kills to SK.
Yeah, what should have been an easy dive for G2 ends up in a huge fight win for SK. They have to invest a couple TPs and they'll likely lose their mid-tier 1, but they'll be able to get themselves their second Drake of the game and a nice amount of gold. Even getting the shutdown off of Jankos as well, going to be huge for Jezu. SK definitely haven't given up in this game yet. You can see the gold rather is still very even in this game. Let's have a look back at this, see what happens. So Caps, he's very patient with the E. He uses his ult in first, then the W, and then he gets knocked back, so it doesn't connect. Then the flash out, the side step from Jezu. Then he procs the bomb with the Hail of Blades. Oh, and then he uses auto attack, and of course, he doesn't have anything left in the tank. He's just got nothing. I think Jezu even popped a health pot there to just keep him barely alive, and then Reckless trying to use the Herald to kite around Treats, but he's also finding that huge minion wave as well, which just is not helping his efforts. He's split off from the rest of his team as SK then looks to get the collapse onto Mickey.
That scan of the week across the wall.
Just barely lands. The E from Genax, then the ult, and 3 quick kills going over to SK, and much needed kills as well. Remember that they are playing a little bit more of that 5v5. The fact that Jezu is now the kill lead, or the gold leader rather, is huge for SK because they still have this strong front line that they'll be able to play around as the game continues. And with this Drake lead, it'll be easier to force G2 into fights, given that this will be a prominent and important objective as the game progresses.
Yeah, you mentioned the Treats on this Mundo in draft against Mad Lions. He had a stellar performance, was really able to put the team on his back, and once again here, 2-0-2, that frontline tank that his team needs him to be. Yes, he can 1v1 an AD carry. Mundo can just do that apparently these days, but also...
Most things can 1v1 an AD carry. I've seen a Leona 1v1 an AD carry too.
Yeah, but my Leona's pretty good, so...
Right, true, that makes sense.
Oh, I remember the good old Further of Battle Leona days, when it was like...
Good old?
Oh, mate, those were
Don't think that was... You mean the time that Ignar did it in the Ardent Sensor meta?
Oh, that was beautiful.
Okay.
Bring back justice for supports, I think is what I'm arguing for.
I think that what we've learned is that AD carries, clearly a super weak role. Oh look, and they've brought up 2 of the best AD carries in the league, just like that, and then just as a reminder, oh, are they really that weak? In any case, it's very good for SK that Jezu is strong.
Finished his second item now as well, has the Phantom Dancer.
Did he complete it? I thought he was close to. Yes, he has. Okay, then he is very strong. So I think earlier you said, would SK be strong enough to win the fight? I said no. Right now, they're probably feeling a lot more confident than they were a little bit earlier on. With Genax hitting level 12, having completed the Titanic Hydra, still Urgot probably not at his strongest point, but with the HP that he has and the small amount of resistances available to him, he's going to act as an effective enough front line for Jezu and Blue to dish out the damage on the back.
At the moment, the question is, can G2 find avenues back? Well, I was gonna say back into this game. They are still ahead, but they need to find avenues where they can enact their 1-3-1 composition without being caught out, like we saw a couple of moments ago. Because for G2, it's not all done. You know, usually by this point in the season, they're sitting first, second spot in the standings. They know that they are already locked into playoffs, or at least close enough to it. Here they sit at 7 and 6, and they don't have the easiest schedule left to play. 9 wins, really the cutoff that we're looking for to pretty much get yourself into playoffs. 10 wins would guarantee it for you, of course. But they have Misfits and Mad, 2 teams that have almost or have already qualified. And then Schalke XL. And Schalke, well, we know how they always beat G2. They did it earlier in the season. And XL continue to look like they're going from strength to strength.
And so what's funny is if you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see the L and the Ws, which refers to the last time they met.
Yep.
And 3 of those teams are losses.
Exactly.
G2, yeah, so of course the XL one was the introduction of Marcoon. The Schalke one was where they just got hard outclassed. And the Misfits one was the Elder Dragon. So it's one of those things where like the rematches will be a big indicator of have G2 gotten to a point where they have been able to grow, if they've been able to work through their issues. Right now, they're going toe-to-toe with SK. Could this be that SK is just now finding their form? Are they now in a position where they can challenge most teams in the early game? They definitely feel more confident. They seem to have a draft that they can rely on and execute well. But how will G2 handle this mid-game? Because I quite like their early game. I like the fights. I like the skirmishes. I like the fact that they played through Caps and they used Caps to move him around the map. But some of their TP plays have not been the best. They have been punished for a couple of the plays that they tried to make. And the longer this game goes, like, I think execution is going to be a big deal, but I just think that SK's comp later on to the game is just much easier to play. Whereas G2 requires really good patience around side lanes, making sure that you have good wave management, setting up correct vision around your side lanes so that you can really enable Wonder. Like, it's going to require very good execution, and so it'll be a good indicator of how much G2 has been able to change over the last week of play.
And we don't often see these sort of more split push orientated comps in the current meta. A lot of it around dragon fights, around these team fights, getting towards Soul, getting towards Elder.
Speaking of.
And Caps has TP'd into this fight. Caps going in, Lilith there on the front line, pops the stopwatch, TP coming in. Wonder dives onto Jezu on the back line. The most gold in the game, but that stopwatch going to keep him alive. Wonder trying to do what he can, but Treats is on a killing spree, and Jezu is still alive. Watch that Tristana. Reckless has dived in and killed off Blue, but the Tristana still there, and now G2, only 3 members strong, have to fight against 4. Jankos, the greatest Cinder in the game, apparently, as he manages to get Caps a double. A beautiful scat of the week from Jankos from the side. He goes in with the Leona as well, but Genax is just trying to fight for his life. Can't quite do it. And Jankos turns the fight for G2.
Oh my god, Jankos! What a smurf play that was. I was not expecting that. I was about to call the fight done and dusted because SK, the fact that Jezu had stayed alive, great use of the stopwatch, great use of the ultimate, and the fact that all of SK was like, protect the president. Immediately they all dive to keep him alive, and let's just watch it again in the team fight. So you can see the collapse comes through. G2, they're like, we have the numbers advantage while SK have TPs, let's get a quick pick. Wonder on the flank, dives onto Jezu, and then watch all of SK immediately turn onto Wonder and then say, no, 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 protect Jezu. Then he flashes out of range of Jankos, he tries to ult him, gets ulted back, but this was crucial. The death of Blue here. While Reckless is out of the fight, I'm thinking, oh, okay, SK can just clean up this fight, there's no way Caps can kill this front line, but Jankos takes the Syndra, QEs over the wall, and then Caps is able to get the clean up. Very well executed by Jankos, really did turn the team fight in favor of G2 there, and then Caps and Reckless getting a few cleanup kills at the end.
Dive in from Reckless with that killer instinct helps Jankos get the kill on Blue. They get the reset, and because of that, they win the fight. Second dragon of the game goes over to G2 as well. With it, a 2,000 gold lead. And you see Genax once again having a great performance on this Urgot, but Jezu was killed before he could do too much in that fight. Didn't have the time to auto-attack, and as much as, of course, killing off the AD carry is important, stopping the AD carry from autoing is just as important. Jezu, though, still now with that Phantom Dancer Kraken Slayer complete. If he can survive through a fight, he can do a lot, but no flash, no heal, no stopwatch on that Tristana anymore, and Wonder can still just go in with the Hextech Ultimatum. Caps is there, can double distort in with the chains, makes it very difficult for Jezu to navigate the next fight.
About summoners as well. A lot unavailable on the side of SK. I think that for now, G2 just want to primarily play through the side lanes. You can already see Wonder moving towards the bot lane. You'll notice that Blue constantly pushed underneath his tower. The Syndra never really wants to be in a side lane, and Blue can't risk pushing out another wave because the risk of a collapse is very real. You will also notice that Wonder is not hard pushing this lane just yet. There's no reason to fast push it because if he does, the wave is just going to get caught. So instead, he's holding it here, just last hitting, so that they can generate other points of pressure on the map. So now as he pushes in the wave, look, mid is now starting to crash in mid. Now, of course, no other G2 members there actually to catch the wave, but also look at top. That wave is also now starting to push in as well. So as the Camille has that wave hit underneath the tower and Genax is forced to catch it, there are actually other points of pressure on the map that G2 can look to leverage, where Wonder can base, he can potentially TP if a player is up and available, or they can just use it as a bigger window to actually get a reset off, spend their money, invest in a couple more control wards. As you can see from their inventory, quite a few control wards at their disposal, and overall a good investment. So just good play there from Wonder, good patient play, and SK is just kind of forced to play on the defensive right now because they're at their best when they're grouped as a 5, when they can leverage their teamfight power and they can leverage their front to back, but when it comes to the side lanes, they cannot risk overextending just because of how easy it is for G2 to collapse, to get picks off in the side lane, and in their straight up 1v1s, G2 will just likely come out on top.
G2 is so strong individually right now. Caps with the Medjai, Soul Stealer, 10 stacks on that alongside the Rabadons and the Ludens. No defense on that LeBlanc, no Zhonya's, no stopwatch. Just looking for the all-in damage, that all-in burst. And of course, LeBlanc very good at getting away from teams without pure hard CC. Only the Leona really with that point-and-click stun. Of course, Blue has a knockback, but it's very easy to distort away from that as a LeBlanc. Genax here trying to trade onto Wonder. Those shotgun knees doing quite a bit of damage, but Wonder, about half HP, will be able to walk away. Now the Baron has been started. Genax, no TP. Wonder has his. Wonder can reset or just walk his way across. G2 disengage. Mickey going in, looking for Lilith. That's half of the Leona's health gone down before the fight really begins, but Caps and Reckless had taken a chunk as well. Wonder worked his way across, but wasn't able to get there in time for a fight.
So I think that G2 were mainly just trying to make SK sweat a little bit there, force them to commit a TP, force them to overcommit. Maybe G2 could find themselves a pick. I think that it's just one of those things where you're testing the waters almost. The waves are in a great spot for G2 because they had top pushed in and bot pushed in. Wonder could come in from the side lane and contest the mid wave. Basically, like, the map state was just good for G2 to try it, and it was easy for them to disengage if they felt like that the fight wasn't a good one for them. So just good awareness, good play overall. I liked it. SK, though, they're not going to lose too much off the back of it. Still able to catch their waves, still able to stay relevant. You can see that a couple more items being completed. Anathema's Chains now done for treats. That's
Anathema.
Anathema, anathema. It's like tomato.
No, because anathema is a word, and anathema is an imaginary girl that you've made up.
What? Okay. Oddly specific.
Anathema
Do you know
is
an
definitely a girl.
anathema?
No, that's why she's imaginary.
Okay.
Anathema.
Right, so the chains that have been completed for treats. Observers, can you figure out who they've been bound to? Because I'm not entirely sure. The TP is now going to come in from, I believe that is LeBlanc from the flank.
Caps on a ward, though.
Spot out, yeah.
However, Caps can just jump in. Now puts a control ward of his own in that bush. We'll know that they know that he's there. Dragon down to about 300. Lilip going in with the Solar Flare, but can't quite land it. That Dragon down now, secured by Jankos. Lilip ignited, and now the fight really begins as G2 can push forward. Treats trying to get away. Janax caught out by Wonder. Reckless diving in with the Killer Instinct as well. And Janax can pop the stopwatch all he wants, but immediately afterwards he goes pop. Wonder with the kill. G2 with the teamfight win.
The moment that failed hard engage came through for SK, it was going to be a difficult fight for them. So much of their utility just immediately vanishes. G2 looking for a little bit more.
Caps go! Oh, Blue! He's just gone all the way back to the fountain. Nothing he could do about that, and Jankos is on the chase. Treats will be stunned. Not often you see a Mundo CC'd, but for the moment, G2 continue on the chase. Jezu gets one, jumps away, as the Jankos steals away the body of the Mundo and will turn his eyes towards the Baron.
And just like that, G2 have claimed full control over the game. They played very well around their side lanes. They kept the pressure up, forcing SK to be split. They didn't get the initial setup of the Drake. G2 was able to play that beautifully, and now they're able to secure the Baron. SK, that was not the fight that they were looking for, unfortunately. They wanted the clean front to back team fight. Let's just look at the engage here from Lilip. They know that Caps is on the flank. They spot him out on the wards, and Lilip is just waiting for him to get close enough for the engage to come through. But even if the engage does come through, I'm doubtful that the follow-up will be there, and he committed everything, expecting that to commit. But now look, Jezu is not hitting anyone. He cannot do a thing in this team fight because his front line and his crowd control immediately disappears. The overcommit and the exchange was just too forced from SK. A bit of a blunder from Lilip there, and it costs SK so much.
I mean, the thing is, as Jezu, what do you do if you don't have that front to back, if you don't have those people standing in front of you? Because as soon as you get anywhere near Caps, that's an 18-stack Medjai's 550-odd ability power LeBlanc, who's already level 17, just jumping on you.
It's
like,
also
one distort is half your health.
It's one of those things where G2's comp has a lot of single target damage, right? And if you go in one at a time, you make it so much easier for this single target damage to just hit a single target.
It's like those classic Kung Fu movies that you see, where there's 20 people surrounding one guy, but they all just go in at once and get punched away.
Right, exactly. And so in a team fight like that, they were just funneling in one at a time, making it so much easier for G2 to actually execute on the fight, and they end up coming out on top. And now with the Baron buff, they can kind of do whatever they want. They have huge level advantages all across the board. They have huge gold advantages, 18 stacks of the Medjai's. You can see that Cap's about to hit level 18 on the LeBlanc. He can just make fun of SK at this point with the amount of damage he has.
SK, though, did have a good start to this game, so as much as they are losing to G2 right now and are likely to lose it, they can take heart for the rest of the playoff race, perhaps. Janax caught out in the side lane as Reckless goes on a rampage on this Kai'Sa. 6-1-5, a return to form after his performance against Fnatic last week.
And as a quick reminder, Mad will lock a playoff spot with G2's victory in this game. So that race for playoffs is only going to get tighter as Misfits has also locked themselves a spot. G2 now knocking on the doors of SK's base. Very little still remains as SK are doing everything they can, but with a member down, it's hard to defend the multi-pronged attack.
This is the power of having strong side lanes. You can just push in. That's an inhibitor down. Third inhibitor tower now on the menu for G2. They'll secure it. Wonder jumping in. Lilip takes half his health. Blue caught out with a single Praise Seeker there as well. Chunk him out. He might have to go back to the fountain. That's the third inhibitor down. 33 minutes in. G2 secure all 3 inhibs. Actually looks like they're going to back away here. The chase is on for SK. They want to try and catch out Jankos, but they won't be able to do it. Baron falls off. And G2 with a 10,000 gold lead can look to start closing this one out. And as you said, it locks Mad a spot in playoffs, but also gets G2 just that little bit closer. They only have 4 games left after today, with Misfits, Mad, Schalke, and Excel on the menu. They only need to pick up 1 win from those games to lock themselves in playoffs. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1. We'll say 2. If they get 2 wins, they're definitely in playoffs. I'm pretty sure 1 win gets you in playoffs.
After this win.
After this one.
Right. So, G2 looking like they will be able to secure that playoff spot. And then the fight for seeding is a big deal as well, because there are, of course, points from Spring that will influence seeding, so I don't really want to touch that territory. But it's definitely going to be important where you can end at the regular season. And of course, G2 is competing with both Mad and Misfits, 2 big games for them that can potentially help them fight for different seeds throughout the playoffs.
I think the big thing for seeding, as we have a moment while G2 pushing their waves, is really for Fnatic. They want to make sure they get a high spot because they didn't get that many points in spring season. G2, of course, finished up in 3rd, so they managed to get quite a few points, meaning they are pretty much locked in for a top 4 playoffs berth, assuming that they qualify for playoffs.
And remember, when it comes to the race for Worlds, you have to be in playoffs.
Yep.
Top 3 from playoffs will be Europe's representatives, and if you're in the upper bracket especially, it basically means you only have to win one best of 5 to get yourself a spot at the World Championship. So seeding definitely a lot of stakes as G2 now looking to end the game against SK.
Yeah, SK gonna struggle with all these super minions pushing in, but you can see Camps has already been chunked down a little bit. Wonder down to half HP as well. Lilith looking for the flash engage, can't quite land the Zenith play. That first Nexus tower, about half of its hit points have gone. Some of the armor chipped away from that tower. Scatter the Weak goes wide. Wonder dives in into the middle of SK. Will have to flash away. The Solar Flare going just a little bit away from where Wonder was. Cap still pushing in, looking for Lilith. Flashes in, messes up the distortion and has to pop the stopwatch because otherwise those tower shots would have found their mark. Blue, though, dived on by Mickey and Wonder. And now in a 4v5, SK can't really defend. The first Nexus tower goes down. Reckless dives in, Wonder dives in, Jankos dives in. And all SK do is die. Treat trying to survive, trying to find a way back into the game, but he just can't do it. Reckless with a double. Jezu, holy moly, that damage is absurd from Caps. The chains don't land. Genax acting as a good body block, but G2, after trying to get off Jezu and Genax on the fountain, will secure the win and will lock Mad Lions into playoffs.
A lot of credit needs to go to Jankos for this game. His early gank into the mid lane, his impact in so many team fights. Like, don't get me wrong, Caps, great game. Wonder, very solid towards the weak side of the map. But I really do feel like that Syndra play in the mid lane is really what swung the game in G2's favor. And then with that advantage, it unlocked the side lanes to then start playing through the map. And overall, a clean game for the most part from G2. A couple missteps here and there. But definitely, I think, can spark a lot more hope into the G2 fans as we get closer and closer to playoffs. SK, unfortunately, they had a very good week last week, but it was cut short. And they can still make playoffs. That race, that fight for that 6th place spot is hotly contested right now. Many teams are vying for that spot. Astralis, XL, Vitality, and SK is only 1 win behind them, but it does mean that every single win after this game is going to be so much more important. So while the race for SK gets a lot harder, for G2, that race for playoffs suddenly became a lot easier.
It really does, and you can vote for one of those G2 players in your Kia Player of the Game vote at LEC on Twitter. Jankos, Caps, and Reckless are your options. It feels birthday, man. Okay,
It feels birthday, man.
We all know where you're going. He got his cake, give him his pog as well.
It's almost time for the fight for first between Rogue and Fnatic. But before that, Ashley Kang is checking in with the birthday boy Jankos. Make sure not to go anywhere.
He was...
movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC Finals, just like a pro.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the LEC. SG2 takes one step closer to the playoffs by defeating SK Gaming. And Coach, congratulations on the victory and happy birthday.
Thank you for both, I guess, for the birthday and also for the win, or like for the congratulations.
And you had a nice Syndra, Viego performance today. With that performance, you actually have won the Kia Player of the Game. Can you tell me about your overall preference on Viego and how the champion usually impacts the game?
Well, I think if you start to win a team fight, you probably cannot lose a team fight with Viego, since whenever he gets a reset, he will probably be a 1v9 machine. The problem is when you miss an ultimate, against a 100% dead target, and then the target doesn't die, then the team fight can really go south. But besides that, I think Viego is a very strong champion, has, you know, good clear, good early game, good mid game, good scaling. So there's no weakness in this champion. I think if you pick it, you just pick it and you are always happy with it.
Do you think you having this longevity as a player and having played a variety of champion also helps in like performing well on Viego?
I mean, kind of. I think you just have to know what spells do and how to press them. I don't think you need a big knowledge about how to play a certain champion. It's just if you played at least one game on each champion in the game, and you capture the soul with Viego, you would probably know what to do in the given situation and then make the most out of it. And afterwards, I guess you just, you know, ult again and you are back to being Viego or a different champion.
Okay, sounds good. And outside the game, I did want to ask some holistic questions, given that it's your birthday. Without being too morbid, Jankos, you have overall enjoyed extreme longevity in the LEC. You debuted for the EU LCS at the age of 18, and now it's 2021. Is there any secret to your longevity as a player, or just not think about this too much?
I mean, I think I always wanted to, you know, perform at the highest level, and I always wanted to. Well, at first, when I started my career, I was not that successful, so my goal was to win European League, LCS back then, now LEC. And after I won LEC, I suppose, I always wanted to compete on the international level, like to win Worlds, and that never happened so far, at least. And my goal is kind of still the same. I mean, this year is not as successful as we were previously, as maybe the other years with G2, right? We were struggling in Summer Split so far, and we also had only top 3 finish in Spring Split. So my goal currently is to kind of come back to top form as individual and also as a team, so we can, you know, win Summer Split and do well at Worlds. But as for the longevity of my career, I think it's just that I was always trying to push forward, and I didn't really care about, I guess, my personal life. And I made a lot of sacrifices to just play League and be as good at League as I can be.
A random question. Has your approach to game or life as Jankos or as a person, Martin, changed significantly between when you were 18 and now?
Excuse me, can you repeat the question? Excuse me, can you repeat the question?
Oh, okay. I think I may have cut out. I'll just repeat the question. Has your approach to League of Legends as a game significantly changed between you now in 2021 and when you had first debuted as a professional player?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think right now I still play a lot of solo queue, but I don't consider solo queue the most important. I feel like, you know, watching a lot of games and also talking to your teammates about how the game should be played and how you want to play it as a team is way more important. So not as many solo queue hours for me, but putting more effort into, I guess, even team activities, right? I mean, in the end, it's a team game, so you need to be on the same page with your team, both inside of the game, but also outside of the game, because if you don't enjoy the process and you don't enjoy who you are working with, then I don't think it's possible to succeed. So I would say that young Jankos would probably not care as much about his teammates and about, I guess, anything else besides solo queue, and that maybe more grown-up Jankos would always put his team first and would always like care about them mostly. And then in his free time, he would still play solo queue in his free time.
And thank you so much for this conversation, and maybe we'll continue keep our eyes on the trajectory of your career. Thank you so much, and best of happy birthday once again.
Thank you.
And after the break, we'll be back with the final match of the day, Fnatic versus Rogue, as two teams battle for the first space in the LEC. So don't go anywhere.
Easy now, no need to go down. Easy now, no need to go down. Rock that run, that's where we're from. Whoop whoop when you run, come around. Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of just walking gently, and you're breaking a bone. Cool and deeply, you have a style of your own. The saxophone, there's a sound at the top of the tone, yeah. I'm a record when you run, come around, yeah. Make a move, make me whole body bubble. Let me know, say you're trouble when you're ready for the double and hit that. Nothing, make play with it a little. Why you're so not tickle? I'm telling you to hit that. Nothing, make stay with it a little. Why you're so not tickle? I'm feeling them. Wait up. When you run, come around.
Rogue lost the last time they played Fnatic. It was day 3, week 1.
All eyes on these lineups to see what they will bring to the table this week.
I think we can beat any team, but I think competition is for sure way closer than it was last split.
Rogue has been playing astonishing this season, and I think most coming especially from Inspired, their youngler.
Here comes the Crow Storm!
Rogue are looking to cement themselves as the #1 in the regular season.
Schalke as Broken Blade's going to look for something, but the Crow Storm prevents the engage. Now the chase forward as Inspired manages to leap over the wall.
Buipo, Hiri-sang are the guys that kill me the most. We'll just reach the backline, and the backline, who is in the backline is me. They are playing crazy.
1, 2, 3, Fnatic is a bloody team.
Fnatic looking real clean right now.
So far, we're looking pretty hot, and I'd like to carry that momentum into the playoffs for sure.
No flash. It's double TP committed. Aura gets taken out. Oh, the Viego's going to be powerful in this one. If he can keep getting resets, he's going to start to take off. But Whipple's going to get burned down. But Whipple's going to turn right back in. He'll take on the way in. Whipple will not die. My God, it's an absolute slaughter.
I feel like we have a deserved spot at the top. We can beat anyone in the LEC and even contest for the titles.
Adam Hylissang straight onto Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hylissang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out. It's cancelled. Whipple on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the main things right now. He's looking for Niski. There's a couple of kills. 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies!
But both these teams, incredible early game dominance, transitioned into a lot of very consistent wins.
It's Rogue versus Fnatic. It's going to be an absolute banger.
Welcome back to the LEC studio, where this stage is set for the fight for first between Fnatic and Rogue. I am here to look specifically at Fnatic's early game and how they snowballed the top side versus G2 in a match of the week. And I'm just going to take you straight to the drawing board already, but I want you already from the get-go to notice the ward we have here in the picture. Now, this ward is going to be pivotal for the planning of Fnatic moving forward here. So whatever you do, whenever this ward disappears, still remember this, because we're going to head back on toward this point as we play out the clip. Now, we're going to move over to the opposite side of the map, where it's no longer going to be about this ward, but it's actually going to be about Whippo down here towards the bottom side of the map, where he is shadowing his bot lane to make sure they can gain the priority. But another thing that is pivotal to watch here is the fact that a ward has spotted Jankers. Now, remember the ward we talked about earlier as well? That ward has now run out, but you still remember it, so you don't have to worry about that as we continue out the clip here. Now, with the ward done, you can already see that a plan has started to form for Fnatic here. Now, the clip has stopped. Why has it stopped? Because I paused it. Because I want to highlight to you already now, with the TP coming through, and with Whippo having recalled, he is actually going to be making a path all the way down to that Grum where the ward was earlier. Now, moving forward though, TP, once again, has just come through from Nisqy. And with this TP, he's going to be getting priority in the mid lane. Now, up towards the top side of the map, what's that? Another TP to come through. Remember the pathing we already set you out up on towards the ward where Whippo is, where the priority now has come through? This is where it's all going to come down together. The ward, the shadowing, the TPs from the mid lane towards the top side, the pressure coming in on towards this ward once again, the planning from Fnatic from 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game to this point now, where they're going to go full aggression on towards Jankers, and he is now on towards this one. They don't have the man advantage on this one. They don't have the vision on this one. This has all been Fnatic's planned skirmish, and as the clip still rolls out while they're getting the kills, Whippo, he might die here. It doesn't even matter because they will have to invest so many resources of getting this kill. With Caps flashing over, with Wonder having to get away from this one, I'm going to stop it right once again, because not only did they get the Grom, not only did they get 2 kills, they also made sure Wonder and Caps lost waves and experience that they gained in return. And that is what makes Fnatic so scary to play against. It's the fact in the early game that they're already planning from 5 minutes ahead how they can attack you.
What a fantastic setup. I mean, listen, 2 of the best early game teams in the league. And as I'm joined by Ender and Gulborg, I'm going to pit their brains against one another to argue who will win this game. Ender, I'm going to come to you first and ask you to give me some information and predictions on who will come out on top in this fight for first.
Look, the thing is, Goldborg just did a fantastic breakdown on why Fnatic's early game is so great. So I have to go with Fnatic, right? Good job. You lose. If you're going to choose Rogue here, it's clearly Fnatic because of what you just said.
Now, turning to Gulborg, of course, let's talk a little bit about Rogue and their chances if Fnatic are the favorites. Fnatic are the team that inform, and I think a lot of fans are going to be getting behind Fnatic as well. How do Rogue stand up to them?
I mean, to be fair, that was Fnatic against G2. They're not that hot right now, right? So let's be real. Rogue, the real deal coming into this one. You may have some early priority against them, but we have Odoamne. We have the laning stats to facilitate this guy, being up at 10 by 259 against his lane opponents, being up in the experience department by 93 as well. This guy does not lose lane, and he's getting limited resources as well.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Now, of course, we were going to play a little bit of a mini game, but in the interest of time, I wonder if we can get the stats up behind us just to highlight these 2 dominant teams, 2 of the best teams in the league. I know we're leaning towards Fnatic here for Ender, and as the stats pop up behind me, goal difference at 15, gigantic, 1.8, 2.3, kills at 15, deaths at 15. Ender, will the early game truly be the deciding factor today?
No, I don't think it will, and it almost never is, especially in Fnatic games, right? Like, most of Fnatic's wins, like, yes, they have fantastic early games, but a lot of it comes down to the team fighting. I think they're the best team fighting team in the LEC currently, and Rogue, while they're no slouches in the team fights, you look at their wins, a lot of it comes through snowballing off of their huge early game success and carrying that over. You look at last year's finals, and you saw a big gap in Rogue's playstyle was the fact that they fell down to Mad Lions in that best of 5 when it came down to the fights, and that's where I think Fnatic have the edge right now. That's where Rogue need to advance if they want to be #1 by the time the season is done. So for me, it's Fnatic today.
Well, Fnatic today. Will Fnatic come out on top and be in sole control of pole? It's time to find out as Fnatic take on Rogue. Let's hit the rift.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final game of the day between Rogue and Fnatic. My name is Vidius, I'm joined with Medic, and we are in for a banger as these two teams fight for the first place position. But before we get to that, we have to give a big congratulations to the man in the top lane for Rogue, Odo Amne. This is his 400th LEC game.
And he looks just as happy now as he did when he first came on the stage all those years ago. Of course, a very storied player, but never picking up an LEC title, something that still eludes him that he got close to last time in spring. And now he looks to fight for first in the regular season and make a deep run at playoffs once again. We are going to go get on into the draft of Fnatic versus Rogue. The fight for pole, as Quickshot called it. Sole control of pole, I believe, is what he said. Because of course he does love his rhyming.
Right, just like any play-by-play, I feel.
Some of us are more like big punchy moments, some of us are more rhymey.
One day you'll get to rhyme soliloquy, I'm sure.
That's the hope, right?
That's the hope.
Somnolence, I believe, is the word you're thinking of. Anyway.
No, I was thinking of soliloquy.
It's a good word.
It's a great word. I don't know what it means, but it's a great word.
It's a monologue used in classical theatre, usually said to the audience, but ahead of the other actors. So it was you would have a long monologue to the audience, it would be your soliloquy. Anyway, Fnatic versus Rogue, the biggest game perhaps of the weekend, as we see Draven and Lucian banned away here by Fnatic. Draven, obviously a very common ban against Hunt Summer. There's the Thresh removed by Rogue. And my question really is, Vedius, are we going to see Xin Zhao or Irelia get through this ban phase?
Seems like one of them has a good chance of getting through. The fact that we're seeing a blind Alistair ban, I wonder what that suggests. Perhaps an AD carry that Rogue has in mind that they consider problematic. Perhaps a support pick that they're thinking about that they want to try and grab early that they don't want to have to deal with. Many potential options. Not something that we normally see. Perhaps it's just a respect ban towards Hylissang. Either way, what else is Fnatic going to take off the board? Because Gwen still up and available, which has now been removed. Viego still up and available. We still have the Xin Zhao. We still have the Irelia. We know that Niski did play mid lane last week against G2.
Kalista still on the cards as well. Both these AD carries love that pick. Varus still on the cards. As we have a lot of strong picks left available here, Veddy. So you can see Rogue taking their time. Ready, 1, 2, 2, having a little bit of a think about this final ban, because of course, you want to give yourself some options. Olaf will be taken away from Adam, one of his signature picks in the top lane, and then of course Viego, the immediate lock-in here for Fnatic. Usually that goes to a Bwipo. Only one time we've seen Adam take it to the top lane.
Yep, but that is, as you rightly called, going to be the trade for the Kalista, and the Xin Zhao is immediately going to be paired up alongside it. So Rogue already getting themselves a strong early game draft, very catered towards the bot side of the map. We expect Odo to be playing more of the weak side, but unsurprisingly, Fnatic are going to answer with a Tristana. Upset, common response to these hyper-aggressive AD carries. The support matchup is going to dictate a lot. Now, I imagine that they're going to get themselves an early Nautilus here, as it is such a strong 2 versus 2, and then you can ban out and remove, excuse me, some of these strong support answers, but perhaps they want to get themselves a strong mid first, and they will. Larsen's Twisted Fate. He earned a bit of a name for himself on this champion. He had an incredible performance on it last split, to the point at which teams had to ban it permanently against him because of how confident he was. It seems to me that he has not actually lost a game in
undefeated.
the LEC.
4 games, 4 wins on the Twisted Fate.
Undefeated. I believe that is just in the LEC, right?
Yes. Actually, no, wait. Across his entire career that I have the stats for, he is 4-0.
Okay.
On the Twisted
Well, there you go. Still, pretty small sample size, but when we just think about his career, it is a pretty impressive one. A lot of respect shown to that, so he's going to be locking that one into Niski's Sylas, assuming that is in mid lane. Of course, it can still be flexed to top, but typically we see him on the mid lane as Sylas, with Bwipo normally handling the jungle Viego.
Poppy banned away here by Fnatic. We saw Mickey bring that out a couple of weeks ago. Of course, very good into Viego, Sylas, and Tristana, all of whom have dashes. And it makes me wonder a little bit about the support pick for Fnatic as well. You can stop things like the Rakan pretty effectively with a Poppy, and with Leona being banned away, we'd go down to Nautilus, perhaps Rakan, maybe the Taric as well, although neither of these compositions really set up for the all-out dive that a Taric works so well into.
True. Very, very true. The Nautilus is now going to be banned away from Fnatic, so what supports will we now be looking at? That is 6 support bans, if I count that correctly, Medic.
Okay, so I think Trimby has the option of Nautilus or Galio
No,
here.
Nautilus is now banned.
Oh, of Galio then.
Galio.
Galio is so good alongside the Kalista. Alongside that, you could go for something like the Rel that we haven't seen in a while, but still has that great AoE, and if you chuck her in with the Fate's Call, it can work well. But instead, the Rakan is going to be picked here, and I wonder if that was more because they thought Hylissang wanted the Rakan himself, rather than it was the best pick for this composition.
Well, we're going to find out when the answer comes through for Fnatic, because the support pool has been heavily limited. Hylissang's playmaking potential has definitely been limited. Will the bot lane be able to get the aggression that they are often so famed for? I imagine this is Adam's set, of course, could be in the bot lane, but we know that Adam is an aggressive top lane player. He likes to play champions that are typically lane dominant, and Set definitely fits into that category. When I kind of look at their composition right now, Fnatic have pretty good scaling. Sylas and Tristana, both huge late game threats alongside the Viego as well. They're engaged, not the strongest. Morgana, ooh. Okay, I'm a fan of this. I like this. Often we would see things like Morgana and Lux into the Rakan because he would move in straight lines. And so landing the bindings, especially if you're fast enough, usually at the pro level they are, you can actually respond. And then the Black Shield also mitigates his core form of CC, and he's not going to be able to break it that easily. So I think the Morgana pick is a very powerful one here. So we'll see how it works out. Pretty dominant bot side of the map for Fnatic, and an important one, especially when Rogue want to try and play through bots. They've decided to round out with a Camille in the top lane, try and get that more scaling top side, strong late game side lane threat. But Rogue, they're going for much more of a 1-3-1 style, similar to what we saw from G2 last game. Want to try and unlock this Twisted Fate on the map, try and make him roam towards sides. Fnatic, slightly stronger team fighting. They're engaged, not the strongest, but we know how happy Hylissang is willing to be when it comes to flashing into fights. And of course, when champions like the Xin Zhao want to dive in, what can Adam do? Grab him, bring him straight back into the team, and then all of a sudden you find yourself a good fight. So yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting game. I'm expecting a lot of bloodshed in the early game. I think Rogue need to be hyper proactive in the early game. But I do like the answers that Fnatic have drafted themselves. I think this Morgana pick could be very difficult to play against for Rogue. We'll see how well they'll be able to get those advantages towards the bot side of the map, and how volatile will top lane be. We know Adam loves to fight. We know that Adam is in a matchup where he can actually be hyper-aggressive early, but we also know that Odoamne is used to playing more on that weak side, kind of scaling up towards the late game, being a much bigger factor later on into the game. A lot of things to keep track of. It's going to be a great game to round out the day on. The battle for first is definitely going to be a good one.
Fnatic versus Rogue. Two teams fighting for first here, and we'll see who can lay their hands on sole possession of that spot. And on to Summoners if we go. Niski, Upset, and Hylissang setting up a little bit of a trio here. Getting that ward in the bush can help you out a lot early on. Hylissang's going to go back, get himself an Oracle to try and clear out any vision that Rogue may have put down early on in this game. But before we get on into the action, before we really get into the depths of this game, I want to ask you all a question at home. It's a pretty easy one, I'll be honest. Who will claim first in LEC Summer 2021? Now, what I want to know is who's going to win this game, pretty much, because, of course, it's a battle. Both these teams tied first right now. You can spam FNC if you think Fnatic will get it, or RGE for Rogue in the chat right now.
I think a lot of people have a lot of faith in this Fnatic squad right now. They believe that this Fnatic is hyper-aggressive. They're a really strong team fighting team. And part of me feels that Rogue is being undersold a little bit. I think that Rogue are being underestimated in what they're capable of. Now, Niski has spent a lot of time in bot lane looking for a pick. This is a huge time investment, and Larssen is just confused right now. This is so much farm that Niski's losing, and he's not going to get anything for it. That is an entire... Well, I mean, he hasn't lost any CS just yet.
He's lost one minion.
He's lost one.
He's going to lose... He'll get the XP for this second one, but I think he loses the minion itself. Does he lose that third one as well? Hillsang jumped on here as Hans Summer looks for the damage as well. Ignite ticking on Hillsang. That bend is going to do a lot of work. Hillsang takes down! And Niski spends time in the bottom lane, gets nothing, and immediately when he leaves, Hillsang dies!
And so we come back to the conversation of, is Rogue being a little underestimated right now? This bot lane currently holds the record for 2v2 kills in the LEC, and they've been a little quiet over the last few weeks, but just like that, they kill Upset and Hillsang. Well, they kill Hillsang specifically at level 1. Beautiful stuff from the Rogue bot lane, and they already find themselves with a 700 gold lead.
Huge advantage here for Hans Summer and Trimby. You can see Upset 10 CS down. There's about 6 pushing in towards his tower here, but Whippo has been tracked through his early jungle as well, and Inspired is on the way. Larson, easy for him to move first from the mid lane here. Whippo doesn't know, Pepe Love, Whippo's been caught out by Inspired, he's gonna have to try and jump across this wall, lands the stun, lands the knockup, both of them have smite, Whippo doesn't! Inspired has the smite and Whippo did not have his off cooldown! Inspired wins the 1v1 in the jungle.
I'm surprised that Whippo just chose to take that fight. I guess he assumed that Inspire would just flash after him, and with the prio that Rogue had in both mid and bot, he was gonna lose his life anyway, but that's huge for Rogue. They use the early kill in bot, they use the early prio that they have in mid, to then invade. Remember that ward that they set up early on, getting information on where Whippo started. It all comes back to that. Information, prio, this is what Inspired does so well, and Rogue find themselves with 2-0. 1.2k is the gold lead right now, and Fnatic are being routed 3.5 minutes in.
You can see who will claim first at the moment. Fnatic fans, Fnatic faithful out in force, but Rogue, well, they're routing Fnatic right now. 1,400 gold lead. Whippo will be able to take himself a Scuttle Crab. Niski trading in the mid lane right now, but for the moment, perhaps those fans have a little bit more faith than expected. Because Rogue have started off this game incredibly well. Let's have a look at where we are across the board, Betty. It's Larson with a 10 CS lead down in the bottom lane. Hans Summer will be able to catch this wave as it gets towards the tower, but he's only about 5 or 6 CS ahead.
He's been spotted. Whippo still has the flash. He knows
Odo.
The collapse is coming, but Odo, no information there because of the shroud coming out from Whippo. But of course, because Inspired hadn't cleared his top side, Whippo very cleverly went straight towards the top, secured the Scuttle Crab, and then invaded the Raptors, knowing that Inspired would do Raptors into reset. So really good awareness there of recognizing the amount of time that he would have to steal those camps. Decides to try and go for a quick play in top lane, but does of course get spotted out by that ward. So Inspired will now do his full clip top, binding lands.
Dead here. Upset jumps in. Explosive shot's going to do a lot of damage. Trimpy has been ignited. Hans Summer able to force Upset and Hillsang away. The escapability of Rakan there, meaning that Trimby was able to survive even with the Ignite ticking on his head.
Now what's interesting is often you'll see things like Cleanse being ran against, Exhaust being run into Tristana lanes, because especially when you want to fight her early, she has so much burst with Hail of Blades, plus the Explosive Bomb, plus the Ignite that you usually see in lane as well. But the fact that Trimby and Hans Summer are running the Ignite heal, a little bit more of an aggressive lane, you can see this potential burst now. Not going to overcommit because they know that Trimby's on the flank. But what's great for Trimby is if he takes that burst, he can very
TP. Adam has TP. Odoamne had to use it to get towards that top lane heal coming out. Trimby will still have the battle dance here. Should be able to dodge the Hans Summer. Uses the grand entrance to try and get in. Dodges away. Takes the route as well. Adam will not quite fall to the end, but dies to the Ignite instead. 1-for-1 trade now, and Inspired is on the flank. Do we have the Black Shield? Upset has his jump. TP coming in from Niski. Once again, Fnatic investing a lot into this bottom lane.
Yeah, they certainly are. That is 2 TPs now thrown towards bot, and you know that Hans Summer is typing in all chat, are you serious? Guys, there's more than one lane here, and you need to back off because they're just gaining advantages across the board. Odoamne just hit 6. He's now going to get a level up. The fact that Adam died, used his flash and his TP. Yeah, the flash was good, but if Trimby hadn't actually used his second battle dance, he probably would have gotten out alive. The fact that he actually put himself in the way of the dark binding rather, is what cost him his life. Now here we see the TP in. Rogue realized that they're a little overextended here. The TP flank comes through from Fnatic. They're trying to get this bot lane ahead and actually trying to shut Rogue's bot lane down. Trimby goes to the knockup, the flash in front to try and provide the CC. And then you can see here Trimby dashes back, but then good damage from Hans Summer. He does not slow down. He recognizes there's a window, he takes a tower shot too. And then when the moment Inspired shows up, the TP then follow up through from Hans Summer.
And because of that TP to the mid lane,
from Odo rather.
From Niski.
TPs! So many!
Because of that TP, though, you could see Larssen was able to get a wave pushed in the mid lane, got himself a plate. Rogue now 1,700 gold ahead and very much in the advantage of this game. And it kind of compares and contrasts what Fnatic like to do in the early game and what Rogue like to do in the early game. Because this is probably our first and second team in terms of how much of an advantage they managed to get. Rogue get a little bit more gold advantage, but Fnatic are still able to get themselves leads in the early game. However, they do it through getting kills, and Rogue do it through getting more CS than their opponents.
They're just very strong, reliable laners that often draft strong lanes, as we see the collapse from the bot lane onto Bwipo.
Oh, Blast Cone popped as well. Larssen, they're coming in. The chase is on as Niski will be able to kill off Hans Summer. Trimby is able to escape now. Larssen is in a bit of a 1v3 here, but Upset's already used his jump, and I don't know if he got the reset. Larssen pops the gold card. Locks it down. Hylissang at the one they'll dive on. No level 6, no soul shackles available for the Morgana. And now Niski, you're on the wrong side of the rift, my friend. You're on the wrong side of dodge. 6 kills so far for Rogue, a double for Inspired. And Rogue are demolishing Fnatic.
Now, the reaction there from Fnatic was good. The fact that Hans Summer had to flash out from that play just goes to show how strong this Viego champion can be. In a 2v1, he nearly actually kills Hans Summer. But the response from Larssen was good. You could see that the communication was clear. We want to collapse onto Bwipo here, and we want to get the punish. I think the idea from Bwipo here is good, but I think he shouldn't stay to clear out this ward. He gets collapsed on, and look at how quickly the TF ultimate comes through. Gets stolen by the Sylas, can then quickly follow up. Hans has to flash, but then Sylas is saying, you know what, I can flash follow as well, and I'll actually secure this kill. Good flash from Trimby, but now you realize Fnatic is way too overextended. Larssen is just buying time, waiting for Inspired to show up. And then they're able to get the collapse. Unfortunately for Hylissang, he can't land the binding, and it's easy kills for Rogue.
Small things there as well. Upset not getting the reset as he jumped in to try and get an auto attack on Hans Summer meant that he wasn't then able to jump immediately onto Larssen and try and really focus down the Rogue player. You can see Larssen, most gold in the game, Inspired following him, and Bwipo for the second game in a row is having a bit of a mare in the jungle here. 0-2-1 on the Viego. Last week against Jankos, we saw his Karthus really struggling, and here against Inspired, he's struggling as well.
But I think it's just a matter of, when you think about how teams play, okay, we made a big deal last year about how you can either play for your jungle or your jungler can play for you.
Sure.
And G2 is a great example of a team that we talked about how they were a team that typically played for their laners, right? Whereas Rogue is a team that played for their jungler. And what we mean by that is it's not like everything is just for Inspired. It's just that the way in which they get priority to then play around Inspired, to allow him to invade, to allow him to counter jungle, the way in which they ward for Inspired to help give him information. A lot of it is about making sure that he can make good, well-informed decisions. And this game, we've just seen it multiple times, right? The early invade onto Bwipo to get that punish, the fact that they had prio in lanes, the fact that they get that collapse onto Bwipo as well, he's just being punished. And once again now, you can see the response from Rogue, the Trimby roam as well, the collapse, Rogue have the numbers advantage. This doesn't look like a good fight for Fnatic.
Stun goes in, Adam on the front line, quickness coming out as well. He tries to use the showstopper, but he just can't kill off Inspired, and Trimby dives in now in a 4v2. Fnatic are going to have to try and run back to the fountain, but Niski's locked up. Hexagold Maiden will keep him in spot. 5th kill of the game for Inspired, and you said it best, Betty. Rogue just so good at setting their jungler up for success. Now, Bwipo is in a good position here to try and trade onto Larssen, who was in the shop. Stopwatch, gold card's going to come out. Bwipo tried to dodge it with the Heartbreaker, but isn't going to be able to chase down Larssen any further.
Now, of course, the exchange of this means that Fnatic get themselves a lot of plates, and this may very well be worth it, but the fact that Fnatic lost 2 members off the back of that means that Inspired is only going to get so much stronger, 4.8k gold, and if Rogue want to, they can just bring this Herald right back to bot, secure all the plates that they lost, and be able to swing that gold so heavily into Hans Summer's favor. And you can already see Rogue sitting already with a nearly 3k gold lead so early on into the game.
And look at where Inspired is immediately. Getting the flank here, getting down towards the bottom lane with the Rift Herald. Larssen also has the ultimate, can look for the Destiny and see if he can lock Fnatic underneath their tower. This last minion will be culled as Rogue now push in. Larssen still in the mid lane, but does have the TP. Inspired on the Krugs. It looks like Rogue are going to call off this one right now. They do have both the TPs available, but they also know that Adam has forced Odoamne underneath his tower. They know they haven't cleared out all this vision. They know that Fnatic are playing on the back foot, and so they can force them away without having to look for an aggressive dive.
There was a small window there where Adam's TP was still down, and I thought that maybe Rogue could force it, but the minion wave wasn't great for Rogue in the bot lane, so they decided not to overcommit. Larssen trading very aggressively onto Niski, having completed his first item already. Actually coming out ahead in the health.
They don't know Inspired's
Oh my
here.
god, there's no way Inspired read this play.
They don't know Inspired's here. He knew the Scuttle Crab was available on the top side. He knew that Bwippo would want to go for it. And now he's in the perfect spot. Inspired just reads them. Crescent Guard's going to knock back Niski. Larssen so low. But Inspired!
How are you this smart, man? What
was so flipping good.
He's just, his brain is too big, man.
It was pure Splinter Cell shit as he went behind.
Oh my word. All right, when we get the replay of that, I'll bring up the mini-map. We can like highlight all the cool stuff. They're also going to break down the mid-tier 1. Oh my word. Rogue are just obliterating Fnatic. And the way they got that, like, a small early advantage, which they so quickly snowballed, and a lot of this started off the bot lane as well. So I'm going to bring up the mini-map here just to highlight how smart it was, because as you highlighted, the replay, we didn't go back as early as I was expecting, but like when he was down here getting this information, he knew that this Scuttle Crab was up, and he just had a hunch. He's probably not assuming that Bwippo is there, but he's just playing under the assumption that that could be a possibility. He has the Herald, he's covering for Larssen, and he's just there to like make sure that everything's okay. And then lo and behold, his expectation was correct. He's able to punish Bwippo, and this is what, the third time now we've seen this game, where like I don't even think Bwippo is making bad decisions. Inspired is just one level ahead of him.
And of course, we're going to praise Inspired a lot in this game. He's 7-0-0. He has had the absolute read on Bwippo and the absolute read on Fnatic for the entirety of the game. But the rest of his team is playing so well to set him up as well in these positions. Like Rogue just as a team here are so coordinated.
And this is also why at the mid-split, we brought up Han Summer, right, as one of the MVP conversationalists, because they got that 2v2 kill in the bot lane, right? And how many times have we seen that from Han Summer? How many times have we seen this split, this bot lane just crushing their opposition, which then with that prio, Inspired immediately knows what to do. It's just, it's a huge team effort, and the fact that we see Inspired shine so much is by and large because of how reliable and consistent these Rogue players are.
Of course, for Fnatic, it is a difficult road back in this game. 5,000 gold behind, but their season has been exemplary, especially when you consider Bwippo role swap to jungle. Adam, a rookie, came into the top lane, and at the moment, he is beating a player on his 400th game. Destiny is going to come out, and in a 2v1, I'm afraid Adam does lose these, but he tried as much as he could to take down Odoamne in a true pugilist duel.
Odoamne, I think, mainly committed to that trade because he knew that the collapse was coming through.
Sure.
I mean, Adam did everything that he could. You know, I think he came very close to securing that kill. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't quite enough, and he ends up losing his life. The exchange is, of course, a Drake, which goes into the back pocket of Fnatic. They also get themselves that bot tier 1. So overall, an exchange of objectives, and Rogue aren't even going to be able to commit to this tower as Niski is now going to TP up towards top. Does Inspire look for something? No, because Larssen wants to go back to base, spend some of the money that he now has in his back pocket. So we reached the 15-minute mark. A lot of the objectives are now unavailable. Both teams are going to be looking to cross-map and start playing towards these outer towers. As I say that, Inspired has his eyes on the mid laner for Fnatic. He has no flash, and now he's not going to have a life left.
Well, he does have the Crescent Guard, but that doesn't really do too much against the man who controls it. 8-0-0. Inspired is having probably one of the best individual performances we've seen this summer from anyone on any team in the LEC. Odoamne, those old hands, those old reflexes, going a little bit wide with a hook shot as he will be locked up underneath his own tower and cannot walk away. Upset gets the kill. Perhaps Fnatic can find some damage on this mid lane tower.
Bit of a blunder there from Odoamne, and Fnatic will get their third kill of the game. Now the dive.
Immortal Shilpo available on Han Summer. He's going to use the heal as well, and Trippy's on his way with the quickness. Hylissang with the Soul Shackles, but Inspired is not locked up in that, and Hylissang will sacrifice himself for Bwippo's life. Larssen was able to get a tower in the top lane while all of this was happening. Han Summer didn't even have the Immortal Shilpo procced there. Inspired still on the chase, perhaps looking to steal away these Razor Beaks.
Fnatic, they taketh and then they giveth away. They get themselves a very quick kill, and then they immediately hand it over as they tried to dive Han Summer. Yes, they do get all of his summoner spells out, but the debate was, is that trade really worth it, as Rogue now set their eyes on the tier 2. And I just very quickly want to mention, yes, we give a lot of praise to the bot lane, we give a lot of praise to Inspired. We have to talk about Larssen, because when we contrast his first half of the split to the second half, the amount of change that this individual has made has been dramatic. remember, we were quite critical of him in the first half of the split. His Akali performance game specifically, I think, stood out in a lot of people's minds. Like, when you look at his CS, you know him as, like, the lane god, the guy that never falls behind. But the CS advantages he was finding was not that dominant. But in the second half, he has really leveled up and has kind of returned to the Larssen that we come to expect.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me as well is his deaths per game. He was getting caught out in the early game over and over and over in the first half of the season. You can see he's taken a whole death less per game in the second half of Summer here. Just so much more consistent, and that's what he has always been for Rogue. He can pop off, he can have stellar performances, but a lot of the time he's just the guy that you look to be able to get to the late game ahead and then hit those 3-4 items on a mage.
And a really impressive Twisted Fate performance, where you can see why so many players last split respected it. His 4-0 record is nothing to scoff at, and he's looking to make that 5-0. He may very well be collapsed on here, gonna force to use the heal to disengage with that, but not gonna be too much sweat off of his back, as Inspired is going to secure himself the next Herald. Fnatic trying to contest, but there's very little they can do. Hans Summer, as he often is, sitting in the side lane for now, pushing out that wave. That's going to collapse into the tier 2, so no freezing will happen down there. And with the Drake spawning in about 1 minute and 45 seconds, that will likely be the next big objective, but I would be surprised if Fnatic feels confident enough to fight for that when Rogue is so far ahead.
Of course, as much as this is the battle for first overall, it's important even more so for Fnatic because they didn't pick up any they only picked up 20 championship points in spring, and champions points determine determine your seeding going around. Bwipo here trying to steal away this red, does manage to get it, has the Heartbreaker to jump over this wall if he so desires. Hylissang and Upset on their way as well. Bwipo will jump the wall. Trimby has flash, has quickness. That's the Destiny for a little bit of a shortcut for Trimby. Gold card was locked in for Larssen, but no chase really going to happen. Yeah, Destiny forward, you can battle dance to him, and then you can quickness in. It's really smart,
it wasn't about him trying to land the gold card. Of course, he does have the rapid fire cannon. It was more about, as you rightly said, creating more distance for Trimby to look for a potential engage.
I just think it's always good when people play for their supports. Anything you like, what I want you to do is Trimby.
Flashed over, he's looking for Bwipo.
Bwipo's dead here.
I can see Trimby laughing on stage.
You don't need to hit your skills to support Trimby. It's fine. We've all been there, mate. You know, you flash forward and you stand still for a second like, oh. Okay, go ahead, moving on.
Oh, but here we are. Fnatic looking for a counterplay.
Niski has the quickness stolen away. Trimby just got his
ward
upgrade. There's the quickness looking for Hans Summer. The charm goes out. Black shield used as well, but the TP coming in immediately. The Mortal Shield Bow will keep Hans Summer alive for just a little bit longer. TP was cancelled. That was the bot lane. Adam able to do something for his team as he stops Trimby getting reinforcements. Trimby under the tower trying to survive. The stopwatch will keep him alive for the moment, but Hylissang can tank this up, and Upset comes in with the buster shot for the kill. Adam died in the side lane, sacrificed himself for the good of the team.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Fnatic, but they will lose a tier 1 bot lane, a tier 2 in mid lane, likely a tier 2 in bot lane as well. So sure, you get a couple kills back, but Rogue, they're going to take so much more off of your back. And then Rogue likely going to get the third Drake of the game as well. I like that Fnatic's trying to be proactive, but it feels like that the game is just slipping further and further out of their control.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to really do too much here. Their team, their composition very much determined by being able to find these picks, find these catches. With Rogue being so far ahead, it's very difficult to get yourself a good matchup. You can see the quickness, Black Shield combination coming out, and of course the TP was cancelled.
Yes, it was. Adam here, able to get in range, uses the ultimate just at the very end of it as well. But Inspired was already pathing bot and was able to assist Odoame in the kill. I'm not entirely sure at what point the matchup swings in this 1 versus 1, but I imagine that Odoamne can definitely hold his own, given that he's 2 levels ahead as well.
I'm going to say about the 1 and 4 matchup. 1 and 4 point is where it starts to swing in favor of the
That's the thing about set, just because he's true damage, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but this isn't the optimal set build. This isn't the mathematically correct set build that you see doing the 3,000 true damage on Reddit every day. TP's coming in here from Larssen as Rogue look to set up around the Baron. 20 minutes in, they can do it pretty easily with, of course, Kalista and a very fed Xin Zhao, but instead they will just decide to gain control around this area.
It's one of those things where, like, how fed is Xin? Really fed. Like, he's just come off a feast, and he's still hungry. 8-0-2 right now.
The big thing is, if Fnatic do manage to find a kill on him, that's 1,000 gold swing.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of total gold. And if you get that on someone like Upset, who is at 2 items, who is actually ahead of Hans Summer in terms of itemization, perhaps you have a way back. I say perhaps because right now it is looking bleak, and Rogue don't tend to lose positions, lose games from this sort of position. They are a very good mid-game team.
9.4k gold on Inspired right now.
Yep.
He has more money than both AD carries do. I mean, it's not that surprising. He does have 8 kills, but when the jungler has more money than the AD carries, that's scary.
Have you had a Mosey at Larson?
Oh, true. Yeah. He has 3 items.
He's got 11,000 gold right now as Larson. 200 CS at the 22-minute mark. Of course, Twisted Fate's passive, helping him get some extra gold, and he's been given a lot of plates as well. He's in a very strong position right now. Here he goes. Larson going in for the Destiny, straight onto Niski. Eats a Kingslayer, eats an Everfrost, but isn't rooted up. Trimby on the flank here, no flash, of course, on him. Odoamne and Adam trading on the bottom side of the map. Upset trying to do some damage, but the Guardian is propped on Trimby and Inspire. Niski going in with the quickness. Inspire trying to dive back in, but he's been charmed up straight away. There's the Crescent Guard. Upset can't do damage now as Niski forced to jump across the wall. Gold card locks in once again. They're looking for Bwipo. Hansama kills off Hillisang. Inspire down though, and it's Bwipo who takes it. And Bwipo looking for the resets here. Trimby posts the quickness, but Bwipo doesn't get over the wall. Bwipo fails to jump over the wall, and perhaps that's good for him because perhaps he would have died. Gold card locked in. Hansama gets another. Bwipo dodges away from the Everfrost. The Spectral Maw coming out. Upset cannot get the auto attacks down. He flashes away from the gold card. But the chase is on. Upset nowhere to go. Double kill to Hansama.
Wow, Rogue are actually able to come out on top of that fight. It looked like one of the deciding moments where Fnatic could have actually swung the game back in their favor, especially after getting that huge shutdown onto Inspired. But great play from Larson, patient play, and good use of the gold cards allows them to come out on top, and a small blunder from Bwipo as well. So let's have a deeper look at exactly what happens here. So the ultimate comes out onto the collapse onto Niski. A good stun onto Exhaust. The TP then gets cancelled by Odoamne this time round, so he's able to get a little bit of revenge. And then the collapse comes through. They're looking for Niski, they're looking for the engage, but we don't have time because the Baron gets secured by Rogue.
The question is, where does Hansama go here? Niski with the chains. Hansama rooted up, shut down once again. 700 gold over to Niski. And look at how low everyone is here. Niski steals away the Crescent Guard once again. Odoamne has to flash away. Hillisang on the chase. Does he have flash? He does. He has the Soul Shackles as well, but that Blast Cone should get Odoamne to safety. Adam is pushing in the bottom lane. Should be able to get some damage down onto that tower. And Fnatic unable to find as much out of that play as they would have liked. Rogue still able to get away with 4 Barons alive and with an 8,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Fnatic actually got a decent amount of gold at the back end of that because they stole a lot of jungle camps away. They pushed in that bot wave all the way into the tower. Rogue forced to overstay. You can see they only have a plus 180 gold advantage right now, and Fnatic is even going to get themselves a tower. Maybe look for a fight.
Hillisang flashes in. Oh, the binding just dodged to the side there. Odoamne looking for Hillisang here. It still has that shield. Soul Shackles going out. Blast Cone popped. And Odoamne and Trimby will be able to escape. Odoamne, though, doesn't have flash. Has the hook shot. Has the wall dive. Bwipo goes in. They're looking for his fight before he can do anything, but the Crescent Guard will knock them back. Upset needs to get the damage down in this fight. Trimby going in with the charm. Upset still dodging to the side of it, but he's been charmed up in the end. And Bwipo's down. And Adam's down. And Fnatic have to run. Double for Larson, Hillisang, and Upset. The only 2 left alive, and Odoamne's not having any of that. Gets the kill. And Rogue, 23 kills to 7, are finally putting the nails in this Fnatic coffin.
Absolute destruction from Rogue. The mid-jungle combo has been outstanding this game. The bot lane getting the better of Upset and Hillisang. Just from start to finish, it has been clean and well executed from Rogue. And now with the Baron buff, they're looking to end the game. Maybe a little overzealous here with the respawns coming through from Fnatic, and looks like Rogue is going to agree. Likely going to just get themselves the Drake and then be happy with that. But just an impressive performance, and it all comes back to what we were talking about at the beginning. I feel like that Rogue have been undervalued a little bit. I think that they have been seen as, because they're not as aggressive as Fnatic, they're not getting as many early kills, that, you know, they were a little weaker. But I think that the important thing to remember about Rogue is they are surprisingly creative in a very clever way. When they get champions that they're comfortable on, they know how to execute them well. And the thing about this roster is it just has such reliable laners that are difficult to get the better of. And I think that they demonstrated that in this game today. Really setting us up for some very exciting games moving into playoffs, but Rogue looking quite convincingly right now as the best team in Europe.
I have to remember, last summer they were first, 13-5 in the regular season. In spring they went 14-4, tied first with G2. Oh, actually, they got second place because of the head-to-head, but still, they are a very consistent team, and although they failed to pick up the win against Mad Lions in the finals, they are still one of the best teams in Europe, looking to show that they are the best right now as they take down Fnatic. Niski already killed off, Showstopper going in from Adam, but the Destiny behind him. Trimby tries to dive onto Bwipo, Hylissang an upset, and they can't even kill the support. Adam trading with Odoamne. Odoamne should be able to win that one out. Hans Summer goes on a killing spree. Larsen's still alive.
Oh my
Adam
words.
running away. The bait's cool. You gonna chase him, Trimby? Not onto the fountain. Adam doing some push-ups, sit-ups. That's the one. It's been a while since I went to the gym. Odoamne trading against him as they clear out the minion wave. And Rogue look to close out this game. It feels like it's been done for a while. Rogue had a 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes, and with this win, they claim sole possession of pole.
Larsen deathless on his twisted fate. Inspired, the biggest brain jungler I've ever seen. Excellent performance from Rogue, and that felt like a statement game.
Did you see Bwipo's face there? He's like, yep, yeah, that happened. Yeah. I got out juggled.
Yeah, I mean, Bwipo struggled against Jankos last week, but his team was able to come around. He was still able to have impact in the late game fights on the Karthus. This time around, Fnatic found no way back. There was no way to control that game. And Rogue just looked clean from start to finish. From the 2v2 kill in bot lane, from the good ultimates from Larsen, from the intelligent pathing and play from Inspired, to Odoamne being there. Like, the whole team just came together and did everything that they needed to do.
Does mean that Fnatic fall down to tied with Misfits in second place at 10 and 5. And importantly for them as well, they're 0-1 against Misfits in that head-to-head. If they lose their next match and tie with Misfits at the end, they only get third place. And that means they'd only get 70 championship points, which means together they'd only have 90, which could quite easily push them out of the top 4. We did say in the game, it's very important for Fnatic to get a high seed because of how poorly they did in spring. We'll see if they can manage to pick up some wins over the course of their next 4 games. Your key player of the game votes on a happier note, though, at LEC on Twitter. Inspired, Larsen, and Trimby are your options. We know you're giving it to. What are the...
I mean, Inspired or Larsen, I think, you know...
why is there an or Larsen? Larsen had a good game, sure. Inspired smurf. That was like watching me in my solo queue games. That's how good he was, Vedi.
Okay, well, we'll soon
performance.
hear from the veteran Odoamne before Trimby and Hans join us in the LEC post-game lobby. So don't you go anywhere. More great LEC content coming your way.
Systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC as Rogue is on top of the LEC once again as they take down Fnatic in an absolute showcase. Inspired, thank you so much for joining me. That was an extremely dominating performance. What went well today? How are you feeling?
I feel great, especially being in Inspired skin. I guess now I'm inspired and I'm not myself anymore. But I mean, it was great. Draft on 12, we kind of got what we wanted. Yeah, I mean, I think Bottling got a solo bolo at level 1, and then Inspire just kills him level 2 at Red Buff Invade. So I think after that, it was just kind of smooth sailing, and we just have to control the excitement, I guess, because when we get so ahead, we kind of want to just keep fighting and fighting and fighting. So we just had to not end and just wait for them to kind of keep going with the end.
And with this performance, Inspired has won Kia Player of the Game. Can you tell me how, not only in this game, but throughout the split, Rogue has been playing through Inspired, and that has been shaping Rogue's playstyle so far?
I mean, it's great. Just from the beginning, I felt like he was a big voice. He always had a good plan about what he wants to do, even though there's at least in spring, there was this thing where he just full clearing into full clearing into full clearing. I feel like we make really good usage of his jungle timings. Whenever he's not on his camps, I feel like every lane has a plan set up for him, or he comes up with a plan, and he tracks him, enemy jungle camp respawns very well. So I feel like every single time when he's off of his camps, there's a play to be made, and we just make very good usage of his time.
And in a recent interview, Inspired went to say that he references a lot of the LPL and LCK games, which did go viral in various communities. Is it an initiative that you personally or the rest of the Rogue also share, like referencing the Eastern League games?
I wouldn't say that I necessarily think that Eastern League of Legends is kind of the way to go, or yeah, just like the proper way to play the game. It's just his own philosophy, because from what I know, ever since he went to Worlds, whenever you get exposed to like that sort of scrim culture where you're screaming only top teams from every region, you kind of start picking up a lot of things. And I think it all started from there, because even his solo queue name is SOFM Junior. So he's like the biggest SOFM fanboy and stuff like this. So I guess, yeah, when you go to Worlds and you scrim very good Chinese and Korean teams and you get smashed a bit, you kind of start to realize that your meta is maybe not so good, because in LEC or like even in NA LCS, there's like the bottom teams are significantly weaker than the top LEC or NA LCS teams. While I feel like in LPL there's a lot more competition. It's just that every team is so good that someone has to be last place, you know, not like in LEC.
I guess my reason for the question was in the line of thinking that we are closing off in the playoffs, and people are starting to ask about, hey, Wales, who's going to Wales? Which region looks the best for Wales? And my question would be, what do you think about the relative gap between the LEC and possibly LPL and the LCK?
I wouldn't say there's like such a big gap. I mean, obviously I haven't been to Worlds for quite some time, so it's just maybe my biased opinion. But I just think historically LEC has, yeah, maybe been a bit weaker than LPL or LCK at times. But I feel like we're very competitive, and it's just kind of a matter of meta, what patch hits on the Worlds patch, because yeah, I mean, if we hit a good patch, then I think the whole region as a whole can be very competitive going into Worlds.
And we do look forward to Worlds, but first there is the LEC, and this time you have taken down Fnatic. Medline and G2 still trying to catch up. Is it finally Rogue's time to win the LEC? Do you feel it in your bones?
I mean, in spring, I also felt like it was Rogue's time to win LEC, but it didn't happen. But at the same time, I felt like it was a really good loss for us. I feel like it made us a lot stronger. We were kind of getting ahead of ourselves in spring, I would say, with how good we were playing. And yeah, we were kind of maybe just taking it for granted, you know. So getting your ass kicked like that is kind of good for kind of putting you back into place. But yeah, I feel like if we close out the week good against Mad Lions and we keep up the same trend that we have with like the same scrim culture going into playoffs, I feel like we can win it. Well, not again, but win it this time.
And we will look forward to it. Best of luck for the rest of the LEC and your possible run for Worlds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And after the break, we'll be back with post-game lobby with Quick Shot with the guests Hans Summer and Trimby. So please don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You're woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes. This thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go.
Press Fs in the chat for Fnatic. Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. Why? You might say because these two gentlemen with the rest of Rogue obliterated Fnatic and they came first place in the LEC. Hans Summer, we have been joking and celebrating. How does it feel to have such a one-sided stomp against Fnatic?
Well, it feels really, really nice because we were both the most top team right now in the regular season for now. And it feels really nice to show that we dominated them with nice play, yeah.
Absolutely the case. I think this might be your first PGL. Pretty certain it's yours. This is my first time interviewing players since last year. Trimby, I'm going to give you a difficult task now, okay? I'm going to ask the production team to bring up some replays, and I'd like you to start talking through what we're seeing on screen. First of all, what was it like to get this free kill at the beginning of the game?
Well, at first, when I W'd in and we got Morgana, I'm like, maybe we can kill her, but I ignited a bit too early, and I was like, maybe we can't. So I started to saying to Hans that maybe I misplayed or something, and he just went in and killed him. I'm like, okay, I guess we get the first blood just like that. That was really fun. That was really fun.
And Summer, as we keep looking through these replays, obviously there was a little engagement on the bottom. You managed to get that fadeaway kill with the help of the Ignite. What was communication like? Because there was a lot of focus in the bottom lane from what I was seeing.
When set TP, right?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, because all of these plays, it's all the action around you, my man.
Yes, I thought that their bot lane had a really hard time after this level 1 death, so they had to help the wave, how it is, and I think that's why there was so much action around the bot lane. Everyone was just TPing and trying to help them to get some lead back or something. Because the longer the game goes with this lead that we got, it's gonna be hard for them.
Did you feel as confident going into the game that it would play out the way that it did?
I was pretty confident, especially with how the draft ended. I think playing Kalista and Rakan against Tristana, Morgana, I think it's definitely hard for them to play it. We are really strong, level 1, and I guess we showed it, level 1, that we are really strong.
And I was not as confident, honestly. Like when I saw Morgana, I felt like maybe they practice it a lot, because if you're a really good Morgana player, I think you can like make it, I guess, work. But with Trist and the way they play level 1, yeah, when he missed the first binding, I knew that it would be really easy for us to like get through early levels. That's for sure.
So that's it. Just all the nerves just gone. That's it. I've got this game. Trimby, I'm going to ask you to try to analyze this next replay for me. It was a Rift Herald fight. Can you answer a question? Why do you think Fnatic contested here?
Well, I think the game was slowly beginning to the end, honestly, and I think they were just losing it really hard at that point, so they just decided to fight it. Like, whatever happens, happens, and they just need to do something. And I think that was all right what they did, but when they saw me, I was like, maybe they'll back and try to get something at bot lane, but Adam just went in. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just get a 3 kills and 3 assists, at least for me.
And while I'm suffering in the bot lane.
Yeah, like the issue with that play was that I moved to Herald and I knew it's free for us. But on the other hand, I saw them contesting, so... Well, I just jumped in, but I knew that we will lose quite a bit on bot lane, so...
Can I tell you something, Trimby? I want to give you the honor right now, right? Because these selfish AD carry players, like, meanwhile, me and bot lane, it's a team game, Hans Summer.
Yeah, like, our team says that I'm playing around a lot around bot lane just because Hans likes to just have me around.
He likes the attention, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I'm a weak side machine now.
Yeah, right now he's a weak side machine.
I feel like since the time I played Ziggs, I feel like I'm on the weak side mission now.
The question is, are you a better weak side player than Odoamne? Vedius calls him the weak side king.
Is he a weak side though?
We'll get to this later. I've got another replay, Hans Summer. This one's going to be for you. This is a top lane fight. It ends up being back-to-back doubles. I felt like this was the final nail in the coffin for Fnatic. What's happening in your eyes?
It looks... Wait, I don't actually remember that fight.
The fight is a bit over
playing.
now, but they just went in completely randomly, and they just tried to fight. I mean, it was close.
It's
I
like
think
some scrap. Actually, they tried to kill the Zinzao, but the Kinzao, he can just 1v5
Oh,
there.
you just joined now?
Yeah, I'm just joining pretty late.
You're
that's
just
why,
cleaning up, right?
Yes. I was like, that's why I don't remember this. Like in the beginning, I was just clearing top wave, and I see, oh, there's a fight, so I'm just coming. And Zinzao is tanking for it.
Yeah, I was even saying that I have no mana, so maybe they can win or something. But yeah, like, I don't know. So I guess we're smurfing on that.
This is now Trimby smurfing on PGL because you saved me, right? Because I missed the setup and I read my prompter, so I threw Hansam in the deep end. But like, why did you win this fight? He's like, bro, I wasn't even there. I have to admit, your energy and your happiness is infectious. It's fantastic, obviously, with the win. That means now you are sitting in first place. We know you're already in playoffs. Hansama, what are your expectations for playoffs?
I have a higher expectation. I really want to win the summer split. During spring, actually, last split was the split that I wanted to win the trophy the most. I didn't feel like that during my whole career. I was just thinking everyday process, like why am I doing this every day? You know, why I'm doing this practice? Why I'm practicing every day the scrims? So I'm trying to always put some thought that will give me a lot of motivation. And that's why I guess I wanted to win the split so badly. And in summer, that's like even like the same goal, just focus on the summer split, which is the most present. I don't want to think about words yet.
Yeah.
I want to just think about summer, and I really want to get the trophy this time.
Trimby, what do you think about knowing you're in playoffs, looking at the way the team's playing right now?
Well, after what Hans said, yeah, it would be really nice to win summer, that's for sure. And I mean, for me, I obviously want to win summer, but it's not something that it was something that I was dreaming of, right? Because I wouldn't really see myself winning. But after the spring split, I just felt that it was so possible, right? It was like, yeah, it was close. It was really close to get it, and yeah, due to the fact we didn't get it, yeah, I just want to get to finals again, and this time actually make it happen.
Can I make a little bit more of a personal question? What has it been like for you in 2021? What is your career and your trajectory joining the organization, joining the players? Rogue has found more success in the last year than previously and looking exceptional, and you're now along for the ride. You're part of the reason they are so successful.
Well, that's true. Even though, like, looking at our team, it's really easy to say that I'm like the weakest point, and I not like I agree, but I would say that it's just,
I'm shocked that you even think
it's
that.
just, you know, something that like it just goes through your mind, right? Because I can, like, when I see my players, I can just imagine I have such a good players, like 4 guys that are top players right now, like by far maybe the best on their role, and now it's just me that I just came in right to the LEC, and it's hard to think that you're, you know, the best. Yeah, I just try to like focus on just getting better and better, and for now it works. I'm really happy about it, but yeah, there's room to improve, at least for me. These guys are
Trimby improves really fast. I remember when I started to play with him, and I think he's improved to a complete different player now. Like from spring, I felt that yeah, he's a lot of potential, I guess, and there's a few like he's not getting used to stage yet and stuff like that. But now he's more confident. He's definitely improved his mechanics. His how he's playing with the team. He's I guess how he calls stuff, and I think it's impressive to see.
It actually really is, as somebody that's been around and watched a lot of new players taking to the league, the progression in such a short space of time is fantastic. Now, of course, we do need to look at some of the other teams that are going to be in play, some of your competition that are going to get in the way of this trophy. Hans Summer, I'm going to go to you first. Misfits today, they earned their playoff spot with the win today. What do you think about their chances? The team obviously looking stronger in summer than really the org has been in a long time.
I think it's. I never thought that they had like the most like top 3 in their role, so it's impressive to see how far they can go. Like being 10 wins and 4 losses.
Yes,
it's really impressive. Judging by how I see that the player is not like the strongest in their own role. They have like, I guess they have a good synergy together, and it's working pretty well. Actually, I feel like Razok is quite good. He's doing a lot of good stuff for his team. So yeah, I'm impressed.
Trimby, what do you think about their chances in a best of 5 versus best of 1s?
I would say that they have quite a lot of chances to win those. Like their team, even though as Steven said that yeah, they're not like the best of the best on their roles or something. They have really good players anyway, and it seems like they're looking strong, and it seems like they just fit with each other, just clicked, I guess. And yeah, maybe they'll even get to Worlds. Who knows at this point? But I think it's hard to say. I think they will for sure get to Summer, but I don't know if they're gonna make it to top 3 in playoffs.
I don't know if you realize how loaded that sentence you just said was. Maybe they'll get to Worlds. Do you know there's 3 spots for Worlds, right? Okay, so now, no. I'm gonna make it even harder for you. Okay? So, production, can I get the strength of schedules of the potential teams that can make it to playoffs on the screen? Now, as we're setting this up, right? Fnatic, Rogue, Misfits, Mad Lions, they have all got themselves a playoff spot. If you assume G2 take the 5th, and I think that's a safe assumption, there's only 1 spot left, right? So I'm going to ask Trimby and Hans Summer to look at the strengths of schedules of these teams, right? Look at the games they're playing. Some of them obviously played a little earlier today. I'm going to ask you both to give me a prediction of who will be the 6th team to make it into playoffs. And just because Hans Summer looks very confused, he's probably thinking, the way that it works, Hans Summer, You look at the team, okay, Astralis, right? And they're going to play Schalke, SK, Excel. So while I give him time to understand
I can say, because I think how it works, I believe so at least, from the games that are gonna be showed, I feel like Astralis has the higher chance to get there just by looking at the fact that they're playing against technically the weakest teams that you could face right now. But I still think that team like Vitality can also get. I mean, even though they play against us technically, right, the best team I guess right now, it's still. I think they still have a chance.
You are too humble for your own good. You are the best team right now. Right now you are. This is a fact.
Okay, I see.
So if he's going Astralis, what do you think, Hans?
I think the same. They are having pretty not that hard schedule than the others. Maybe Vitality, well, they just have, I guess, us. So yeah, I would be like more to Astralis making it.
I think you guys not only have like picked the schedule correct, but when I also look at the head-to-heads, Astralis are 1-0 over XL, 1-0 over Schalke, 1-0 over SK, 1-0 over Vitality, right? So in the head-to-heads, and if you look, I had some high hopes for the likes of XL. There's 0-1 Astralis. They're sitting 1-1 Mad. You know, they have a 2 over Schalke, but their head-to-head is not as good. Vitality, 0-1 Astralis, 0-1 XL. So it becomes very, very important, very crucial. There's only one other spot on the playoff roster. We'll find out who's going to be. Anyways, let's take a look at the matchup for tomorrow ahead of our spring finals between Rogue and Mad Lions. We also have our match of the week, G2 versus Misfits, to close things out. This weekend of games is just ridiculous. Obviously, you guys today against Fnatic in first, tomorrow the soft rematch against Mad Lions. Hans Summer, how important will that game be after you're able to pick up the win today? You know, what are you thinking about?
Well, it's super important to win against Mad. Actually, I was really feeling so bad when they won against us back then in spring finals. So every time I face them, I really want to beat them, and that will be the case for tomorrow. They are a pretty good team. I think their bot lane is pretty good. Kazi Kaiser, definitely one of the top bot lane here in LEC. So it's going to be a huge match.
Now, normally at this point, the production would like me to wrap up. I'm not going to do it just yet, so hold that button. Trimby, in our match of the week, G2 versus Misfits, who's going to win and why?
Okay. That's a tricky question. It's actually hard to say who's going to win. I feel like G2 right now are looking good, but they have like their shaky performance or like moments, I would say. So I actually would say that Misfits looks better to win from this point of view, just because how consistent they are, and just feels like they're really confident about winning. So if Vitio can get like a solo bolo on the mid lane as well, I mean, it might be hard.
I don't think he'll be donated a solo bolo like he got today, right?
Okay.
Hans Summer, after the Misfits prediction, what do you think?
Well, G2 will win it, I think.
Simple, there we go. Okay, one very last thing. Gentlemen, emphatic victory. Just before we went live on air, I was saying to Hans Summer, one of the questions that I wanted to ask was how he felt around the sentiment that maybe Rogue are underestimated, undervalued. Vedius and Medic said it on the cast as well. And Hans Summer's immediate reply was, as usual. So with that being said, what I want to ask is, do you have a message to your fans, either supporters or haters? Do you want to say anything to people watching at home? Because right now, you are the best team in Europe.
I mean, it's fine to be undervalued. I kind of like it in a way. So you don't have the full spotlight and you don't have any pressure at all for the whole team to play. So I kind of like it. It's been like that for maybe 2 years already. But after a while, yeah, it feels like Rogue is back at the top. And for the what message I can give them, I don't know. It's like maybe we just have to prove slowly that we can actually win the title, and then we can actually get this reputation that maybe we deserve.
I get that. Trimby, last message, something to the fans.
Oh, that was not really a bold statement. I'm not gonna say one.
You're allowed to. You're allowed
for me, it's too hard to say one. But yeah, I would really like fans to actually like support us, because we're trying our best. Sometimes it looks like we're choking sometimes quite a bit, and Maybe it happens, maybe not. But yeah, we're trying our best, and for now it looks good. And yeah, for sure, at least support that guy, because this guy is giving so much of himself, like everything. That
I think we should
crazy.
support Trimby. What do you think?
Yeah, he's giving so much.
I agree. Listen, gentlemen, 11-3 in summer, spring finalist. You're this close to another huge, fantastic run of players. Congratulations. First PGL, you guys absolutely smurfed it. It's my first interview with players in a very long time. I loved every single second. That's it from us here in Berlin. The LCS are taking over the start of Week 8 as the current top team. 100 Thieves take on the spring champions Cloud9. We'll be back tomorrow for more action in the race for playoffs. See you then. Go follow Trimby and give him all the love in the world. Congratulations, guys. That was absolutely awesome. I wish I could hug you. I wish I could hug you. See you tomorrow, everybody. Cheers. Yay. Welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC and the weirdest content this side of the equator. The race for playoffs is getting closer and closer towards a massive crescendo.
Does it start with success?
It starts with success here. Kind of a dash in, dash out. Selfmade, though, could look to change that. Charm now going to come in. Curate just going to all try to get behind the creep wave. They're getting a lot of damage down. Selfmade needs to hold on to that ult as long as he can, and he gets it. It's clean plays coming in from Vitality. Ready to start the fight. The humanoid in the potential area. The ultimate immediately going to come out. Gold card going to go down. They're focusing on Sanzar for now. One of the tankier members put a clean Ezreal ult across 3. Humanoid grabs the first kill.
Oh, Leader's going to tank tower here.
Leader taking tower shot is very big. Flash away. BTO Kitty go for the flash forward. Going for the auto. Ooh, just the easy finish with the E there.
Huge mistake from Leader. Flashes away and dies.
Cries now going in. They lock up the TF. He's going to try to take the Lantern out to safety. But Patrick ready to get a fight kicked off. Marcoon in the midst of everybody. And this time the engage is good. Excel coming through, Kire going out, and Excel move up to 5 wins.
Jezu, yeah, I'm sorry, man. You're pretty... Oh, flashes away. Heartbreaker misses. Yankos, 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 Yankos! No! On his birthday, Yankos flashes in for the kill. And we'll be able to secure it.
TP's now being used. They're getting so many resources out of Mad Lions. Now kicking in, now trying to finish the job. Elyoya, the knockup not quite there. He's trying to turn it right back. White Knight is now going to be in trouble. Elyoya, does he have the ultimate? Yes, he does. He can join the fight, get the resets as well, but Kaiser gets taken down.
Charlotte's going to take the Baron. He's still low.
Carsey getting stealed away. No! Astralis.
Humanoid has to be careful.
Promise Q out of nowhere. The pillar as well. There's no room. The blast cone. Will it be enough? Not likely.
Bwipo doesn't know. Bwipo doesn't know. Pepe love. Bwipo's been caught out by Inspired. He's going to have to try and jump across this wall. Lands the stun. Lands the knockup. Both of them have Smite. Inspired wins the 1v1 in the jungle. Locks it down. Hiller sang at the one they'll dive on. No level 6. No soul shackles available for the Morgana and now Niski. You're on the wrong side of the rift, my friend. You're on the wrong side of dodge. 6 kills so far for Rogue. A double for Inspired.
Well, hello. Welcome. Thanks for bearing with those breaks.
Easy now, no need to go down. Easy now, no need to go down. Rock that run, that's where we're from. Whoop whoop, when you run, come around. Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Now you're the talk of the town. Whoop whoop, when you run, come around. Whoop whoop, when you run, come around. Cause now you're the talk of the town, yeah. Whoop whoop, when you run, come around. Just walking gently and you're breaking a bone. Cool and deeply, you have a style of your own. The saxophone, does it sound